I was thinking about this today. Don't you think most music criticism these days is addressing complaints about, like, it's addressing comments that will, internet comments, before they can be made? Does that make sense? Like, half of anything you read reviewed now is, yes, people are going to think that it's a blah, 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 blah. But what it really is that drives me crazy. Just tell me what you think of it.
I feel the same about film criticism now, too.
Films.
Films criticisms.
I love film, by the way. Have we talked? We should start
I didn't know that about
podcast. I love my favorite films of all time.
Yeah,
Citizen Kane.
Sure.
The Godfather.
Of course.
Lawrence of Arabia. Like, those are the types of films that I like.
Scott, those are great films.
Thank you.
I'd even go so far as to add The Conversation to that list. Francis Ford Coppola.
No, I don't know that one. I've only seen 3 movies.
Yeah, I've never seen The Conversation either, but I just feel like it should be on that list.
It should be a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. Because that's the name of the movie I was referencing.
Oh. Yeah. Fun stuff.
We should start another podcast concurrently, which is inside the U2 podcast. We should have another podcast running inside of it called I Love Films.
Okay, so let's hear the I Love Films theme song. Okay, great. So now let's talk about films that we love.
Oh, man. Scott, I have a question for you.
Yes, Scott?
This is Scott talking. Scott, I have a question for you.
Yes, Scott. This is Scott.
Have you ever seen Splendor in the Grass?
Beautiful film.
Great film.
And that was
our first episode.
Our first episode of I Love Films. All right, this is I Love Films.
Hi.
And hi, I'm Scott.
I'm Scott.
And let's talk about films.
Scott, what's your favorite famous movie quote?
Famous movie quote. Well, you know, I got to make you an offer you can't refuse.
Oh, that's a good one. That's from the Godfather films.
Which, in my opinion, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but for me, that film, one of the best.
Oh, one of the best movies ever, of all time.
Probably of all time.
I'm going to go. I don't care what anyone says. I think the first 2 Godfather movies are two
examples of
movies.
Good movies. I
Great
would say.
filmmaking. Yeah.
Another quote that I like is, "Hey, Scarlett, call me if I give a damn."
I think it's, frankly, my dear, I just don't give a damn.
Mm-hmm. Call me once you give a damn.
No. Yeah. I mean, I think it's incorrect. I mean, generally you're right, but I think it's...
You think the movie was incorrect?
No,
when it said, frankly, Scarlett, give me a call.
No.
If you ever...
the thing is the movie didn't say that. In the movie...
It got it wrong.
Charlton Heston
It got
says,
the famous quote wrong?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Is that before or after he talked about prying something from someone's cold, dead hands?
Oh, yeah. Because this was all in the third Planet of the Apes movie.
Yeah, exactly.
It was after that. And before...
Get your damn hands, pry your cold, dead hands off of me, you damn dirty apes. And frankly, Scarlett...
As a footnote, I don't give a damn.
If you do or not.
Right.
Yeah, great. Great stuff. Well, this has been I Love Films. All right, this is I Love Films. I'm your co-host, Scott.
Hi, this is Scott. Yep. I love films.
I love films, too. Hey, you know what?
It's a good thing we have this podcast called I Love Films.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's talk about Midnight Run. Huh?
Oh, Midnight Run. Martin Brest. Came out in 1988.
Of Gigli, director of Gigli.
Director of Gigli, director of Meet Joe Black.
Not a good director, other than...
No, he made some great movies.
Well, he made Midnight Run.
And Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, that's all right.
And Scent of a Woman.
Ugh.
Scent of a Woman.
Hey, you talking U2 to me?
Hey, there you go.
Hoo-wah!
Al Pacino. See? Al Pacino right there.
He's a big fan.
Al Pacino.
I would say he's made one good movie and a pretty good one. And then
Beverly Hills Cop is great.
I think it's okay.
It holds up very well.
Does it? I'll check it out again.
I love films.
I love films. This has been I Love Films. All right, this is I Love Films. This is your host, Scott.
Hi, this is Scott. I love films.
And we're here to talk about Captain Phillips. And I thought it was pretty funny when you watch Captain Phillips, the screener that we got.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny how they right before it, it's like piracy hurts everybody. And it's like...
I didn't even think about that when I watched the screener.
Well, that's what Captain Phillips is all about, is
Pirates.
And movie pirates, technically.
Yeah, I mean, that's what those
Captain
guys
Phillips
do,
was
right?
carrying DVDs down in the hole.
He was carrying, it was an entire freighter filled with copies of the A-Team movie. Because the movie took place a few
with
years
B-Coops.
ago.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it had so many copies of the A-Team movie.
Right.
It was some good stuff.
And those pirates are like, we want the A-Team movie.
Hey, do you have the A-Team movie?
Hey, give us an A-Team movie.
Then they saw it and they were like, A+ team movie.
Yeah. They did. That was one of the best lines in the movie.
A+ team movie.
Yeah.
This is good stuff. All right, that's been I Love Films. All right, we're here in I Love Films. I'm your host, Scott.
Hi, this is Scott.
And, who do we have here? We have our guest.
Scott?
Oh, yeah, it's Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Hey. Rattle and Hum, probably the best movie ever made.
By far.
Never seen it.
I think it's Godfather, Rattle and Hum, and Baby Geniuses.
Those are the three.
Those were the three Godfather movies.
Yep.
They really are. This has been I Love Films.
Thanks.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
Hey, this is Scott, and I love films.
I love films.
Hello.
We were
We have
talking
a
about
special guest here today.
this
Trundlebed.
Trundlebed.
Jenkins.
Trundlebed Jenkins.
We were talking about the conversation, and which led me into I Love Films.
We were having a conversation about
Someone mentioned the word conversation. It just reminded me I love films because I love to converse about them.
Oh, I thought it reminded you of the film The Conversation.
I also love.
No, I've never seen that.
I love the movie. I love the movie.
I thought
The
you loved
Conversation.
movies.
Can I just say something about Francis Ford Coppola?
Yeah.
He is a master.
You know what films I like? I like films like Citizen Kane. I like films like The Godfather. But I like films like Apocalypse Now as well when I want to get a little wild.
You know, the 1970s were just a boon for American filmmaking. I mean, we had Scorsese, we had Coppola, we had
Hitchcock.
This has been that episode.
Hey, this is Scott with I Love Films.
This is Scott, and I love films.
Not as much as I love films.
That's debatable.
We'll debate it maybe on a future episode, but we don't have time for that this episode. So we're talking about Citizen Kane.
Great movie. You know, one of the things this movie is really famous for is the word rosebud. Spoiler alert, it's his shoes.
Yep. He had rosebuds on the soles of his shoes.
Yep.
And
That's where Paul Simon got the idea for
diamonds on the sole because, as we all know, rosebuds are the diamonds of the herbiculture family.
Absolutely.
And that's all you need to know about Citizen Kane. Okay, so I love films, and he started out just as a producer. He did The Cable Guy, Anchorman. Then he comes in and he does The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Well, first he was in television. You have to mention the Ben Stiller Show.
Ben Stiller, of course.
Larry Sanders.
So, I mean,
a writer, producer.
Gary Shandling award shows, did so much. But then just in film, he comes in.
We're talking films.
Yeah, we're talking
here.
films.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is I Love Films. He comes in and he does 40-Year-Old Virgin, and I'll be damned if it isn't a hit.
Huge hit. And very funny, Scott.
And that enables him to follow it up with more films, and he's made, as far as I'm concerned, 4 maybe of them at this point, and that's a great career.
Well, let's count them. We got 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Knocked Up.
Funny People.
Is that his next one? Funny?
Funny People.
Funny.
And then
The 50-year-old virgin. What's next?
No,
40.
These Us 40.
Another movie with 40. He's so obsessed with the number 40. It's almost like U2 and their song, quote, 40, unquote. What if he had used that as the theme song to This Is 40?
The song 40, which is like a song about human rights.
Yeah. Okay, so finally you get me back. You go.
Wait, are we done with the episode of...
Oh, yeah. That was I Love Films. Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott, and I love films.
That's a coincidence because I love films.
I know you do.
Have you seen these Batman movies?
I have seen every single Batman movie.
Why don't they make it clear that Bruce Wayne is Batman?
Well, this is Scott talking. They do.
Oh, you're right.
This has been I Love Films.
I Love Films. Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films.
Hi, this is Scott.
This is Scott.
I'm Paul.
And we're talking about the movie Wired. Maybe the best movie ever made.
Who was in that movie?
J.T. Walsh.
Michael Chiklis.
Yep.
The commish.
The commish himself.
My favorite part of the movie is when Bob Woodward is in the room with John Belushi as he's overdosing.
Yeah.
It's a great moment.
And Belushi says, "Breathe for me, Woodward."
Does he really?
Yes.
Great stuff. Good stuff.
Really? I don't
really
remember that.
That's the thing that happened.
I saw it in a drive-through movie theater.
Wow.
Did you ever see the movie? Because when you first started talking about the movie Wired, I forgot that it was about John Belushi, and I was
What did you think it was about?
Well, I was thinking it was a movie like, what was the fucking
Rush
one
with Jason Patrick?
No.
Yeah.
Although there's a scene in Rush with Jason Patrick where he is asking, he's a cop and he's in the home of this lady and he's asking her some questions about somebody who died or is missing or whatever. I don't remember a lot about it, but I remember this, been blazing in my brain forever. He is holding a teacup very daintily. She's made him some tea. And he asks a question, and then he does this sort of, it's almost like a Dennis Miller sort of waggle of his head and looks at her, and the camera holds on him for just a fraction of a second too long. And it's this really weird moment.
Does he look into the camera? Is that what
he's not looking into the camera? Okay. It's just like, who's this completely different character who has shown up in this movie? And if someone out there, this is my challenge to the listeners, screen cap it. Put it on Twitter, social networking media platform.
This week, do that, and Paul will give you a precious RT.
I'll retweet every person who does it.
Every single person?
Single one?
Yep.
Even people who are retweeting the original one, you'll retweet them?
No.
Okay.
You got
This
it.
is where you draw the line.
You got to get your own.
Make your own screen cap. That's great. This is prime I Love Films material.
So I think we've all agreed, we're all in total agreeance that Wired is the greatest movie ever made.
Greatest film ever made. Great. That's been I Love Films. Good app.
That was great.
That was some good stuff.
That was a really good episode.
And again, great movie, Wired.
Great
Absolutely.
movie, yeah.
It bears repeating.
Well, then let's open up I Love Films.
All right.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is your host, Scott.
This is Scott.
I'm Paul.
And we're here talking about Wired, maybe one of the greatest films ever made.
One of the greatest.
Sorry,
films.
I'm sorry.
Do you know what I wanted to say in the last episode
Yeah.
of I Love Films is when you first started talking about it, I was thinking it was a movie like that movie that Ralph Fiennes was in that was about virtual reality. End of Days? Real
no.
Days?
Strange Days.
Strange Days.
Strange Days.
Catherine Bigelow directed
Strange Days.
that.
I thought it was like an early movie about like the internet.
Like
What is
Wired.
it?
Because you're thinking of Wired magazine.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I was.
What was the Denzel Washington one? He did one too, a virtual reality movie.
With Russell Crowe, right?
Yes.
Glory?
Virtuosity. Yes.
Virtuosity.
I know.
That's a good word.
Is that? It sounds like it's from a Sting album.
This has been I Love Films. Well, hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is your host Scott.
Hi, this is your co-host Scott.
And we're talking about
co-creator.
Talking about a movie that I've never heard hide nor hair of before. Something called Spinal Tap.
No, it's called Spinal Tap.
Tushk?
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott. Welcome to I Love Films.
And we're talking about 20 Feet from Stardom and Back to the Future 2 today.
Terrific movies. Both
have a 2 in them.
20 Feet from Stardom and Back to the Future 2.
Yeah, they both have a 2 in them. That's where the similarities begin and end.
No, they both also have DeLoreans that have been turned into time machines.
That's a good point.
Just kidding.
That's been I Love Films.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Scott.
This is Scott.
And you were saying It's Complicated is a legitimately good movie?
Yeah, I think if you find yourself, if you're flipping the channels and you land on a movie and you just sit there and watch at least 45 minutes of it.
That's your threshold for a good movie.
That's the only threshold there
You're
is.
You're the host of I Love Films.
Yeah, and this is a film and I love it.
This has been I Love Films. Hey guys, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
And we have a special guest, Jimmy Pardo, with us.
Hi, thank you guys.
We love films, and one of the films we love is Tootsie.
Tootsie, 1982, and we were just talking about the scene where Dustin Hoffman's character, Michael Dorsey, pushes over a mime in Central Park. Now, I remember going to acting school and taking a mime class, and our mime teacher, who...
Teaching mime, or just a teacher who happened to be a mime?
She's a geometry teacher.
Okay, who happened to be a mime.
Speaking of improvisational acting.
Can I interrupt with a quick question?
Oh, sure. Anyone can interrupt I Love Films.
Scott, you and I went to the same school, the same acting school. Who was the mime teacher?
Oh.
Do you remember the name?
I was just trying to think of it.
Wait, you guys went to the same acting school?
Years apart.
Yes,
we
the
did.
American Academy of Dramatic Arts.
In Pasadena, California.
Her name, if I want to say...
Is it Karen Hensel?
Oh, no, that wasn't mime. That was Styles.
I don't know what that even
Yeah, that
means.
was like classical theater.
It was? Okay, very
Karen
good.
Hensel.
Yeah.
Who's amazing.
She was very attractive. Was she attractive?
Yeah,
Would I have had a
absolutely.
crush on her? Is that possible?
Yeah. Karen Hensel. Now, the mime teacher was someone else. She was E.T.'s hand in
listening
E.T.
to I Love Films.
I just watched the behind-the-scenes E.T. thing on the Blu-ray.
And she's in it?
And she's in it. Like,
Adam, how do you have so much fucking free time? You're watching a 3-hour movie about the Eagles, and now you're watching a documentary about E.T.'s hand?
I have a time-stopping
What the
clock.
fuck do you do?
So anyway, I remember the mime teacher saying that when Tootsie came out, all mimes were furious, and the mime business went into the toilet for a while.
Plummeted
What
because of Tootsie.
That can't be a real conversation, can it?
No, I remember her telling the class that.
But how do they communicate it to each other? They don't talk.
It sounds a lot like this.
This has been an episode of I Love Films. Hey guys, welcome to I Love Films. This is your host, Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films here. We're talking about The Phantom Menace. By the way, we have one of our great guests here, Todd Glass.
Todd, how's it going?
Good.
Todd, you ever see The Phantom Menace?
I have not.
Did you ever see a Star Wars movie?
No.
Really?
You've never
none
seen
of them?
any of the Star Wars movies?
Maybe I saw them if they were on TV.
But you don't know if
By the
you
way,
did.
there is a reason. It's hard for me to follow. It's hard for me to follow movies.
You know, there's the guy wearing black. He's a bad guy.
I know you can make a joke, but
Wait, it's hard for you to follow movies, or it's hard for you to follow the Star Wars movies?
any movies. I
Any
get
movies.
lost a little easy, and then I probably slowly just stop going.
Well, this is I Love Films. We're talking about films here.
yeah.
And
It's weird that we would have you as a guest on a movie
strange.
podcast.
Because films that we like are films like The Godfather or Citizen Kane.
Apocalypse Now.
Wait, what were you just doing, Todd?
Oh, I put napkins. Look.
He's putting napkins in his mouth. Here we go.
What I ever do to disrespect you? Why you gonna mama son?
Oh, that's freaking me out because I'm just thinking about you biting down on dry Kleenex.
Ugh,
Oh.
God, take it out of your mouth, please.
Adam,
Stop it. Just knowing that feeling. Take it out of your mouth, please. All right, this has been I Love Films.
Bye.
Did I say
on
the first record?
Yeah,
they each had a
weird name. Always.
And a weird photo to go.
I've never seen a film.
Yeah, but,
What? Hold on. Hold.
Well, you
hold the door.
That's what was great about
Shut the phone.
music back then.
Shut up.
We're starting.
Keep
we're
it
now
going.
just old people talking about
Scott,
music.
we have a podcast called I Love Films. We talk about the films we love, like The Godfather, like
Citizen
Apocalypse Now, Citizen Kane, Lawrence of Arabia.
You never seen any of those?
The mystery.
I've just heard people talking about them.
Oh, whoa! You never seen any of those films?
Wait.
You haven't
seen those movies?
You ever seen
Wait a minute.
Apocalypse Now?
Wait a minute. Is this an episode of You Poppin' My Stones?
I think it is.
Hey, welcome to an episode of You Poppin' My Stones. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
I got one question for the groups of you.
Sure.
You poppin' my stones? Oh! Great app.
That was really good.
But we're in the middle of I Love Films.
That's right.
We'll talk about that.
And
Have you ever seen Goodfellas?
And I'm going to talk about
Which what is that about?
Yeah, but I just thought that was such a
It's
cool
about
move
Ray
to just
Liotta
put
trying to
this
get
thing-
involved.
Oh, Ray Liotta.
Right. You know what I mean?
Have you seen it?
Exactly. But just so there's no like
Ray Liotta?
The movie.
haven't defined
Ray Liotta, the movie.
Yeah, it was such new music.
Do you know what, Scott?
Cool
Huh?
move.
I
I was thinking about this today.
I wonder why
Huh?
you've never seen a
criticism
movie.
these days is addressing
And I wonder if we might
complaints.
try to
about-
figure it out.
It's addressing
By doing some Blue Turtling.
comments that will.
I wouldn't mind it. Hey, welcome to Blue Turtling. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
Sense like half of anything.
We're Blue Turtling.
Scott, I am just Blue Turtling here.
Yeah.
But I think that the reason you may not have seen any films is that you can't differentiate between film and real life, and so the movies scare you.
You know, Paul, not to Blue Turtle, but I'm just going to Blue Turtle it here and say I agree with Paul. And I think that you need some sort of a device that will let you know what's real life and what's a movie. I mean, maybe I am just Blue Turtle.
What do you suggest
Guys,
here?
not to Blue Turtle, but I gave Jerry Ferrara a blowjob.
To that list.
Well, this sounds like it's an episode
Yeah, I've never seen the conversation either, but I just
of
should be on that.
Oh, wait. Talk about Turtle?
Talk about Turtle.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey, welcome to Talking About Turtle. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
And we have our guest Harris Wittels here talking about one time what happened now with Jerry Ferrara?
I don't know if this is the right
Currently.
show to talk about this on, but I Blue Turtle.
Yeah, this is definitely the right show.
This is maybe the only show we can talk about.
Hey,
this.
what was it like? I don't know about you guys, but I love Turtle.
I love him. He's my favorite Entourage character.
I think I love Turtle more than anyone.
Really?
Yeah.
In the
Well,
world?
maybe not more
Hey,
than
wait a minute.
Harris.
Do you hear I Love Films?
Yeah.
Oh man, Scott, I have a question for you.
A sick, kick.
This is
A sick kick game.
He had a sick kick game. His shoes were nice. All right, well, this has been an episode of Talking About Turtle. Good app.
So
And hey, we're in the middle of Blue Turtling right now. And I feel like I'm never going to figure out why I haven't without more information.
Try
so,
Blue Turtling.
Well, I think I need more info, and to get more info, I need to go on some sort of investigation. So I think it's time for Two's Clues. Sure. Hey, welcome to Two's Clues. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're trying to look into some clues about why I've never seen a movie. And
Okay, here's what I've gathered so far, Scott. You haven't seen a movie. Also, you are in the entertainment industry. You have a TV show and several podcasts.
I don't think that's right, but go ahead.
And the minute
Also, you don't think that's right. You are not acknowledging the stark
That doesn't-
reality
no, that
that
doesn't
you
sound
are in the
familiar.
entertainment business.
Really? I don't
If
know.
I'm to
Pretty
get
stark reality.
If I'm to gather all of these clues, I would have to surmise that
what I was thinking
you're
about
just a
when I
confused
first thought
individual.
of maybe getting into with Scott.
Why? I found 1-2's clue as to why I haven't seen any movie, and it's because I reached into my pocket for a hard candy, and you know what flew out was a moth. That's right. I have no money, and that's why I've never seen a movie, and that's why it's time.
Most importantly, let's get back
for talking about money. Hey, welcome to Talking About Money. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about money, and
Scott, you were saying you don't have any.
I don't have any.
Watch them
Okay.
perform,
So it's hard to buy things.
You gotta pirate that shit, my man.
Have you thought about earning money and then saving money and then spending money?
No, I've earned it.
Right.
I've saved it. I've never spent it.
Well, then that's the
You
thing.
have
You
it.
do have money.
What do you mean? No, I don't have it in my pocket.
You
No.
can get that money that you've saved, put it in your pockets, and then spend it.
Where is it?
It's in the bank.
You gotta get it from them.
I don't know how long it would take me to get there, which is why it's time for an episode of When Do You Get There, Bro? Hey, welcome to When Do You Get There, Bro? This is Scott.
This is Scott.
And we're talking about how long it takes us to get to the bank.
Well, which bank are you a member of?
The bank of Love It or Leave It, America.
I wouldn't want to be a member of a bank that has Scott for a member. Me.
Groucho Marx. I think he said that.
I think he said it recently, and that's why it sounded like that.
Where's the closest Bank of America?
I think there's one right down the street on Sunset.
I think so. That checks out.
Yeah.
So I gotta ask, when do I get there?
Or how long would it take me to get there, bro?
Something like that.
I'd say if you're driving at least
It's
30,
when do you get there, bro?
When do you get there, bro? I think if you're driving at least 35 miles an hour, you get there in like 5-6 minutes.
I think I'm gonna walk 35 miles an hour. Is that okay?
Whoa, so fast.
Just really no, that's slow.
Oh, that's slow.
We talked about this
That's
before.
right.
We talked
I
about
forgot.
It's
Very, very
slow.
slow.
Pretty slow.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll probably walk there 35 miles an hour. How long?
As if you're just cutting through a Hollywood party.
Sure. How long did you say?
He said 20 miles an hour.
John Cooker.
When do I get there, bro?
Was he Mellencamp?
I'd say if you're walking 20, 25, 30, 35 miles an hour, probably get there 5-6 minutes.
Okay, great. Great app.
Wow,
Yeah, that was really good. It was
Great app.
a lot of
When Do I Get There,
information.
bro. Yeah, and we are in the middle of
So you discovered them with
talk about money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, I'll just go to the bank and get some money. Okay, great app.
Great app.
Yeah.
Great app.
All right,
really
so
good.
we're in the middle of Two's Clues. So, boy, I've figured out why I've never seen a film.
Well, there were great clues.
Great app. Hey, all right, so we're in the middle of Blue Turtling.
Boy War.
No?
We were talking about Turtle.
Yeah.
Oh, we got
no.
out of talking about
did
Turtle.
get out of
yeah,
talking
we're
about-
in the middle of Blue
That was a
Turtling
great
here.
app of talking about Turtle.
Yeah.
I'm just turtling here, but I'm pretty sure we're.
Wait, maybe
turtling. Wait,
yeah,
that's
we're
a
Blue
different show. We are Blue Turtling here.
We're Blue Turtling.
How dare
Lance.
you?
Get out of our Blue Turtling show. All right, great ep of Blue Turtling.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of I Love Films, and I gotta say, I really,
Do it today.
even though I've never seen a movie, I love this show.
Yeah, it's a terrific show.
You know what? I think it's time for I Love Films.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott,
And this is Scott.
and we're talking about how much we love the I Love Films podcast.
You know, I love this show, and it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Been a while.
I love the big.
Look, let's be frank about this.
I love
You know
Wait
what?
a second.
It's time for an episode of Let's Be Frank. Hey, welcome to Let's Be Frank. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
And let's be frank, it's been a while.
Been a while.
Been a while.
on the record. That's their first.
Great app.
Great.
So I love films. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, me too.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's your show, but what I think is great about I Love Films is that you don't have to love films to love I Love
You can
films.
never see a film like
Absolutely.
me,
Yeah.
and you can just love it.
Yeah.
And that's part of what they try to do in I Love Films is they try to educate people about films, and that's why it's time for an episode of Education. Hey guys, welcome to Education. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
And we're just talking about people educating people.
Yeah, you know, I Love Films is great because they educate people all the time about the films of the 70s, auteurs working within the studio system. I'm talking about Scorsese. I'm talking about Coppola.
Capallo.
I'm talking about those two guys.
And then you listen to Boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like these guys had
What about Wes Anderson?
world domination.
Was Anders?
Absolutely.
Son.
Performer, yes.
Well, this has been Education. Hey, great app.
Very good.
You know what? I have to say I love films.
I love films. You know what I love? I love films.
Time for an episode of that.
Yep.
Hey, welcome to I love films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about how much we love the podcast I love films. They really love I love films.
They really do, and they really let you know, and I feel like I'm there with them loving I love films just as much as they do.
Oh my God,
Is
they
this
love it.
weird to say? I love films.
Crazy. He was born in
And I love films, but I don't love I love films.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like you're leapfrogging the one in the middle. That's
Yeah.
the one that you don't connect with.
Yeah.
Why?
There's something about it that I hate. Like
Yeah.
I love films. I love films. But man, I love films is the worst.
Okay. Tell me why.
I think it's the hosts.
Yeah.
I like the hosts of all the other shows.
Yeah. Real shitheads.
Dick faces
Yes.
who fuck each other in the face.
Yes. Yes.
Real pussy breaths.
Most
Yep.
of the songs written
Well,
by these young
this has been an episode of I love films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott. Goodbye.
Great app.
Very good app.
Hey, you know what? I think it's time to close up I love films.
I think so. Very good app.
Very good. And okay, so this is I love films, and
So do you think that?
do you know?
Interesting.
Have you ever seen that film, The Lake House?
About the lyrics.
Oh yeah, Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock.
It's a good one, right?
Very good.
Do you know
movie.
what kind of house they lived in?
It was a glass lake house.
I think it might be time for All About Houses.
Yep.
Welcome to All About Houses. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
We're talking about houses. Harris,
Yes. You know, like
when you build a house, what's the most important part?
stuff like that when I was
Foundation.
You know it.
You know what?
What's the least important part?
The roof.
That's right.
It's still great. It's okay.
This has been All About Houses.
Sit down and watch.
That was a great app.
that was a great app. That reminded me of the lake house. They had a shitty roof.
They did?
I mean,
Yeah.
one of my plays I wrote
The
when I
least
was
important
20 years
part.
old, I cannot imagine still talking about it to this day. Right. These guys get out there and
Do they
have to
say that
sing
in the
those
movie?
songs.
Yeah, several times.
Many times.
Several times.
And
The
What do
roof
you
is
mean?
The flip
in
side
the movie The Lake House.
is people
both
think
characters-
those songs still as well.
And I think a lot of the supporting characters say at one point or another, the roof is the least important part of the house.
Yeah. At the climax.
Like how
Yeah.
That's
crazy
It's written into a lot of the notes
Yeah.
for sure.
There's actually a big 45-minute chunk where it's completely silent.
You look at
And then
that's the thing
suddenly,
is that boy is such
Cusack
a
just
burst
busts
of
out.
energy. It's
the roof is the least important.
That's right.
You know, it's Keanu Reeves.
Wait, John Cusack pops his head in?
Yep. Just to say, the roof is the least important part of the
I
house.
need to do a cameo in this lake house movie.
You can. That's what's cool about this movie.
Anyone can.
Anyone? Look, we're just sitting here in silence. Please, anyone drop by.
It's a public domain film that anyone can appear in
At any
anytime they
time.
want. It's
Long after the movie's been made.
It was the government made this movie for America, and they said, if you want to be in this movie, go ahead, be in it.
You ever see that movie?
That'd be really cool.
You ever see that movie? Look Who's Talking.
Pino and Lanois.
Yeah.
has to come in. And,
What do you call that thing that Bruce Willis did the voice of?
Listen at him.
A baby?
Baby?
The shit. Yeah.
You know what? It's time for an episode of In Utero.
Wait!
Hey, welcome to In Utero. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
And what was the thing that Bruce Willis played in Look Who's Talking?
You know,
A baby?
Yeah, baby.
Is this a play on N-U2,
post-punk band.
It might be.
They were
Was this a podcast that existed before?
It sure was.
Oh.
probably. Yeah. But,
What kind of baby, though?
I forget which record it was. It might have been
white
Boy.
baby?
It was the whole record was supposed to be produced by Martin Cannett, who produced Joy Division.
True. He was a cool baby.
He had sunglasses.
He was going to produce them, but then
Great app.
Joy Division.
Yeah.
Suicide.
Great app. All right.
Work.
I just have two more things to bring up.
Yeah.
Steve
In the middle of I Love Films.
went ahead and did it. And
You ever see that movie, The Rocker?
Sound like other people.
Yeah, Rainn Wilson is the drummer.
In the same way. That
Hey, it's time for an episode of Good Drummers.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to Good Drummers. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about Rainn Wilson in the movie The Rocker.
This is my wheelhouse.
Harris, what do you got?
A lot of
I love a good drummer.
Yeah.
To me, drummers are like the foundation of a band.
What's the lead singer?
Sounds a little
The roof.
Right. What do you think of that song, The Roof is on Fire?
Than like
That's the least important song that's ever been made.
Wait, but even though it's talking about the least important part of the house being on fire,
I feel like
Yes.
and the people in the song they clearly support this idea by saying we don't need no water.
Yeah.
Let the motherfucker burn.
Because they know it's the least important.
Right.
That's what they would have you believe. But they say roof.
I feel like
So that's it.
Do you say roof or roof?
I kind of I tried to go in between there so that no one would
I think
call
you
me
say
out.
roof.
I say roof typically.
I
You say
remember
rough?
It's on the roof.
I remember Tom Bosley saying roof on Happy Days, and it made me very uncomfortable.
Is that why he
It
died?
is uncomfortable.
That's why he died.
and
I finally caught up with him.
He said, Marion, what is that on top of our house?
best of.
Is that what they call a roof? Oh!
What show was this? Oh, good app.
Right.
It was good app.
They don't want anyone to
Great app.
Yeah.
Great app. I have one last question.
That was the good drummers.
That was Good
Okay.
Drummers. Yeah, I have one last question for the I Love Movies, I Love Films
I
crew.
was listening to it today.
Guys,
This is a great song.
What's your fuck style? Hey, welcome to What's Your Fuck Style. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're going around the horn
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about fuck styles. Harris, we gotta start with you.
Sad.
But a couple of instrumental.
Lance, I gotta know what's your fuck style.
Calibrated.
PFT, the listeners have been dying to know what's your fuck style.
Straight up 1900s Wizard Wolf.
Here's my opinion of it. Steve Lillywhite as well? I believe it is.
Adam, Scott, we gotta know. People watch you every week on Parks and Recreation. They're gonna watch Hot Tub Time Machine 2 and wonder, what's your fuck style?
Short and hairy.
Is that the first side of it?
Anyone wanna know?
Scott.
Scott.
What is it? What's your fuck style?
Mr. Bartleby's Old Fashioned Root Beer.
Side of it is
And that's been What's Your Fuck Style? Great app. Great app. Well, I think that just about closes it down for I Love Films, right? We talked a lot about films in this episode. Yeah. All right, Adam, what have you seen since June?
Are you going to introduce the podcast?
Oh, sorry. Hey, welcome to another episode of I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films here, and we're talking about good films.
Scott, can I interrupt you for a second?
Hey, I wasn't talking anymore, but feel free to talk.
I just want to say I love films.
You know what? I love them too.
I love them. Me too. I just love watching them.
You know what? I think that as many frames as you can fit in per second, I'll watch them.
Whatever it is.
Well, hey,
50, 100, I don't care.
I don't give a shit. 3,000 frames? Give them to me.
Great. I'll take them.
Take them. I'll eat
Every
every
single
single
like
one
a
of them.
breakfast omelet. Scott, have you seen any films lately?
Well, to be honest, I don't care much for the summer fair.
No, the big blockbusters and such.
Hey, pew, pew, pew.
I
You know
know.
what? I'm not interested in robots, thank you.
Big explosions and stuff.
No, thank you.
You know, every once in a while, I like a good popcorn movie. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I like popcorn.
I like sitting down in a theater, throwing back some corn, and and having a good laugh, or maybe even, seeing some stuff blow up, maybe a car chase or two.
Yeah, maybe like a big robot trying to look for the Allspark.
But by the end of the summer, I'm just like, enough.
Enough already. I've seen every single movie that's come out.
Bring on some stories about people.
Yes. Thank you. People fighting aliens and robots.
Exactly.
Yes.
I want movies about people chasing other people, shooting at them with guns, and jumping off of buildings and landing on a moving airplane and going up and pulling out more guns and
you know
blowing
what?
shit up.
Make some of those guns laser guns.
Laser guns.
Thank you, Hollywood Studios. Oh, boy. Anyway, this has been an episode of I Love Films. Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about some of our favorite films here. The Godfather, Citizen Kane.
Scott, this is Scott talking. Listen, I love films.
Oh, of course.
And I'm not just talking about your run-of-the-mill blockbusters, your big summer spectacles like Transformers and...
Transformers 2.
Transformers 2 or Transformers 3 or
Transformers 4, Rise of the Machines.
Rise of the Fallen Machine. Rise of the Fallen Machines.
Help, I'm a machine, I've fallen, I can't get up.
I mean, I like a good car chase, okay? I love the French Connection.
Oh my gosh.
But the French Connection is a film.
That's right. Put a car chase like the one in French Connection, but have a robot chasing it. I mean, then you got something, in my opinion.
Well, you got something that's going to make a lot of money, and I just happen
something
to think...
I'm going to enjoy.
Shut up. I happen to think...
You shut up!
No, you shut up! I happen to think it's not all about the almighty dollar, okay? I think that Hollywood...
Sure, we worship the almighty dollar.
Wait a second. Is this an episode of the almighty dollar?
I think it is. Hey, welcome to the Almighty Daughter. This is... Daughter? Wait, is this an episode of the Almighty Daughter?
I think it is.
Don't call me daughter.
Hey, welcome to an episode of the Almighty Daughter. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about our favorite daughters.
Well,
Scott, you have one.
I have one because I have a daughter. She's by far my favorite daughter. And I would say that she is the almighty daughter.
And who is this now? Do you not like to say her name on a podcast?
Persephone.
Persephone, of course.
And her last name is Jones.
That's right. My favorite daughter is, of course, my wife, Kulop.
She's also your daughter.
She's also my daughter, of course. And man, what I do to her.
Oh, man.
Well, this has been the Almighty Daughter.
Don't call me daughter.
Hey, welcome to the Almighty Dollar. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about dollars.
We're talking about how Hollywood is just obsessed with the almighty daughter. And sometimes...
Wait a minute, did I just say daughter again?
You did.
I guess it's an episode of the Almighty Daughter again.
I think it is.
Don't call me daughter.
Hey, welcome to the Almighty Daughter. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about some of our favorite daughters. Do you like farmers' daughters?
I do. You know, from time to time, I like to run on down to Fairfax Avenue and just spend the
farmer's
night
market?
at the Farmer's Daughter Motel right across the street from the Farmer's Market.
One of the greatest hotels in Hollywood. If you're taking a trip out here, please stay at the Farmer's Daughter.
Listen, please do it because Scott over here owns a piece of that hotel.
I own, little piece called 100%.
Oh, shit.
100.
So you make Muco Dolores over there,
I do.
I think that means we got to jump right back into...
talking about money.
Yep.
Hey, welcome to Talking About Money. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just here talking about money, and we're talking about the almighty dollar.
Sometimes I like to just think about all the ducats I got in my back pocket.
That's me counting my money and making it rhyme.
Here's me counting my money in a cash machine. Ooh, that's
10,000.
10,000 Buco Dolores, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's me at a slot machine. You
just hit the jackpot, son.
Baby, how many jackpots you hit in your life?
Oh, 2,000-3,000.
Yeah, but that's about it. A year.
Oh, yeah, 2,000-3,000 a year.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're talking about money, and that's an episode of Talking About Money. Hey, I love films, though. We're back to I love films, and I have to say that, look, films that chase that almighty dollar, they're great, but films
But what you got to do is go back to the 70s and really think
when Postcards from the Edge was out there.
That's what. No, Postcards from the Edge was more like early 90s, but still, that's when there were real movies out there, risky movies.
Of course, there were Raging Bulls. There were Easy Riders.
Oh, yeah. We had De Palma, Scorsese,
Spielberg,
Lucas, Coppola.
Oh, one of the best, one of the greatest
These
winemakers.
Were real
Not so good as a
filmmaker, film, you know?
Film. And that's, you know what? Shoot it on film if you're going to... Don't make a movie. Shoot it on film.
All this digital blah, blah, blah.
Hey, what if we run out of ones and zeros? What's going to happen?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
What are we going to... Oh, here, I got my movie, and just hand them a SIM card?
Yeah, come on, guys.
How about a reel-to-reel?
Yes.
There's a reason it's called a reel. It's because it's real.
And it's a reason why they spell it R-E-A-L to R-E-A-L as well, because it's real.
It's real. Yeah. All right, this has been I Love Films.
I love films, too. Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
Talking about Star Wars. By my count, By my count, there are about 4 Star Wars films that already exist, and they're going to make a few more.
There are 6 Star Wars movies.
No, I don't think that's correct.
You're right.
There's 4. There's Return of the Ewoks.
There's The Empire Strikes 'Em.
There's Grandma Tarkin.
And there's Chicky Chicky Chewbacca Town.
That's my favorite, Chicky Chicky Chewbacca Town. And they're about to make a whole bunch more. They're about to make 100 more new Star Wars films. Yep. And we just saw the first 5 of them that were released.
It's an exclusive trailer for the first
that was
of
a
these
trailer?
films.
I thought it was 5 films.
No, that was a single trailer. It was only like a minute long.
Oh, I thought it was 5 20-second films.
No.
That makes more sense.
Movies are usually 1.5 to 2 hours long.
Ooh, that's too long in my opinion. I don't got that kind of time, Star Wars!
Okay, well, this was a trailer for the new Star Wars movie. What'd you think, Scott?
I thought that it looked like they were warring with each other. And quite frankly, a lot of those scenes seemed like they were in space.
Scott, what'd you think of the special effects?
I thought these effects were special, definitely. A lot of films just have effects. And, I mean, sure, there's spaceships flying around, but they're not special.
Yeah.
These were truly special effects.
Scott, what did you think of the performers?
I thought that Chewbacca was the best. He's my favorite ever since Chicky Chicky Chewbacca Town. Love him. He's my favorite, and I can't wait to see him.
Scott, what'd you think of the spaceships?
Great question, Scott. I thought there were 2 of them.
Scott, in conclusion, from 1 to 150,000, what do you rate the new Star Wars trailer? Scott?
I give it a 3.
Okay.
All right. That's been I Love Films. Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we love films.
Oh, yeah. No, but we're not just talking about movies.
No,
okay?
of course. Everyone loves movies.
We love
Films, of course. Films like Hitchcock's Vertigo.
Yeah.
Probably the scariest movie ever made.
Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver. Have you ever heard of that one? Great film.
Yeah. Films like The Wizard of Oz.
The Wizard of Oz is a classic film.
One of the best films that starts off black and white, sepia tone. And then goes into magnificent color.
At the time, that was incredibly innovative, Scott.
Incredibly.
Now it may seem a little quaint, and, I grant you it is, but at the time, you just have to put yourself in 1934 when it came out. And you have to think about
33.
Sitting there in the movie theater and just seeing this world of color explode all over the movie theater.
Man, I wish that I lived back then.
Me too.
But tell me, you went up to the dance. What films did you see at Sundance?
There were so many films and so many films to talk about up there. I saw some terrific films, but I will say that while I was up there on my iPad device, I watched all 3 Godfather films. I know that we've talked about
The Godfather on this program before. Many
They are
times.
great films, and I think, as usual,
In my opinion, 3 of Coppola's best.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And as far as I'm concerned, it legitimized the gangster film as something that could be artistic.
You know, the interesting thing about the Godfather films is, yes, it's about gangsters. It's about essentially murderers, homicidal maniacs, if you're looking at it from a different perspective. But what Coppola did was he went from the inside out. He portrayed them as just a loving family. They just happened to be gangsters.
More about the human emotions behind gangsters.
Yes, and I think, the first 2 films were made in the 1970s, which, as we know...
72 and 74, of
Is
course.
the greatest period of American film.
The greatest decade of American film. And as far as
we're talking about films.
Oh, why? What were you talking about earlier?
Just in case you were thinking about just movies.
No. I mean, look... everyone goes to movies every once in a while. Look, I'm not really into movies that have a great big robot out there,
Right.
like popcorn movies.
Right, some cars. I like a good car chase now and then.
Now and then, if it's getting to something with emotional drama.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I like popcorn.
I love popcorn.
I could eat popcorn 3 meals a day.
Well, I don't know if I could eat that much popcorn.
Well, I'm really into... Wait, is this an episode of I Love Popcorn?
I think it is.
Hey, welcome to I Love Popcorn. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about popcorn.
Listen, popcorn is delicious. It's easy to make.
Nutritious.
It's nutritious as long as you don't put too much butter on it. Okay, listen, it's delicious. It's delicious. I know. Believe me, I know.
But you know what? Why don't you have some popcorn with that butter next time?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Sometimes it feels that way at the movie theater. It's like, yeah, I'll have a little bit of butter. And they pump that stuff on. Oh,
and
my
it's like,
God.
Easy on the butter.
Yeah, easy on the butter. But you know what? I'm secretly glad they're putting it on.
And then I'm just like, a little bit of that. And then, one more wouldn't hurt. And then it's like, wait. 3.
And then I got the greasiest fingers this side of the Mississippi.
Who has the greasiest on the other side?
I don't know. I've never been on that side of the Mississippi.
Wait, you've never gone to the other side of the Mississippi?
Wait, is this an episode of The Other Side of the Mississippi?
Hey, welcome to The Other Side of the Mississippi. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about the other side of the Mississippi.
So, Scott, when was the last time you were on the other side of the Mississippi?
Oh, the mighty Mississippi. Mississippi.
The Ole Miss.
I've never been.
You've what?
I've never been.
Is this an episode of I've Never Been?
Hey, welcome to I've Never Been. This is Kevin, and I'm Bean.
And welcome to K-Rock.
K-R-O-Q.
K-R-O-Q.
So you're not confused. I know it's not spelled traditionally. Every time we come back from commercial break, I feel like I have to explain this. It's K-R-O-Q if you look at it, and it's sort of pronounced K-Rock.
Yeah, I mean, I think people by now know that it's...
I don't know. People get confused. I feel apologetic every time people listen to the station.
Is this an episode of People Get Confused?
Hey, welcome to People Get Confused. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
You know what? People are strange according to the Doors, but they get confused.
Oh, man. Every day I see people get confused, Scott.
You sure do. And that's been our episode of People Get Confused.
Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome back to the mighty K-Rock.
Hey guys, welcome. We're on stage here at K-Rock's Almost Acoustic Christmas.
Coldplay is coming to the stage.
And then after them, Papa Roach.
Two great complimentary bands.
Terrific bands, both of them.
Equal in our eyes.
And equally as lasting in the history of rock music.
The annals, if you will.
The annals.
Take away an N and I'm interested.
I don't get it.
All right. Well, that's been an episode of... What is it? I've never been.
No. Yeah.
Hey, welcome back to the other side of the Mississippi.
Oh, man. So, Scott, you were saying you've never been to the other side of the Mississippi.
What's over there? Like a castle made of clouds?
No.
Dragons?
It's a lot like this side of the Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Except there's one major difference. But one major difference that not everyone can detect.
I'd love to hear it, but we're out of time.
Okay.
All right. Welcome back to... Oh! What is it? Popcorn?
I love popcorn. Yeah.
Talking about popcorn, caramel corn, sea salt, cheddar.
Oh, you know what I like? I like taking a bag of corn, throwing it in the microwave, popping it up hot and fresh.
I was confused because I know you live on the ocean in Malibu.
Right.
So
when I said wave, you thought I was just
throwing it in the ocean.
In an actual wave.
Yeah, of course.
No, I have a microwave that I have on a surfboard, and I'm able to cook popcorn as I'm riding a wave.
And it's plugged into an extension cord into your house?
All the way onto shore.
Okay, great. Is it insulated in any way, or?
No, it's very dangerous.
Okay.
And it only works one time because it gets wet inevitably.
Inevitably, you mean in the first 10 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, great. Did you know you can pop any vegetable, not just corn?
Wait a second, what?
Poppin' broccoli. Did you know that?
Is this an episode of Poppin' Broccoli?
She choppin' broccoli. Choppin' broccoli. Choppin' broccoli. She choppin' broccoli. She choppin' broccoli.
Hey, welcome to Poppin' Broccoli. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about Poppin' Broccoli.
Oh, man, it's a classic sketch.
I loved it when Dana Carvey would come out there. He'd hunch over the piano. He would not know what he's about to sing.
Right.
And then he would just sing Poppin' Broccoli.
It was very funny. Scott.
Yes, sir.
No, I want not to bring it down for a minute, but I'm going to bring it down for a minute.
Hey, 60 seconds? Not a bad ratio. When you look at the entire history of recorded time.
When was the last time you actually had or popped broccoli?
Well, geez, Scott, I must have done it just last night, right? Or no, it wasn't last night. Must have been the night before. No, actually, I remember what I was doing the night before. I wasn't popping broccoli, certainly.
So you haven't popped or eaten broccoli in at least 3 nights?
Well, certainly it had to have been 4 nights. I mean, wait, no. I wasn't popping broccoli 4 nights ago either.
So 5 nights ago?
It has to be 5. No. 5 nights ago, I remember distinctly I was not popping broccoli.
We're almost out of time. I gave you 1 minute.
I don't think I've ever popped broccoli.
That's my point.
That's been our show. No, all of it. That's been the entirety of the show. No.
She choppin' broccoli. Choppin' broccoli. Choppin' broccoli. She choppin' broccoli. She choppin' broccoli.
Welcome back to I Love Popcorn. Yeah, and that's been our show of I Love Popcorn.
Okay.
Welcome back to I Love Films. Oh my God!
Careful.
Oh boy.
You're going to corrupt our entire podcast about films.
I wouldn't do that because I love films. Wait, it's time for an episode of I Love Films.
I think it is.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And I love Films.
I love
Those
films.
guys are incredible hosts.
You know what? They know what they're talking about. I've said it so many times. I've said it again and again. I've said
I'm
it
getting
so
tired
much
of you
that
talking
I
about it.
spit on the people in the front row.
Front row center, that's what you get. You get spit on constantly.
I'm very sorry. But yeah,
those guys know it. They know
I
film.
love films. Yes.
They know film. That's what I'm saying. They know film.
They're not talking about the blockbusters. They're talking about film.
They're not talking about the movies that are even shown at Blockbuster.
No. They have
In
never
their movie
once
screening
talked about
series.
Blockbuster Video.
Well, this has been I Love Films.
Yep.
Hey, welcome back to I Love Films. Just about running out of time.
I hope so.
We only have about 15 more minutes in this episode.
Yep. So let's
talk about films. Talk about Sundance, the dance.
Should we maybe talk to somebody in the audience about? I mean, I know that we probably have some film fans here.
Some FFs, film
Don't you
fanatics. Yeah, go out there.
Does
Scott,
anybody
get out
have
there.
just anything they want to say about how much they love films? Please, somebody.
No one do it. No one give him anything.
I have someone here in the front row.
Nope.
What's your name?
Shut it down. Nope.
Thedge.
Oh, this is Thedge. We have Thedge here in the front row.
Thedge? Wait, she's wearing her he's wearing his beanie.
Yes, he's here.
It's Thedge. Oh my gosh.
How much do you love films?
I really, really love films.
Case closed. Scott, I will say it again and again. People love films.
I gotta say, Scott, you are clearing a lot of cases today. We're putting a lot of black up there on the board.
I can put it right back into the file cabinet.
Is this an episode of Great Bits?
I think it might be.
Hey, welcome to Great Bits. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And you just heard it. What a great bit.
That was a great bit.
That's our show. Good night. Welcome back to I Love Films. Boy. So the dance treated you well.
Yeah.
And you literally did see all three Godfather films.
I did, actually.
Why?
They were on Netflix or one of those apps. And
Yeah, everything is on Netflix.
Right.
You don't have to watch all three Godfather films while you're at Sundance.
Well,
the place where all new movies are.
I had a lot of time, like in the hotel room, and just like I would watch 20 minutes here and there, and I ended up clearing all three movies.
Okay, that's interesting because I like to see films in a theater. And you know what? I don't like to stop them 20 minutes in.
I know, I was breaking one of the basic tenets of film loving, but I couldn't help myself because I love films so much.
You love film so much that even if you only have 20 minutes, you got to see some of those frames.
I need that hit of 35 millimeter.
That premium rush of just...
Yeah.
Oh, film.
Or just the movie Premium Rush.
Talking about films.
Yeah.
Boy.
That's a great one.
That's a great... Have
we talked about that movie? I feel like we talked about that once.
I don't know. We couldn't remember the name of it on one app. I remember that.
That's right.
All right. Well, this has been I Love Films.
I think it's time to close.
All right.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about films here.
But not movies.
No.
I'm sorry for even saying it.
Why would you say? Not flicks, certainly.
No, come on. Wait, you know what? Take that popcorn that you're about to eat
and shove it up your butthole.
Shove it up your butt. Shove it up your butt.
Shove it up your butt.
One kernel at a time. Shove it up your butt.
Because we're talking, are we talking about films that can be shown at drive-in theaters?
Oh, come on.
No, this is films that are shown at art house theaters.
A movie theater and not digital projection.
Please
give me
35 millimeter.
Break. Yes. Or 70
millimeter.
70.
Those are the only two choices, 35 or 70.
And even if you have a 70 millimeter film and you're like, tonight we'll just do it 35, whatever.
No.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
70
millimeter. Or nothing, baby.
I'm talking about films.
Films.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Celluloid.
The Godfather, Part 2.
The tiny holes next to the pictures.
Yes. This is controversial, and
yeah,
if you'll indulge me just for a second.
Okay,
and,
sure.
I mean, if you disagree, that's fine.
That's okay.
That's what film criticism and film loving is all about.
If everyone loved the exact same films, then what would be the point of film criticism?
What would be the point of films? That's what I say.
Yeah. So go ahead. This is controversial.
I thought that Godfather 2 came out in 1974. Godfather 1,
1972.
Yeah.
74 also was the same year The Conversation came out. Coppola had just two great films.
That's right. Shut up for a second. Godfather 2, for me,
sure,
better than the first.
No, what?
And listen, just hold on for a second. I know this is crazy, but I think, because by and large, sequels are a waste of time.
Sure.
It's a money grab, okay?
You know what I mean?
The Hollywood machine just churning out.
Transformers 2, Transformers 3, Transformers 4, Rise of the Transformers. Come on.
Rise of the ticket prices, if you ask me.
Yeah, with 3D conversions.
Ah, boy. Come on, don't even start with 3D conversions. But for me, Godfather 2 is a worthy sequel.
A worthy sequel. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never thought of that before.
Yeah, it's a very good film.
Okay. Well, I have a controversial take on films.
Okay, let's hear it.
Woody Allen. We all know Woody Allen. Sure. Ha, 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 ha. We love to laugh at Woody Allen.
Super funny.
Ha, 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 ha. Woody, another Woody. Ha, ha, ha.
Everything you ever wanted to know about sex, but we're afraid to ask. Really funny film.
He has you rolling in the aisles. Bananas? That film is bananas.
Oh, man. That guy's brain, there's no brain in there. It's filled with bananas.
It's filled with bananas in there, like mushed up bananas, too, because he's crazy.
Really funny stuff.
I have to say,
yeah, sure,
that in 1977, he put out a film called Annie Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And for me, maybe it's just me, but for me, that is a film where he started to take the art of film a little more seriously. Before then, he had made movies.
Yeah, sure.
And that, I believe, is a film. And that signified to me the beginning of Woody Allen's sort of serious era where he could be considered an artist.
A real filmmaker.
Like, for me.
Those are two different words. Film maker.
Yeah.
Put them together.
Filmmaker. Because everyone is a maker.
Sure.
And not everyone is a film.
Not everyone.
But put it together. Filmmaker. Yeah.
I have to agree with you, Scott. I know we're going to get a lot of hate mail about this one. But
sorry, everyone.
Yeah, sorry. But listen, it may be controversial, but to us.
And this is merely to us.
It's true.
Yeah.
After Annie Hall, it was a real shift in his career. Interiors,
yeah. Manhattan.
Beautiful film. Black and white. He went back to black
and white, which is what, I don't know if you know this, but that's what films used to be shot on. Black and white color. Before color films. Yeah. They were shot on black and white because...
on black and white film.
Black and white film, exactly. And he went back to that.
It's gorgeous.
To me, the film Manhattan, and this is another controversial take, I feel like the titular Manhattan is almost like a character. in that film.
You know, I love that you're saying this, Scott. I feel the same way. It's as if we've got Woody Allen.
We've got Muriel Hemingway. Diane Keaton.
And those are characters in the film.
That guy.
Exactly.
Yes.
But then there's another character in the
who's
film.
almost like talking and walking around.
Right. It doesn't have exactly a speaking part, but it's there. It's present.
Kind of always over the other character's shoulders, like, hey, I'm right here.
Exactly.
Manhattan is right here.
Like tapping him on the shoulder. And then they turn around and it's like, hi, I'm Manhattan.
What? Oh my God, I didn't see you back there.
Right.
Amazing film.
It's a really astute observation, Scott.
Thank you so much. This has been I Love Films. Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about great films like Back to the Future.
Back to the Future. Listen, Back to the Future is a movie that came out in 1985.
Yep, 30 years ago. And you know who's the star? Huey Lewis.
Huey Lewis plays a really stuffy judge.
I don't think he's a judge.
Yeah, he's a judge in the Battle of the Bands competition.
Okay, but do you think his actual job was a judge?
Well, he's probably a counselor at the school or something. But for the moment, he's judging.
He's adjudicating things.
He is adjudicating who gets into the Battle of the Bands contest.
Okay, certainly. And he was coming off the success of Sports.
Hey, Scott.
Adam is holding up a picture of a dick and balls with a word balloon saying, "Give me a break." That says it all right there. All right, this has been I Love Films.
Bye.
Hey, this is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we love films, and we're talking about great films and great directors.
Well, I was talking about formerly great directors.
Right. We have some guests here on I Love Films. What are your favorite films? We love films like The Godfather, Citizen Kane,
Lawrence of Arabia.
Those are the types of films we like.
Yes.
But what kind of films do you guys like?
Those classics, early Polanski, some of his, what else? Orson Welles, yeah.
Back to the Future, where do you land on that?
I hated it when it came out.
Did you really?
I really hated it, and I've actually come to like it more.
Andrew, what
I see him in the mirror most mornings now with my new peroxide blonde do. After I get up, I look in the morning, I look like, what's his name? The
Professor.
Yeah, I look like
Christopher Lloyd.
Doc Brown.
Doc Brown. I see Doc Brown a lot. I'm not looking forward to seeing him, but I see him in the mirror.
What films do you like? What's your favorite movie of all time, would you say?
Like being a movie star.
You look like a movie star. You're like a young James Dean.
Oh, that's so kind of you.
I mean, he never got to be an old James Dean.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm not sure how to take that now. I tend to, every couple of months, have a new favorite. But I remember one particular movie that kind of, in my house with my kids, changed everything for us. I know there are always these moments that sometimes it can be dinner, sometimes it can be music, and this was one movie. And my kids watched it over and over again and still do, and that's School of Rock.
Oh, yeah.
And just changed everything in my house. We sat down together, we watched it, we knew the songs, it was everything. So I think that is one of the great
That's a terrific
movies
movie.
of all time.
Wow.
It is so great.
It's a great kids movie. My kids love it too.
Yeah.
Well, this has been I Love Films. Have you ever heard that tape of Buddy Rich yelling at his band?
No.
Isn't that where that movie, the whole movie, what's it called? The movie about the drummer.
Oh, Drumtown.
No,
that's one of my favorite films.
Drumline.
Drumline.
No, I'm not talking about Drumline.
It's called the Shut.
the J.K. Simmons, the Just Kidding Simmons movie.
Now this is
Whiplash.
Whiplash. This is an extraordinary actor, and in an extraordinary part. That film's
it's great.
Very,
movie.
very special.
Yeah.
We had started work for Acting Baby and never got around to finishing. So Stay was actually a verse that had been proposed for, I think it was Light My Way, Ultraviolet Light My Way. and we loved it, but we didn't think it fitted for that song. So it just lay there for a while, and then we got a call from Wim Wenders saying, would you write us a song for Faraway So Close, the follow-up to Wings of Desire? And we dug out that verse, and I worked on some piano ideas and then played it to Bono, and we started jamming on this sort of almost Sinatra-type approach to the song. And hey presto, this song came out of it, which was a really great song.
I think it's another...
Yeah, this is another episode of I Love Films.
I Love Films.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films here. Films like, I don't know.
The Godfather. Heard of it? Yes, you have, because it's a classic.
My favorite part of Godfather is Godfather Part 2, where Al Pacino, I forget what his character is called, leans over and kisses that guy. And I'm like, ew. And he's like, Frodo.
Yeah.
Go find the ring.
Yes. And his brother says, oh my God, I love the ring.
I love the ring.
I have to go to the mountain and get it.
Yeah.
And Al Pacino's like, say hello to my little friend. And then they all go to a party.
Those are the little midgets that we call hobbits.
Right. That's right.
My little friend.
Great film.
Great film.
The 1970s is when filmmakers it was the inmates running the asylum, and we were all the better for it. Okay?
It was the period of the auteur, certainly.
Absolutely.
Oh, Easy Riders.
Easy Rider.
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future.
Gremlins.
The Matrix. This is the period when
Captain America Civil War.
Captain America Civil War. All the great
70s films. Not your popcorn flicks.
No, not just explosions and car chases.
Excuse me,
MTV cutting.
I'd like a large popcorn, please, because I enjoy eating it at the movies.
Yeah. How about this? How about you bring some Gorp to the theater?
Yeah.
It's a healthy snack. It's not as noisy as popcorn or candy.
Yeah.
And you can watch a film and actually enjoy it.
Enjoy it for once. And that's not to say we don't like popcorn.
We like popcorn.
When I go to the movies, I order an extra large tub.
I love corn.
Slather on that butter.
I bring corn on the cob to the movies.
Why not? Yep. Why wouldn't you? Corn of any type. I bring candy corn.
Yep.
I do the trifecta of corn.
You put candy corn on your corn on the cob and then stick it into a big tub of popcorn.
You got something. But sure, we love films.
Love it.
Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And today we're talking about film. And Adam, just before we came on air, was talking about it's like when you go and sit down at a really good movie.
At a movie. You go in,
Now, I don't like movies that much.
Oh, listen. Neither do I.
But I love film.
I love films.
I fucking love it.
I love going in, you smell the popcorn.
Cell-U-Loid.
You get the ticket. You go.
Speaking of Lloyd, Dumb and Dumber.
The ticket taker.
Just a movie.
They tear your ticket.
Films
like The Godfather.
Rip. That ticket just ripping in half.
Yeah. You sit down in the chair, you feel it squeak beneath your bosom.
And then, zip, Mrs. Robinson. Oh my gosh, are you trying to seduce me?
Hey, listen, that is a film.
That's a film. Mike, 5 cents?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The best.
Wonderful, wonderful. There's no other way to put it. Filmmaker.
I'm going to be controversial here, and I'm going to say that I'm going to go.
Here it comes.
Just go out. Just listen.
Release the hounds.
Just listen. I really like Carnal Knowledge, maybe even more than The Graduate. Not as many people have seen it, but I love it.
I don't even know what you're talking about when you say those two words together. They feel like 4 syllables, maybe. I know.
It's more of
nonsense.
An underground favorite, but I love it.
Speaking of underground, Kate Beckinsale, call me.
Yeah, very attractive woman.
I may be thinking of Underworld.
No, it's underground.
Underground. Well, that's been an episode of I Love Films.
Goodbye.
Hey, this is I Love Films.
This is Scott.
This is also Scott. And
we're talking about Godfather 3.
We're talking about Godfather 3, certainly.
I think
one of post-credit scenes.
One of the greatest moves ever made by one of our premier American
Can
directors.
I tell you something?
Can I finish my sentence?
Godfather 2, I think it's better than Godfather 1.
Wait a second. Hold on, because I was going to say the same thing, but I was afraid of what people might say.
One of the better sequels out there.
You think Godfather 2 is actually better than The Godfather?
There's something about it that I think the quality is so much better.
It's just epic. Okay, they go back. They show Vito Corleone.
They're in the past. They're in the present. They're in the future.
And the redemption.
Oh, the redemption.
The guilt.
The smooch. Remember the smooch?
Big old smooch. Just big juicy lips.
I knew it was you. Fredo. I knew it was you, Fredo.
What I was going to say is one of my favorite things that any premier American director has done is when Francis Ford Coppola couldn't get Robert Duvall to be in Godfather 3. Big disappointment.
Robert Duvall, he wanted, it's a paltry sum these days. He wanted an extra $5 million.
Yeah, which is nothing.
Which is nothing now.
Nothing.
But at the time...
it was big bucks.
It was big bucks. Dolores.
So he couldn't get him, so who did he replace him with? George Hamilton.
Great
move.
Some called it a lateral move.
Yeah, no. That is a move straight up.
Maybe if you're on your side and you're making a lateral move up, vertically.
Maybe if you have extreme vertigo and you can't tell ups and downs.
Speaking of vertigo.
Yeah.
Is this an episode of U Talkin U2 to me?
I think it might be.
Hey, welcome to U Talkin U2 to me, the from boy to boots, getting them on, that is. This is U Talkin U2 to me, the encyclopedic and comprehensive compendium of all things U2. This is good rock and roll music. We're talking about Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo's a song by U2.
I like it.
Me too.
Good ep.
Yeah, that was a great ep. So
we're back in,
I love films, and I have to say that Godfather 3, again.
So much better than Godfather 2 or 1.
By a mile.
By a full kilometer. That's what I'm talking about.
You know what? 10 kilometers.
A marathon, 26.2 kilometers.
Infinity kilometers. That's how good Godfather 3 is.
That's how good it is.
I love it.
Sophia, I knew you were going to be a great director when I saw you up there on that screen.
I actually do like lots of things about Godfather 3.
Yeah, me too.
I love films.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we love films. We love cinema.
I love film. Not movies. Films.
Movies. Wash your mouth out with soap.
You know what?
Movies.
How about this? How about F movies?
Yeah. What do you mean by F movies?
Can I turn the mic off just
Let's turn the mics totally off, like all the way down.
We are? So they're off now?
They're totally off now.
But for real, right?
We're for real. We're not doing a bit. This is a bit, yeah.
I said F movies.
Yeah. And I'm confused.
Right. F is the first letter in the word fuck. Right?
Oh.
Okay. So I instead
fuck.
Instead of saying the word fuck, I was saying F just for the sake of our listeners.
Fuck movies.
Right. But I didn't want to say that because I do,
because you want
time to time I enjoy just popping some corn.
You acted him. What if the mayor of Hollywood was like,
I know.
Did you hear what Adam said?
Exactly.
Well, let's not put him in any more movies.
I know. That's why I wanted
the F was smart.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a smart choice.
Okay, can we turn the mics?
Let's turn the mics all the way up, by the way, like all the way up. I want them really loud. Oh. So anyway, Adam.
Yeah, Scott.
What are you...
I think this also might be an episode of Great Bits.
I think it might be. Hey, welcome to Great Bits. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just in the middle of some amazing bits right now.
You know what's great about that bit?
deconstruct it for me.
Well, the thing is that first it felt like just a regular bit. We're just kind of going
It felt like
back
one
and
of
forth.
our typical bits.
Repartee.
Yeah, just
Okay.
what people come to this show for, but quite honestly, it's well-trod territory for us.
Yeah. Like we'd been there before.
Been
in a
there,
lot of ways.
done that.
But then it went down to a new level.
A whole new, I don't think we've ever
It's
done
almost
that
like
bit
there was
before.
a trap door in the bit and we fell through and
like the
into
hole
a
in
brand
the
new
floor.
bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like Lidsville. Like suddenly we've dived into this hat and we're transported into another dimension or something.
It was like, no, just stay with me here. It was almost like kind of an Alice in Wonderland.
Okay, I'm
kind
kind of
thing.
with you.
Do you know
yeah,
what I'm
reel me in. Make sure I'm really following you.
Okay, remember the Mad Hatter?
I love him.
Yeah, Johnny Depp played him.
He's so crazy.
He's irrepressible.
I'm a Depp head.
Yeah. He has a whole world. Those crazy eyes you look in, there's a whole world of knowledge.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's almost like that. Like there's a trapdoor into another reality.
So
and we took it with our bit.
We did that in our bit, and that's exactly what you guys heard. So congratulations, everyone. This is amazing. And on episode 2, we're suddenly doing great new bits.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. All right. This has been an episode of Great Bits. Bye. Good app.
Great app.
So, films.
Yeah.
Back to films.
Yeah.
Let's go through some of these great lines in films.
Sure.
All
So
right.
famous
And see
lines.
how familiar you
Sure.
are with them.
Sure.
I'm going to start a line and let's hear you complete it.
Okay.
I'd like a martini, shaken, blank.
Right. James Bond.
James Bond.
Okay. And he says, I would like a dry martini, shaken and purchased.
Close. He
Okay.
does. I think you know what, though? To be honest, I've never seen James Bond pull out money in any of his
Me
films.
neither. That's
So,
why I figured he always purchased his drinks ahead of time before he even
So what do you think
entered
James
the
Bond
casino.
does? He calls up the casinos
Yeah.
and the villains' lairs.
Yes.
And he says, hey, I'm James Bond.
Yeah.
I'm going to be coming by. I'm going to probably drink 4 martinis.
First name James, last name Bond. I'm going to be there tonight.
But I'm going to say James Bond.
Yeah, but when I'm
So
there,
don't
I'm going to
let
say
that
Bond
confuse
first.
you. Yeah, I'm going to say Bond first.
So right now, I'm just letting you know.
I'm just letting
First
you know.
name
My
James.
name's James Bond. On my credit card, it's James K. Bond.
Yep.
And I want to pay for these drinks just so I look cool.
Yep.
I'm going to pay for 4. I may only drink 2 of them.
Right.
But, I'm going to pay for 4. Plus, I'll put on the tip.
And if I don't drink all 4 tonight, I'll be back in a couple weeks with a new bad guy. I'll drink 2 more then.
Yeah, I'll save those drinks for me and make them and store them in the
Yes.
refrigerator
And
for
just, you can shake them, stir them, whatever you want. Just know that I'm going to say I want to shake and not stir. Don't necessarily
me. You don't
give
have
a
to
shit.
actually. I don't care how you make them.
Also, if you could keep at the craps table, if you could keep the volume of the music and all the people around us really low, 'cause
Really low.
across the table, I'm going to need to discuss.
And I'm sort of
double
hard
entendres with the bad
sort of
guy.
hard of hearing, and it would be I hate to shout over these tables.
Yes. Casinos are loud places.
Casinos
but I
are
need it
traditionally incredibly loud. You
Very
have, the person yelling about craps, saying "winner."
Yeah,
if you could just tell him to, if someone wins, have him give a wink to the winner and say like, "You did it."
They also have in casinos, famously, they have the dice that are super loud when you shake them.
Yeah, if it's possible, could you make them just kind of like round Nerf balls?
Yeah, or just take the dice and just
put pillows
lower,
put pillows around them.
Yeah,
tape
so
pillows around each
dice
individual die.
has 2 pillows taped to it.
Yeah, it's easy peasy.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. Thanks so much, James Bond.
Again,
Remember,
this is James Bond, first name James, last name Bond, but tonight, James Bond.
James Bond.
And it's not Bond, middle name James, last name Bond.
No, that would be insane for a person to have that kind of name.
It would be a confusing life. It's Bond, pause, James Bond. I say my last name, then I take a pause.
And then I correct myself because you may not know just someone named Bond, so I say James Bond.
There's
I clarify.
A lot of modesty involved. I'm self-depreciating. You'll find that.
He really is, by the way.
man.
James Bond is like one of the funniest self-deprecating characters in cinema history.
A wonderful person.
Just a great guy.
A terrific guy that you want to have a beer with. He's
I'd
like
love
George
to sit
Bush.
down and I mean, James Bond, you can have a shaken, stirred, whatever. I don't even care. I just want to have a beer with you, bro.
Oh, man, I want to crack one open and watch the game.
Let me try one more.
Sure thing.
One more famous classic line in cinema. You remember the famous shark movie, Chaws?
Chaws, yep.
Chaws. We're gonna need a bigger blank.
Is this when they're out on the ocean and they're looking out and they see the shark?
Getting very close. They do see the shark, yes.
They see the shark, and so the shark's bigger than they expected? Is that what
the shark is definitely bigger than they expected. They thought it was, I mean, sharks traditionally are, I mean, they're certainly killers and man-eaters, but they're traditionally not as big as, you know what they called the nickname for the shark in Chaws.
The big guy?
The big guy, yeah.
Yeah.
So when they see the big guy.
Right. They're surprised.
They're very surprised at the sheer enormity and size and width and girth.
So they had to come up with
shark
with a new nickname after they actually see how big he is.
Is your answer then? We're going to need a bigger blank.
Nickname.
Yeah,
because they know that the big guy.
It's not going to cut it.
No, it needs to be a longer, bigger nickname, and that's when they come up with. The super big guy.
The super big guy.
For the rest of the movie.
For the rest of the movie, yeah. I'm surprised, honestly, that they didn't call the movie The Super Big Guy
I know.
rather than Chaws.
I know. A.K.A. Jaws. Chaws, a.k.a. The Super Big Guy.
The Super Big Guy. And this has been an episode of I Love Films. Really?
Yeah.
We'll see you next
sure
time.
has.
Thanks, bye. Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about running times.
Of movies.
Now, what qualifies...
Or, wait a second. Are we talking about the running times of films?
Oh, what did you say originally? Movies?
Movies.
Blech.
I mean, barf-a-rama, right?
Barf out my dick, these movies. Ugh.
Shooting barf out of my dick.
What is the bare... minimum of amounts of minutes that a film can be?
Are you talking like a real film?
I'm talking a real cinema experience.
Sure. Well, when I think of a cinematic experience, I think of like Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes, the Godfather.
The Godfather.
The aforementioned Chaws.
These
or
movies.
the super big guy.
What was Super Big Guy, Super Big Guy, which is, I think that movie, Super Big Guy, a.k.a. Chaws, that movie is like 3 hours and 45 minutes.
That's one of the longer movies that you'll ever see because they really know how to milk the tension.
That's what makes it good.
That film, I have to say, a lot of the scares in that film,
Big Guy?
the Super Big Guy, are about what you didn't see.
Oh, listen, you know why? Because when they were making that movie, the shark didn't work.
It didn't work, and then they were like, okay, well, how do we, polish this turd?
Right. Stefan Spielberg, he had to figure out how to shoot around this shark.
I'm not talking
just wasn't working.
Shooting barf out of your dick. We're talking about shooting film.
Right.
Celluloid.
Oh, yeah. Real film. Panavision.
Real film. Okay. 70 millimeter. Cinerama. Yes. Film cameras.
Canisters.
Canisters. How many reels? How many reels is a perfect film to you? How many reels?
Is perfect for me?
Perfect for you.
19.
19 reels. Minimum.
Reels.
Minimum. That's the perfect length to me. For a comedy.
Little joke I like to say sometimes. If it ain't 19 reels, it ain't real.
This has been I Love Films. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
This is Scott.
Okay, thanks for listening. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about films. Great films, though.
I love a good film.
Here's a challenge for you, Scott. Can you name any year any film came out?
Post 1980, yes.
Okay, let's try you.
Sure.
Downsizing.
1981.
exactly right.
Thank you. Have you seen Downsizing yet?
I have.
How was it?
It's great.
Good. I haven't seen it.
This is I Love Films. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Hey, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films we love, and specifically the masters.
Yeah, Scorsese.
Coppola.
Coppola.
How do you say, like, break it down. How do you say it?
Ka. Just say ka.
Ka.
Okay.
There, I said it.
And then now say p. Oh.
Oh.
And then as if you're singing la-di-da.
Okay. Let me try it all together. Ka. Oh. La-di-da.
That's
there.
it.
I've done
That was
it.
easy, right?
I've done it. Apocalypse Now.
Yes. Yeah. Oh.
This is the end.
I get a cold sweat on the back of my neck. You just doing that.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. I think I might throw up. The Godfather.
The Godfathers. Part
3.
Top 5 Scorsese's.
Top 5 Scorsese's. Well, you got to put Goodfellas in there somewhere, right?
It's got to be in there somewhere.
Great film.
On the list of films
That's
that
a
he's directed.
film.
That to me is like, look, let's be honest. He made a lot of movies.
Sure, he's made movies. We've all made movies.
We've all been in movies.
Yeah.
And several of them.
Yes.
But have we made films?
Exactly.
When does it transcend into film? Is it just shooting on film?
That's the mystery, Scott. No one knows.
It's so interesting. Have you ever seen a movie? Scorsese, to me, that last one that he did with the train, Hugo,
yeah.
Yeah, it's about a little boy and it's about a train station, but it's almost about the power of film.
Yeah. No, I think you picked up on a subtlety in the film.
It's very subtle.
He was talking about the language of film and how it affects people and how it translates to childhood.
It's like a love story to film.
Yeah, in a way it is.
In a way, did you say and see Shape of Water?
I have not seen
That's
that.
a love story to film as well.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, the movies.
I can't wait. I love film.
The experience.
Film.
The darkened theater. A bunch of strangers. Although, when I go see a film, I prefer to rent out the theater.
And fill it with friends.
Yeah. That's just...
Every time you go see a film,
every
it's
single
expensive.
Time. It's what I like to do. I love film.
So I would say Goodfellas.
Goodfellas.
I would say, of course... Taxi Driver.
Beep, beep, honk, honk. Hey, get out of my way. I'm walking here.
Yep.
So good.
The Rage of the Bull?
The Rage Cage of the Bull.
Rage Cage. Love that movie. King of Comedy. Love it.
So good.
Is that 5 movies?
That's 5.
Okay. There we go.
Minus
what
1.
about you, bro?
The Aviator.
Yeah. Is that because I'm sitting here with you?
That's because my buddy right here was
Loving
in it.
I would have put that on there too, on my list, but it would have been a little
self-centered. But when you work with a director like,
hey, you got to put him on the list.
Marty. Did you ever get to call him Marty?
First day.
First day. Did you walk up to him and go, "Hey, Marty," and then you kick his ass just to prove dominance?
I called him the Marts. He loved it.
They tell you that when you go work on a film, find the biggest guy in there, put him down. And that way everyone respects you.
Everyone respects you and they do what you say.
So you just kicked Martin Scorsese's ass, and then everyone had to take your orders.
I just called him the Marts, and I asked him to get me a cup of Joe, and then everyone respected me. I started ordering people around, and everyone loved it.
That's great. Everyone loved it. Everyone loves it when an actor arrives on set and orders people around.
Yeah, and starts complaining. They love it.
They love it. Had several experiences.
And I can say, as a producer, I love it.
Because you've segued into producing.
I produce
Isn't that right?
now. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's so interesting because as an actor...
It's funny you brought that up.
You're not in control of your material a lot of times. So it's very smart of you to get into producing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what have you...
love
And you've produced what? Ghosted?
I produced that. I produced some films.
Some films, like the one where you show your actual penis... The Overnight.
Yeah, it's a prosthetic, but yeah.
No, it's not what you told me.
Scott.
It's not what you told me.
Look at me.
I'm looking right at you.
At me.
Oh, like look at you.
Yes. It's a prosthetic.
You're shaking your head
hey,
no while you say this.
No.
You're winking while you say this. Look, I get it. You don't want people to know it's your real penis.
So the Aviator is the only one on your list.
That's all 5. Aviator, 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 Aviator.
All the different cuts.
Yep. The work print.
It's crazy that you saw all those.
Marty, I was working on Shark Tale at the time with him, and he just invited me in.
That's great. That's right. He was a voice in Shark Tale.
That's right. He and Bobby D. We got him to record at the same time, which was not something DreamWorks ever did. Yes,
they recorded together.
Everyone recorded separately on every DreamWorks film, and they were like, no, we don't do people together. And we were like, come on, it's these two. Let's get them together. So every scene you see of them together, they're like overlapping dialogue and talking. Because
that's so cool.
We did it together.
That's cool.
And this has been I Love Films. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about, look, let's be frank. We're not talking about movies. We were just talking about movies earlier.
You can be frank. I'm going to be Gary.
But we're talking about films here.
Films, not movies.
Classic films. What's the last film that you saw,
Like
Adam?
a real
Like a real film. I'm not talking about popcorn flicks.
Sure.
Where it's like, hey, pop up the Jiffy Pop here and let's Netflix and chill.
You know what? You can keep it. I'm going to go to the movie
Netflix
theater.
and go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go to the theater. I'm going to lay down a few bucks.
I'm going to buy out the entire theater.
And I'm going to go there by myself. And I'm going to watch a film.
A film.
That's right.
And if that's not available, I'll tell you one thing. If I ever am traveling around and I can't find a theater that's showing a film,
forget it.
You know what I'll do? What I do instead of just going to watch a movie or reading a book, I'll open up a Wikipedia page of a great film.
Oh yeah, and just read.
And just read the random trivia about it.
I would rather do that than go see the Avengers 75 or however many there are by now.
I'll sometimes just go around and try to find my local Kodak.
Yeah.
And I'll just ask to smell the celluloid.
Oh, I love the smell of film.
Oh, film. Good film that's been emulsified.
Fresh film. Right after it comes out of the factory in China.
Right out of it. And I don't even put it in a dark room either. No. I just unspool it and I ruin it.
Smell it.
Just smell it and expose it. And I ruin great directors' films.
Yeah, right after they shoot like a really complicated, expensive shot, just expose
it to the light and say, I love films.
I wish if I had a time machine, I'd go back in time. The Godfather.
And fuck King Kong.
And the set of Jaws. And
maybe
also
that's
I
just
would
me.
fuck King Kong.
Oh, that's you too. Okay.
No, I would go to the sets of those movies and expose all their films.
Expose all of their films. Yeah. And that way we're all at a level playing field. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they're too good.
Those films are way too good.
All right, we'll see you next time on I Love Film. Bye. Hey everyone, this is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And welcome to I Love Films. We're talking about films here.
Talking about Martin Scorsese.
Yes. Now,
great film, and this is a real filmmaker.
This is a real, maybe you've heard of The Aviator?
Yeah. I've heard of it, Scott.
Really?
Yeah.
Meaning you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it. You can say I saw it. How about we just say I saw it? Okay?
Well, yeah, I saw it too. So I don't get what you're getting.
But I saw it. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I was saying the flesh, but I saw it in the flesh. Okay?
Yeah, the human beings star in it. They all have flesh.
I was there. Okay.
I was there too. I saw it opening night.
But
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it is okay.
Okay.
It was.
I was okay.
It was all right.
I'm okay.
I agree.
I'm okay.
You're all right.
Okay.
Is everything okay with you?
Okay. Okay.
I love films. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And it barely has to be said, but we love films.
Listen, Sam Raimi.
Sam
Film
Raimi. Filmmaker, The Evil Dead, The Evil Dead 2, The Evil Dead 3.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3.
Drag Me to Hell, Drag Me to Hell 2, Drag Me to Hell 3.
Drag me back to hell.
Drag me, like, dangle me above hell.
Tease hell.
Just tease hell. Just cock tease hell a little bit, and then pull me back up into heaven.
5.
Sam Raimi.
Sam, just say it.
Sam Raimi. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it even makes sense when you say it like that.
But when you think about it visually, like close your eyes and think about it.
Close your eyes and, try to do it at, at a 16:9 ratio, please.
Yeah.
Aspect ratio. Okay, please.
Letterbox it.
Letterbox that motherfucker. I gotta tell.
Surround sound.
Oh my God. I want sound in front of me. I want sound to the side of me. I want sound in back of me. I want sound every single place above me. It makes sounds below me. I wish Sam Raimi would come to the theater and just be like, just be like blowing me during a film. Sam Raimi, if you're listening, and I know you are, please blow us
while we watch a movie.
Please, while we watch a movie, not a film, because I would never dare get a blowjob during a film.
Never.
But a movie?
That's what movies are for.
That's what movies are for, to get blowjobs during. All right, this has been I Love Film. See you next time.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we love films.
I was just talking about a film before we started recording the show.
Which film? Can I just talk about films just in general for a second?
Sure.
I have 4 words for you.
Yep.
Ka, sa, blanc,
Great film.
Great film.
If you don't mind me saying, one of the classics.
Look, if you're talking films before 2016,
sure,
it's in there.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Like from the year, let's say 0.
Say, you know what? Say 33.
Yeah. Okay.
When
33
when good old
AD.
JC came back and climbed up on that rock and was like, "Hey, guess what?
Hello, world.
Hello, Jesus is back."
From then until 2016,
16, 15, somewhere around there. When you're talking about films, it's one of them.
It sure is,
hey,
Scott.
You know what other film?
Huh?
1 easy piece? No. 2 easy pieces?
No,
I don't think so. 3 easy pieces?
Nope.
Doubt it. 4 easy pieces?
Nope. 6.
Too many.
Yeah.
But 5 easy pieces?
Love it.
What a film.
Jack Nicholson.
Oh,
classic.
Jack.
That's a classic performance.
Hey, get me 5 of those easy pieces.
Great. Classic
film. Classic impression. Classic film. Now, what film were you talking about?
Oh, I was talking about a film also in that category from year 33 till 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. A movie called Inception.
Inception. Yes. I think I'm in a dream right now.
God, if Jack Nicholson was in Inception, what kind of stuff would he say?
It's too bad that our favorite film actors have to age and, they have to die, because I would love to see, every time I go see a film, I would love to see the likes of a Kirk Douglas.
Sure.
A Jack Lemmon.
Yeah.
And Orson Welles.
Oh my God, what a great! You know what was great about Orson Welles? He was an auteur. He wrote,
maybe the first auteur.
He was an actor.
What?
Yeah, he acted in his films as well.
Which one?
Well, Citizen Kane.
What film was that?
Have you not? Citizen Kane.
I haven't seen that.
It's like the most famous film of all time.
The most famous film?
Yeah.
Maybe a movie. Maybe the most famous movie.
No, Citizen Kane is a film, Scott.
Okay, I'll take your word. What am I saying? Of course I know Citizen Kane.
I know. I love Citizen Kane.
I love it.
It's a real film.
This
is a long episode.
It's too long almost.
Yep.
Or it's kind of like a bonus episode in a way.
Of I Love Films.
We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films today. We're talking about the greats. We're talking about subgenres as well.
A subgenre, which is a genre. Take a genre and then, kind of create another category within that genre.
So name a great film.
Let's say.
It shouldn't be this hard for the co-host of I Love Films to name a great film. What are you doing?
Here's what's going on. There are so many films that I love that it's hard for me just to throw a grab bag.
Let me name a year.
Let
me name a year.
Okay.
1941.
Yeah, great film.
Great film.
Love
exactly.
It.
Yeah, Spielberg's
terrific.
best.
Okay, so that's a comedy. What would be a subgenre of that particular comedy, Scott?
So a subgenre of film that's comedy?
Yeah.
You have The Little Tramp.
I like where you're headed.
You have Lady and the Tramp.
Lady and the Tramp, yeah, sure.
It's kind of funny. I wouldn't call it a comedy. I'd call it more of a charming animated classic. Eyes Wide Shut.
Great.
Look at their tiny penises.
Great.
It's funny.
Yep.
All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Film. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about film. We're talking about one film in particular. The easiest of writers.
You said it. Easy Rider, directed by Dennis Hopper.
Dennis Hopper, 1969.
Incredible, dare I say, revolutionary film, Scott.
They made it on a shoestring budget, and it was the number 3
it's the
film of
first
that year.
independent film, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as I'm concerned, it's the last. Because everything after that was just...
Yeah, everything after Easy Rider and everything before Easy Rider was bullshit.
Yeah, everything. It's like it's like an Easy Rider sandwich, you know, with loaves of bullshit around it.
Yeah, just 2 big pieces of bullshit with a delicious, wonderful film in between.
Just like, can you imagine just like, okay, bottom layer, just bulls come over and just
big piles of shit.
Then you lay a Blu-ray of Easy Rider just on top of it.
Just a thick piece of truth.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, bulls come over and just...
Their balls rub in the
and they don't care about the cleanliness of their balls. It's disgusting. That's the history of the world.
That is everything before and after the beautiful film known to us, to you and I, as Easy Rider.
And we're talking about the transition cuts, the edits, where sometimes it'll go, you'll see the next scene, and then it'll flash back to the previous scene, then like toggle back and forth very quickly, and then go to the next scene.
I may have said revolutionary earlier. That's what I'm talking about.
A lot like one of my favorite wars.
Yes. The Revolution.
The Revolutionary War, of course. All right, well, I think we've covered everything in film history.
Any other films
no, everything else
that are relevant?
Sucks.
I didn't think so. Goodbye.
Yep, goodbye. Hey, everyone. This is I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just a couple of guys. Look, not to brag, but we love films.
Now, listen, I'm not one to brag. I'm not one to boast, but I'm intercontinental when I drink French toast.
You certainly are, Adam. And that's
drink French toast. You can't drink French toast.
I don't know. I think you could whip it up in a blender and chug it down. That would be interesting.
But what I'm trying to say is I love films.
I love films. And you know what? The more classic the film, the better.
Oh, God, you said it. Listen, and I don't know about you. I can only speak for myself, but I think
Go ahead, speak for me. No, I give you permission.
I'm speaking for both of us. We're not talking about movies or flicks.
We're not talking about something you go down to the drive-in.
Can I have my popcorn, please?
Yeah, please, ma'am. May I have my popcorn?
Oh, please,
popcorn mistress. Please give me my popcorn. I want my popcorn.
No, enough of that. We bring trail mix to these films.
Yes, we bring gross broccoli.
We bring raw broccoli, and we fart.
We love films. See you next time. Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about Star Wars memories, and Star Wars certainly counts as films.
Oh, yeah, but the cool thing about Star Wars, if I may, they're films, but they're also movies.
They're also just good popcorn movies, and that's what we like to talk about.
Get a tub of corn, sit down on a beanbag,
just drill a hole in the bottom of the bucket, and stick your dinger right through there.
Stick your lightsaber in there.
Boom, lightsaber on. All right, good app. We gotta go. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about places to watch The Godfather.
First of all, The Godfather, this might be a little controversial. The Godfather Part 2.
Okay? That's not controversial. That's a great film.
Yeah, but this is the controversial thing. So just let me fucking finish.
Sorry, wait. Sorry. You don't need to fucking bite my head off.
Is this an episode of You Don't Need to Fucking Bite My Head Off?
I guess so.
Another one bites the dust.
Hey everyone, welcome to You Don't Need to Fucking Bite My Head Off. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And you don't need to fucking bite my head off, dude!
Hey, Scott.
What?
You don't need to fucking bite my head off.
I'm sorry.
Ah! Bah!
You don't need to bite my head off.
You need to bite my fucking head off.
All right, see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Another one bites the dust.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Wait, you should be apologizing to me. Because I said you don't need to fucking bite my head off.
Yeah, but then we came back from listening to that other show and you said, I'm sorry. So I said, no problem.
I'm not the one who should be sorry, though. You're the one who should be sorry to me.
Who? According to who?
Well, I mean, look, who cares about who started it? We both have a fucking problem with each other. So I said sorry, so now you say sorry.
We had a little bit of beef there.
a little bit.
Where's the beef?
A little bit of beef, the Adam Scott's penis story.
Okay.
Anyway, what about Godfather?
Great movie. Godfather Part 2.
I agree. That's not controversial.
The sequel. And I think it might be even better than the original. And I know. But watch it again with that in mind. Watch it again.
By that logic, Godfather Part 3 is better than Godfather Part 2.
Well, yeah, it is.
It's really good.
It's great.
We love films. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films that make you hungry.
Okay, I don't know if you've seen this film. Came out a while ago. It's so good, and every time I see it, I get so hungry.
Oh my God. I'm getting hungry. You just talking about it. What is it?
It's called, it's Stanley Tucci. The name is escaping me. Stanley Tucci, and Allison Janney is in it, and
you're making my mouth water, bro. The Tooch.
Big Night.
Big Night.
They make so much food in this movie.
Oh my God! I bet. Do they give leftovers away at the end of it?
When you left the theater, they would give you
a Tupperware container.
No, just a large plastic sack with meatloaf in it.
Just a garbage bag full of meatloaf.
And a Tupperware container.
Serious question. If someone were to come, like say you had a party, a holiday party, not that you ever have because I've never been invited to one of them, and someone were to come with literally like a clear plastic garbage bag filled with meatloaf.
That's right.
What do you do with it?
What if it's even meatloaf that's been pureed?
Pureed meatloaf, and this is a good friend who's like
good friend
who's like, seriously, this stuff is really good.
Not a joke.
Just like I was at a restaurant, they were giving this stuff away, and I got a big garbage bag full of it.
I just saw Big Night.
It made me really hungry. I went to a restaurant, they were giving meatloaf away,
and then I asked them to liquefy it, and they
puree, and they did for me, and it's so good. You got to try this stuff.
And they poured it into this leaky bag. Here,
do you want to pass this out during the party? Like what? Like realistically. This is, by the way, this is a good friend that you don't want to insult. What do you do with it?
There's no way I don't think they're joking. There's no way. But I'm throwing a party, so I'm
You're distracted. You're preoccupied. Yeah.
So I would acknowledge the funny joke, be a little annoyed that it's a pain in the ass.
But the person's like, oh no, this is totally serious. This is. Like,
I would go.
This is really good.
Yeah, I would go. Oh, okay, yeah, totally. And
like
I would
put it
take
in your
the
fridge
bag,
or freezer or something.
Yeah, I would take the bag and put it in the sink in the kitchen and throw it out later.
But what do you do when they contact you later and say, hey, how was that meatloaf?
I would still never ever think they're not joking. It would be impossible.
You know what makes me hungry? What film?
What?
Iron Man.
Oh yeah, but you love eating.
Well, meat has iron in it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get it.
See you next time.
Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about real shoot-em-ups.
Oh, good old-fashioned shoot-em-ups.
Pow, pow!
Like, the aforementioned Scarface.
Mm-hmm. But which, may I ask, young sir?
Yeah.
Which version of Scarface?
Oh my God, I knew you were going to ask that. That's why I had an answer prepared.
An actor prepares.
And my answer is, I'm not sure.
I know. It's so hard to tell the difference between them.
They're exactly the same.
They're the same movie. I mean, you got one, which is like from the 30s, the original, where it's like, hey, say hello to my little friend, see?
Yeah. And then the 80s, he's like, hey, say hello to my little friend, see?
You can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
It is.
Anyway, we love films.
So much.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, welcome to I Love Film. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about film right now.
You know what we're talking about? We're talking about a movie night, but I think we should rephrase it. Film night.
Film night. And we're just talking about two bros.
Chilling.
Just chilling and grabbing some corn. And yeah, these aren't going to be popcorn movies, but I like to eat popcorn.
I love a little popped corn with my films.
Popped corn while you're watching a film never hurt anybody.
No,
just crunch away.
Opposite of hurt. It makes it a better experience.
It makes it a better experience. It makes you feel like it's a special occasion, doesn't it? And look, when I'm eating popcorn, I don't want to watch anything that's going to just distract me from the popcorn all that much. You know what I mean? I want to watch something with a complicated story.
Yes.
Or with a lot of silence.
You know what? I want to use my brain.
Yeah.
Is that asking too much?
Well, when I'm eating popcorn, I don't want to have to use my brain all that much.
Exactly. That's
point.
what I meant.
I want to just turn it off.
Yep.
Let half my brain just devoted to the chewing sounds that I'm making on that popcorn, and then just turn the other half off.
Just put the other half on ice. Lord knows we've got enough to deal with in this world these days.
In this climate, since you know who has been elected, it just feels like every day is such a
this tweet storm, this new person getting fired, indictments. Listen, I just want to watch a movie.
I just want to turn my brain off and watch the Transformers fight each other. Can I just do that? Bumblebee. Can I not watch Bumblebee in fucking peace?
You know what? Holiday times. A lot of time at home with the fam, getting the fire going in the hearth.
Chestnuts roasting.
Hearth,
sure. The hearth.
The hearth.
Hearth donut.
It's great to throw an old film on the idiot box up there.
Turn on the idiot box and I'm like, let's throw a film onto the idiot box. I know this is incongruous and maybe, doesn't quite fit, but let's throw a film on there.
Anyone hear of the Criterion Collection? Because that's what I'm talking about.
The Criterion Collection. And you know what? Maybe during the holidays, things are pretty busy. Maybe I don't have the attention span to, really focus on it. So maybe instead I'll throw I don't know, a computer animated or a superhero thing on just for the background. You know what I mean?
What's your favorite holiday movie, Scott?
I would say Batman Returns.
Yep. Yeah.
Classic Christmas film.
Oh, the best. The best. And it came out in the summertime, which made it even better.
Yeah. So cold in those theaters too.
Freezing.
I remember they had to turn down the heat that summer, and they had to just blast air conditioning because they're like, if the movie on the screen is cold and people are hot, that's not going to make sense. We got to make it as cold as possible.
Because they had to get the AC cranked up so hard that it would snow in the movie theaters to
exactly.
match what's happening on screen.
And they also this was 1993 when two, right? Yes. So they had to turn on the AC because everyone was like, in a couple of years, everyone's going to be talking about AC Crowley, driving O.J. Simpson around in that Ford Bronco. So we got to remind. Crank it while we can. The Adam Scott story.
Is this an episode of Crank It While We Can?
I think it is.
The way she cranks it up, the way she cranks it up.
Hey everyone, welcome to Crank It While We Can. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're just talking about cranking it while the good Lord is letting us.
Listen, while we can.
While we have it. Look, and I don't want to take Viagra just to crank it.
No. But while we can, why don't we all just get together on this? Can we put our heads together and crank it?
Let's get together and crank it. And this ties back to our previous thing. Let's end this episode. All right, thanks everyone. Bye.
The way she cranks it up, the way she cranks it up.
Anyway, when I put on this Bumblebee movie, I just want to whip my dick out and crank it while I can.
While you can. While you can.
And people don't seem to want to let me do that in the theater.
No, it's the kind of thing that's better to do at home.
And that is why I'm a big proponent, and I've talked about this on I Love Film Forever.
Many times.
Of just like, why are we even showing things in the theater? Let's just stream them to our phones.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Let's just stream movies to our phones.
What we're talking about watching a movie at home is everyone gathering around a phone.
Exactly. Playing their own separate movies on their phones.
Yes.
Pants down.
Yep.
Just cranking it.
AirPods. If you had to make a choice.
Yep.
It's a Wonderful Life, A Christmas Story, Elf.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 3 great films.
Or what's another great holiday movie?
Why do you need another one? You've named 3 great ones.
This is a game. Godfather, Die Hard.
Die Hard, yes.
Oh, and Die
Hard 2 as well.
And Die Hard 2 and Die Hard 3.
And by the way, Paul F. Tompkins pointed out Phantom Thread. Also,
is that a Christmas movie?
Yeah, well, they have Christmas decorations in one scene.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I'd count it.
Yeah.
If I had to pick for what?
What's your favorite?
What am I doing with it? Oh, in terms of quality?
I guess.
You've already bailed on wanting to know the answer?
I want to know.
You really want a real answer?
Sure.
Well, It's a Wonderful Life is classic. Makes me cry every time when he says Zuzu's pedals. Because he's got the pedals, and he's like, I'm alive, and Zuzu's real, and Zuzu, he was in an alternate universe where Zuzu didn't exist, and she's a precious little girl, and he wanted to make his way back to the universe where he had, ejaculated into Mary's womb, creating Zuzu. And then he got A Christmas Story where they sing that funny song in the restaurant in the last scene with all the Chinese waiters, and it's so funny.
Offensive.
And then what was the other one? Oh, Elf, which has, a lot of, they make fun of Peter Dinklage's height in it, so that's really funny. And then Die Hard, gotta go Die Hard.
Okay.
How about you?
Who cares?
Yeah. All right, see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about great franchises.
And we're talking...
We're not talking about Dairy Queen.
No.
We're not talking about
Burger
Mickey
King.
D's.
By the way,
have it your way.
Have you ever thought about this? Dairy Queen and Burger King are like the royalty of fast food.
The royalty of fast food. And then Donut Prince.
That's really funny.
And then Princess Salad.
And then the
Duke of...
The jester of rolls and breads.
Yeah, the Duke of green beans.
So
great franchises though.
And we're talking about movies, popcorn movies.
Sure, we like them. Sure, we like films. We know we like films.
Sure.
It's in the title.
Everyone
Although
knows.
I think this is I Love Film, not films. But look, it's in the title.
And is this an episode of I Actually Really Like Movies?
I think it is.
And just like the movies, we play out our last scene.
Hey everyone, welcome to I actually really like movies.
Yeah.
This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
I forget the title sometimes, but you know what? I I actually really like movies.
Me too.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
And just like the movies, we play out our last scene.
Anyway, franchises,
and Mission Imposs.
M:(I)
is so good.
It's one of the best franchises in cinema history. Consistent.
And as far as I'm concerned, there's been like 5, 6 of them.
I don't even know.
Okay, let's count.
That's how consistent it is.
Let's count them.
Okay, you got number 1,
Mission Impossible.
number 2, number 3, number 4.
Wait, 3 is okay. 3. Then 4.
You got number 4. Then you got number 5. Then you got number 6.
Okay, so number 6. There's 6.
I think there's 6.
6.
Yeah.
Let's count those down again.
Okay, you got number 1, number 2, number 4. Oh, yeah, 3. I'm sorry, I skipped 3.
3.
Number 4.
No, 3.
3. Yes.
Wait, let's start over.
Okay, number 1,
3, 2. Wait, no.
I love 3 so much.
3 is great. The J.J. Abrams one. It's really fun.
Is that what it is?
Do you want to skip over the John Woo one? Is that what? That's kind of what I'm getting.
Did he make one with John Woo?
He made the second one, John Woo.
Number 2?
Uh-huh. That's John Woo.
John Woo?
Brian De Palma.
John who?
John Woo.
Woo's on first. That's
You
classic.
really got me there.
That's from a classic film called Abbott and Costello Do Whatever It Is They Did.
Yeah, Abbott and Costello Do Whatever It Is They Did is another classic.
A classic
And I would
film.
call that a film.
That's a film. That to me, that's, you know what? It may have started out as a movie, like entertaining the masses. Ha ha ha.
Selling some tickets.
Look
and
at
some
this guy yell at this
popcorn,
fat
blah, blah,
guy.
blah.
But it turned into a film. And that's what time plus movie equals film.
Film. Time plus movie
equals film. Anyway, Mission Impossible is great. All right, see you. Bye.
So good. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And look, we love films. I don't know how else to say this.
I got to tell you,
we
Scott,
love films.
I love films. I mean, it's simple.
It's a simple equation. I plus love equals films.
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 And, I'm not talking about blockbusters.
Sure.
Okay.
We're not talking about the Star Wars movies.
No, I'm not. Except in this case, we're talking
we
about
were
Star
talking
Wars.
about the Star Wars movie.
But pretty much we're only talking about like Reds. Reds is a film.
Warren Beatty.
Yeah, can you say it? Can you pronounce it? Because that's who it is.
Yeah. Truffaut.
Of course, Truffaut. All the
Truffaut.
great
filmmakers.
Truffaut. Truffaut is a terrific filmmaker. Trolls are wonderful filmmakers.
I mean, the movie Trolls.
And it's a great film. I love films.
I love films so much. I gotta be honest. If I could fuck a film,
take it easy.
I would fuck a film.
Scott.
I know the canisters that films come in have like holes in the middle, but
it's not good for you. It's not good for the films. And it's just not good for the world.
But I would do it. That's what I'm saying. I can't. I would fuck a film if I could. I love them. I love films so much.
Okay.
What film would? I mean, look. There's got to be a film out there that you would fuck.
I mean, look. I don't approve of this conversation. I don't condone this conversation. But if I had to,
mm-hmm.
It would probably be. Revenge of the Nerds 3.
That's a good looking film.
It's just as a film. I don't know if you've seen it in its canisters lying around. It's a cinema.
Right, yeah. Of course I have.
It's gorgeous.
Anytime I go see a film at a repertory theater like Revenge of the Nerds Part 3,
yes.
I'll go several hours before showtime.
Yeah.
And I'll say, projectionist,
yeah,
allow me into your booth.
Projectionor.
And then I just look at those cans.
You gotta take a look. And you know what else you have to do? You have to take a whiff.
That's a film.
Film.
Cell-U-Loid. Well, look, I think the moral of this story is we love films.
Yeah, I hope that's what the moral is.
I think that's the takeaway. That's the takeaway, is that we love films.
Love films.
All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks.
Bye.
everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we are talking, of course, for another episode. We never deviate from the topic. We are talking about films.
Films.
Cell-U-Loid.
Hold up. Not movies.
No.
Not flicks.
Oh, don't even say the word flicks to me unless you're talking about Netflix, in which case they did release The Irishman, but I don't know.
You know what?
What's that?
I saw it.
Where'd you see it? On Netflix?
No, sir.
No fucking way. NFW.
I saw it in a movie theater.
That's
on a Cell-U-Loid.
Film
Thank you very much.
Isn't it ironic that you see a film in a movie theater?
I know. And you know what? It bugs me.
They should change the names to film theaters.
A film theater.
That's
or a
right.
film auditorium.
Auditorium or a building film.
A build film.
Build film.
A B film.
If you have to shorten it, or because we have such busy lives.
A BM if you want.
Sure, call it a BM.
Call it taking a shit.
I have 3 words for you, Adam.
Take a shit.
3 other words.
Okay.
Se, ne, ma.
Put those together. What do you have?
I don't know. I've never tried.
All right. Well, we'll do that after the show.
It's too tough. We'll do it after the show. But let me tell you, Martin, thanks for your words about Marvel movies. Very important. We got his take on these.
Will you summarize for me and tell me what it was in the follow-up editorial that was... Because Martin Scorsese
Scorsese
is one of the great filmmakers.
One of the greats. Let's list him.
I'm going out on a limb here.
Let's list him. Scorsese?
Yep.
Coppola?
Mm-hmm.
Tarantino?
Yeah. Did you mention Coppola?
Coppola. I got Coppola. Who else? I'm trying to think of anyone else who's ever directed a film.
There's some newer additions that are certainly building up a tasty resume. Christ Nowlin?
Christopher Nowlin.
Is that how, I believe that's the correct pronunciation.
I gotta say, all wonderful white men.
Yes. Oh, great. Older white gentlemen.
Older white men making wonderful films.
We need more and more of those.
You know what? Back when I was growing up, you had the wonderful films of Scorsese. Raging Bull, Taxi Driver. Oh, you know who else is out there? The Joker himself. What a film.
Yeah.
What a film. Todd Phillips.
Oh, Todd Phillips.
Todd Phillips finally made a film. Yeah, he'd made movies before.
This is a film.
This is a film.
That camera was shaking around. I haven't seen it, but I can tell. I can tell.
It was shaky. Taxi Driver.
Lee, I would add to that. He's not an older white gentleman.
Then I wouldn't put him on the list.
Okay.
Taxi Driver meets King of Comedy meets A Smile. What do you got? Wow. The Joker himself.
Did you see The Joker?
Oh, yeah. Masterpiece.
Okay.
Masterpiece. That main character was so tortured.
You know what? I might be coining a phrase here, making some news. I'm going to call him an anti-hero. And I think that's an intriguing...
Meaning the antithesis of a hero?
Yes, and put him at the center of a movie.
I've never even thought of that.
See what happens.
I've never thought of that. That is an incredible idea for a film. I always wondered when I was growing up, you have these movies, Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, wonderful Scorsese movies. And then I would look at Iron Man, and I would say... I wonder what Scorsese thinks of Iron Man.
Yeah.
Will I ever find out? It took decades.
Now you know.
Now I know what he thinks of Iron Man. Old shellhead.
Is that what you call Iron Man?
That's what I mean. That's his nickname.
Tell me what he said in the editorial.
I don't know. I didn't read it. Okay. All right. That's I Love Film. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we are talking, of course, about great films.
Films.
3 words for you. Films. 3 words for you. Cell-U-Loid.
Yeah, that's right. That's one word, though.
What?
No, you're right.
Lloyd's a word.
Listen.
Like Lloyd Dobler.
Oh, yeah, okay.
From a great film.
And then also Cell.
Sell, buy, sell.
And then you is maybe the most important word.
I mean, there is no you in team. I'll tell you that much.
That's right. And speaking of films, teamwork.
Teamwork.
That's what's so important about films.
One person doesn't make a film. I know that every once in a while you'll see that little credit on a film that'll say a film by
a Spike Lee joint.
Yeah, but guess what? That film ain't by them.
But that's what it means, joint production, a joint venture.
Yeah, but that film ain't by them.
That's right.
It's by everybody.
It's a joint venture. That's what I'm saying.
It's by everybody. Everybody.
That's right.
Makes a film.
And boy, do I love films. When you just hit that sweet spot.
Oh, man, watching the Oscars and watching how, like, this year's great films were represented in those awards. You know what I mean? Like, every award, it seemed like they nominated, like, things from 5 different films sometimes.
Yeah. Performances that run the gamut of 5 different selections.
Like different performances from different films they would nominate. They'd be like, okay, for Best Actress, we're going to take like 5 different actresses from films and put them into this category. And like sort of almost, I felt like a nomination was almost saying like, hey, these things are good.
Yeah, you did a great job.
You know?
And then on the night of the actual Oscars, it's almost like from those 5, they decide to pick one of them.
It's almost like that where they would like go like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if we were to be like, take away one, then take away another one, then take away another one, then take away another one? What would we be left with?
Just one person.
One thing.
One performance.
Yeah. But what was confusing to me is sometimes it would be 2 people.
Yeah. And it wasn't always, as far as I'm concerned, actors. Sometimes it was.
Because that's really all I care about when I watch a film.
Maybe that's what you're talking about. Is sometimes it was like a couple people that did something else on a movie.
I think if 2 people can be nominated for like writing or something, and they get 2 people should be nominated for acting.
Yeah.
And not for the same film either.
Right.
They should be like Laura Dern in Marriage Story and Griffin Dunn in Succession. It can be not even a movie, too. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Or Huey Lewis in I Want a New Drug video. It could be not even movies.
Not even movies.
Not even from that year.
Yeah. I also think, what won the best song this year?
I don't know.
I don't even know. But I remember watching all the performances and kind of going like, okay, all these songs suck. Just give it to fucking, like, what's the best song this year? I know we've talked about this before. Just give the Academy Award to whatever the best song is. Like, give it to fucking Billie Eilish this year. I know she might get it next year for the Bond thing, but
didn't she have a song this year?
She sang over the memoriam, which that was the other thing. I was like, if you're gonna die, they should automatically give you an Academy Award.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All those people get Oscars.
They should give every one of them that they show on the thing, because how fucking lame is it that some of those people that they put up there on the in memoriam don't have an Oscar? The Oscars are exploiting them.
Did you feel like it was bullshit that Luke Perry wasn't presented in that?
He's one of Celluloid's greatest actors.
And he was in one of the films nominated
for whatever they call that award.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Did you see any of the movies this year? I didn't see anything.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah. No. I don't even know what they were talking about most of the time.
When we watched the Academy Awards, I was like, oh, so this is about movies that just came out?
Just came out?
What is
I couldn't, because some of them I was like, didn't this come out like 5 years ago?
Yeah, me too.
But then I was watching it turned out it was a commercial.
Yeah. I saw it was a really nice looking car. Like, this is a beautiful
car. And I was like, this is my favorite movie.
Me too. And then it just ended.
It was like 30 seconds long. I was like, this is still my favorite movie.
Yeah.
Like, nice, short, sweet, gets to the point. And then it turned out to not even be a movie.
No, not even close, bro. It was a commercial for a car.
But is a car a movie?
As far as I'm concerned,
why not?
Lots of things are movies.
Like, they should nominate best car every year.
See, if they did that,
and not type of car like the Escalade or whatever. I mean,
just
like
best car.
Literal best car that's out there.
Yeah,
I mean,
like best individual.
Yeah,
car.
That's what I mean. John, fucking
Blankenship.
Hugh Publix Toyota Camry wins
Best
the
car.
Oscar this year.
Best car.
Yeah.
2020 best car.
Best car. And
John
not the
Q.
one, not the
Publix.
best one that came out this year.
No, best
Just
car.
best car.
And why is it the best car? Who knows, man? Maybe he's got the best he makes the best use of his
cup
slots
holder
for the cup holders.
Yeah. Like he's got a system where he puts his Big Gulp in one of them and his phone in the other.
Maybe paper clips. Maybe he works in an office. He needs paper clips.
Yeah.
Change. You always need change.
Always need change.
Throw
It's,
that
these
in
days too, with everyone going paperless, like you need change more than ever.
Got to get that change.
But it was really confusing, and I didn't like it.
Me too. I walked away from the Oscars.
Yeah, I walked out of my house. I walked down the street. I was
too.
like, I'm not going back there.
I walked right out into traffic. We had the same experience.
It's so crazy. And then I met this really interesting guy out in the middle of traffic
too.
And I was like, you are so interesting. I just had a long conversation with him.
I did too.
And it was so interesting. And it lasted until like the sun rose.
What did you talk to this guy about?
It was just it was weird because it was like we talked about everything, but also nothing. It was like we talked about everything that meant so much to us about life. And yet at the end of it, I was kind of like, whoa, the time just flew by. And
God, this is crazy because I had a very similar experience.
Really?
Like almost exactly the same.
What was it, like? What were the differences and what were the similarities?
There were no differences. It was
only similarities?
Similarities.
Wow. That's amazing to have two different conversations like that.
And what was the guy you talked to? What was he wearing? Do you remember?
I remember he had no shirt on.
That's right.
And it is. How do you know it's right?
It's just weird because now our experience is even more similar because I was actually not wearing a shirt when I walked out of the house.
Oh, interesting.
I was in the middle of changing when I got super confused because the Oscars ended.
What were you changing out of and what were you changing into?
I was changing out of a tuxedo because
you wanted to watch it. Yeah, you like to wear what everyone wears. That's the thing. When I watch television, I wear whatever the characters on whatever shows are wearing.
That's right.
So sometimes it's really comfy.
And then sometimes, like for the Oscars.
Yeah, it's a drag.
But then I was going to watch Breaking Bad, so I was changing into a hazmat suit, and then I got super confused. So I was wearing hazmat suit.
Well, this guy I was talking to, he was wearing like a rolled down hazmat suit that the top wasn't on.
I mean, this is the craziest coincidence.
This is so nuts. Anyway, a great night that I'll never forget.
The guy I was talking to was showing his nuts.
Weird. Yeah, I mean, the guy I was talking to was not doing that.
Oh, well, I guess the similarities end
They end right there. Oh, well, I'll never forget this guy. I wish I'd gotten his name or phone number because he was so interesting and really on a great wavelength with me.
Yeah,
but one of those people that I go, you know what? I never met that guy before, but he could be one of my best friends.
I might put an ad in the Close Encounters in LA Weekly.
Yeah, I might just watch Close Encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of films, this has been I Love Films. See you next time.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Film. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And today we're talking about some of the unsung heroes of film. Some of those people, when you watch a film, not a movie, by the way. A lot during quarantine, I got to say, a lot of movie watching is happening. I would prefer if people switch that to film.
Films. It's simple. Scott, it's simple. Excuse me, but it's simple. F-I-L-M. An optional S.
An
Films.
optional S. Yes. Parentheses S, end parentheses. And here's how you remember it. F is for films. I is for ilms. L is for ms. M is for ms. And S is for s.
Yeah. Films.
And guys.
I don't know about you, Scott, but the only thing that I've been watching and allowed my family to watch during this quarantine is the Criterion channel.
I will only allow my family, of course, I'm here with my wife and my two adorable children, and of course, their grandmothers and grandfathers are here, and our aunts and uncles.
Labrador retrievers.
And we also have the neighbors over because it can get boring during the quarantine. So we'll have most of the neighbors over to our screening room, and we'll make up a big tub of popcorn.
Oh yeah, and share it.
And we'll all share it, and we'll all just
with
stick
strangers
our grubby little hands into one community tub. And then we'll get into the other community tub, which is our jacuzzi after we watch the films. And we'll just we call it Hot Tub Time Machine 2 parties, because we only watch Hot Tub Time Machine 2 and then we get into the hot tub as well.
Because that is the only appropriate film for these times.
Exactly. But we were talking about cinematography. Richard Deakins.
The art of capturing light, as far as I'm concerned.
A lot of people just go like, oh, what does a cinematographer do? Point the camera in the right direction?
Yeah.
Shut up.
In a criminal simplification of what a good DP does. DP is short, it's kind of what we say in the biz. Director of photography.
Photography. So we're talking about people like that, and that's what makes a good film. I mean, a lot of times when you're watching these films, the very first credit that comes up when it, as we say in the business, fades to black, you'll see directed by,
and
then a name, and you'll go, oh wow, that person was responsible for the film.
No. Hold your horses, or hold your horse if you only have one. Listen, there are so many people responsible.
If you're not as well off as Adam and I and don't own several horses, just hold the one horse that you have.
And that's fine too.
That's fine.
One horse is fine, but anything less than one horse is inexcusable.
But when you're watching a film, a lot of people, they get up. You know what they do when those credits start coming on? They get up and they walk away and they go to their car and they go home. No! Stick around. Read every name out loud.
Out loud. Scream it into the ear of a stranger sitting in front of you.
Scream it. And stay even after the lights come up for at least 15 minutes to make sure there are no more names.
Yep. And then you start yelling out loud the names of your favorite below the line filmmakers.
Please.
Out loud.
Out loud. God, I hope we can get back to normal and movie theaters will open up and people will be able to take our tips on this.
Yeah, because whenever I've done this, which is every single time I've ever gone to the movies, people react so favorably. They love it.
They
can't even handle it. They run out of the room. They're so happy.
And you can tell from how red their faces get and the way their eyebrows sort of have a downturn in the middle.
That's right.
Where if they have a unibrow, it's like you're looking at a smiley face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the eyebrows are making a smiley face. And that's how you know someone's really happy.
Super happy.
Super happy.
So anyway,
we love films.
Love it. Love them.
We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And today we're talking about cinema. Cinema. That's right. Some of the greats. You have I'm trying to think of
And by cinema we mean Michael J. Fox movies.
That's right. So you have Secret of My Success, cinema.
Number one of all of them, by far, is Secret of My Success. Life with Mikey.
Life with Mikey is bringing up the rear like the human caterpillar.
That's right.
With its
mouth on the butt.
Meanwhile, Life with Mikey is shitting in the mouth of Doc Hollywood.
Hollywood, it's right there. Doc Hollywood. And then Light of Day, that's right in the middle.
That's right. That is Lucky Pierre right there. But today we are talking about Stuart Little, and you were saying something interesting before the show, Adam. What were you saying?
Well, what I was saying on the other program is that in the pocket, the expression in the pocket, its root causation in the nomenclature of modern American life
is the movie of Stuart Little where Stuart gets stuffed into the pocket and he suffocates and he dies.
All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And today we're talking about a wonderful, wonderful film. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, filmed in the 2000s? Am I right about that, Adam?
Yeah, the second Renaissance. That's right.
And we're, of course, talking about Kiss, Kiss, Bang, Bang.
A kiss, kiss, a bang, bang.
Kiss, kiss, bang, bang.
That's right. That's how you say it. Great film.
Great film. I've never seen it.
Oh, cool. Me neither.
We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And today we're just talking about classic lines from movies. I mean, we're going to need a bigger boat. Yep. E.T. Phone Home. And Adam, you were saying before the show started, there's another classic line from Born on the 4th of July.
From Born on the 4th of July, 1989, Oliver Stone, Tom Cruise, joint. Love it or leave it. Love it or leave it, man. The Born on the 4th of July t-shirts and bumper stickers and stuff. It was a huge thing in late 80s.
Huge thing. It was like, remember those Forrest Gump t-shirts? Because his catchphrase was "shit happens." But
shit happens.
You can't say shit on a t-shirt.
It was the full catchphrase was "shit happens, farts are silent."
But you can't do that on a t-shirt. So instead they say "gump happens."
That's right.
And then it just segued into Bubba Gump Shrimp Company t-shirts, which I have a collection of.
Those are particularly great t-shirts. There's a Bubba Gump Shrimp Company at, I believe it's the Atlanta airport, and it's one of the best.
Is that a good one?
It's great. It's delicious.
I love to collect great Bubba Gump Shrimp Companies, so that's a good one, huh?
Yeah, they've got, actually, I believe I purchased a Bubba Gump Shrimp Company t-shirt for John Schrader at that Bubba Gump, if I'm not mistaken. I got one.
Why would you be mistaken about that fact? What would have happened?
Did I forgot? Well, two things. Maybe I forgot to give it to him, or maybe I left it in the airport or on the airplane.
Meanwhile, you're wearing a Bubba Gump t-shirt right now.
But I do not remember giving it to him, so there's a chance that. But I do remember purchasing it, and it was outrageous.
What are some of the t-shirts that you and Tall John? Now, we've talked about Tall John on this program many times.
Yeah,
mutual friend of ours, longtime friend of both of ours. And I know that he has t-shirts of you. And you have to but describe some of these t-shirts.
Well, I think it started with me giving him a t-shirt with my picture on it. I think that's where it started.
And not a headshot, like a disposable camera picture or something that you'd put onto a t-shirt?
Boy, I'm not sure what the photo was.
Not sure what that
remember.
source was.
No, but then like a year later, he gave me a t-shirt with a picture of him wearing that t-shirt.
Right. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Then I saw a picture of you next to him while he wore that t-shirt, and that's up in his house. But did he make a t-shirt of that?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing the one that he gave me. But I feel like there was...
you really make a story come to life.
I feel like there was... I know. It's all half shards of memories long forgotten.
I think I have this running joke with Tall John that I don't remember why it started or why we're doing it.
I have no idea why it started or where it ended up.
Why did I ask? I don't know. But you gave me a t-shirt for one of my birthdays. I believe we went to, for one of my birthdays, we went to the Universal City Walk and had just a terrible birthday where I think we went to
the Western place.
Yeah, we did. One of them I went to Hooters. And I got all the.
I
Hooters.
don't think I was there for that.
You weren't there for that one, but I got all the Hooters waitresses to sign a T-shirt that I got. But for this one, that was in Burbank. This was at Universal City Walk. We went to the Saddleback Cafe or whatever, where people can ride the bull, mechanical bull.
There's never been an atmosphere less.
It's so
less
terrible.
Celebratory than in that place. I can't
so
imagine
dour.
getting on the mechanical bull in a
We've done it. We've done it before. I mean, it's just a terrible place to celebrate a birthday.
And gross food.
Gross food. And then we went, and this I actually was excited about. This is when the movie The Amazing Spider-Man came out. And Spider-Man, of course, is one of my favorite characters in literature.
Yeah, sure.
And I was excited by it, and it was the midnight showing because my birthday was it's July 2, and I think it came out on July 3rd or so. So they had like a 10 o'clock showing or a midnight showing. And it was such a bummer because that movie is not my cup of tea when it comes to Spider-Man.
Was that the sequel to the...
That was the first one with the dude who played the guy in the Iron
Andrew
Lung.
Garfield.
Yeah, Garfield.
But
which, as Neil Campbell says, when he was a kid, he had gotten word from the future that Garfield plays Spider-Man, he would have been so excited. The thought of Garfield playing Spider-Man is such a great casting.
I would 100% go see that movie.
Definitely.
Here's my question. I don't think I went to the movie with you guys. I think I think
you dipped out. You dipped out
Saddle
right before
Ranch.
the movie. Yeah, you went to Saddle Ranch. You gave me a T-shirt, which I believe you bought at Universal City Walk.
Yeah.
That had a switch in it to where it would light up like neon.
Yeah.
Stuff would light up, and
it said like Hollywood on it.
It said Hollywood, and it was like a size too small.
Yeah.
But I still I put it on and put it on over my other clothes while we watched the movie.
Here's my question. There was also a sequel to that.
Yes, Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yes.
Oh, I thought The Amazing Spider-Man was the sequel to Spider-Man, but
that is The Wisdom of a Fool.
Yes. No, the reboot was called The Amazing Spider-Man, and then they had part 2.
Yeah. How can you know so much about, and by the way, we're still in the middle of I Love Films. How can you know so much about when Born on the 4th of July was released and not know that The Amazing Spider-Man is not a sequel to any other Spider-Man
Because I did not see those particular Spider-Man movies.
So your film knowledge is relegated to what you see.
Yes, what's right in front of my face at the moment I'm talking about.
This is a lot like people's relation to religion. If they can see it, then they believe it. And then to which a lot of people would counter and say, well, you see the wind blowing through the trees. You can't see the wind, but you see the effects of the wind.
Exactly.
You believe in the wind, do you not?
Right. And that's how I feel about the Mark Webb Spider-Man movies. See, I know who directed them.
You sure do. Well, what else would I expect from a co-host of I Love Films?
I did not see those ones, but I did see the next reboot.
Sure, those are great.
It was great. Now, the sequel to The Amazing Spider-Man, did you see that one?
Yes, I did.
How was that one?
Weirdly enough, most people say it's worse than The Amazing Spider-Man, but weirdly enough, I liked it better. I don't know why.
And why is that, Scott?
I just said I don't know why.
I'm sorry.
You're not listening to me.
Was that the one with Jamie Foxx?
I don't know.
As Mr. Freeze?
I'm not a guy who's out there tracking what Jamie Foxx does or doesn't do.
I thought you were that one of those guys.
No, I mean, sure, yes, he followed up his tour de force, winning an Oscar in Ray with a movie called The Soloist with Robert Downey Jr., who plays old shellhead himself, Tony Stark, Iron Man.
Okay, so to me, that sounds like someone that's keeping track of what Jamie Foxx is up to.
Maybe, but I'm not a guy who's just sitting there going like, ooh, what's Jamie Foxx up to today? Did he star in a Spider-Man movie? That's not me, man. I have my own shit going on.
So you have a Spider-Man blind spot as far as Jamie Foxx is concerned. Other than that, any Jamie Foxx questions you can answer.
I don't see Jamie Foxx when it comes to Spider-Man. I see Electro.
I see. Okay. That makes sense.
So I have no idea if he started in it or not. All I saw was a great movie.
And you saw Electro in
with Electro and the Rhino. He could have played any one of those.
Which may or may not could have been.
Sure. Who knows?
Jamie Foxx.
All right. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're two guys. Look, I'm just going to say it. It's right there in the title. We love films.
Oh, Scott, just saying that word, film, celluloid, it gets me going.
I have 3 words for you that are going to get your juices flowing, my man. Sen, nem, ugh.
Ugh. I love it. That just makes me want to jump up, run out to my local theater, get some corn, sit down, and watch a film.
So with corn on the cob, just dripping.
Dripping, covered in butter.
Just covered in butter that I got from the farmer's daughter.
That's right.
Do you know that old joke?
No. What is that? I don't know.
Something to do with this. I remember being, 8 or so inches long in the penis. And when I finally figured out that
that's the only measure of age that we use, correct?
It was one for every year I've been alive. 1 inch.
Now your penis is 50 inches long.
29.
Yeah, 29 inches.
But I remember hearing that farmer's daughter trope, and I was like, "Oh, are farmers' daughters?" But I don't think that farmers' daughters were necessarily the best looking women in the world as much as the men who came upon them were traveling salesmen and just incredibly horny. Would you agree?
Wait, what?
So the farmer's daughters were always like forbidden fruit, like don't touch my daughter. And then the traveling salesman sees them and is like, boing, this is like the best looking woman I've ever seen. And that's what most of these farmer's daughters jokes are predicated upon, the structure.
Jesus, I don't know. I don't think I'm aware of this.
You haven't heard
trope.
Any of the farmer's daughters. Okay, so
I know the farmer's daughter motel in Hollywood.
And you know the lyric in the Beach Boys song, Wish They All Could Be California Girls. They have Midwest farmers' daughters, blah, 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 blah,
okay.
blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
So it's a trope sort of in like old jokes where the setup is always like 3 traveling salesmen, their car breaks down, they go into a farm, and the guy's like, yeah, you can sleep in my barn. But just don't fuck my daughter. And then they see the daughter, it's like, oh, holy shit.
Right. Okay.
And then the hot buttered corn one is something to, I don't really remember, but it has something to do with sticking ears of corn inside the, there's no other way to say this, but inside the hoochie coochie of the farmer's daughter. In any case, and then it was hot buttered corn, and I don't recall the punchline, but maybe someone could look it up and let us know. But my point being,
good Lord,
I don't, you hear about this and you're like, oh, farmers' daughters, Beach Boys, they love farmers' daughters. I think the traveling salesmen are just very, very horny, and these are the first, women they've seen in weeks.
Right, because back then, traveling salesmen, they traveled with blindfolds on at all times.
Of course. Yes, of course. They didn't want to know where they were going. Basically, people put a hood over their face, threw them in the
hostages.
back of a van. Yeah. They were, and it was Al-Qaeda was basically kidnapping these traveling salesmen. Yeah.
They were running the kind of underground kind of barter system that was our economy back in those days.
That's right. Al-Qaeda used to run our economy because if you notice money, by the way, is this an episode If You Notice Money?
Yeah.
Hey everyone, welcome to If You Notice Money. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about things that are on my personal god, that dollar bill.
Oh man, the sweet. I just hearing the sound of change jingling in my old pock, that gets me going.
Oh boy. But there are a lot of things on money if you stare at it.
Yeah.
You've never even noticed it before. Like,
there are pictures. I don't know if you've ever taken a look at the old currency we call, by the way, dollar bill.
Turn that dollar bill that you undoubtedly have in your pocket right now.
I got a few of them.
Turn it over. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the back.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, but there are pictures, but then also some writing.
Yeah, there's
all kinds
writing.
of stuff.
There's like, a lot of people have never noticed there's a pyramid on money.
Yeah.
If you've noticed money.
As far as noticing money, have you noticed that the pyramid, its top has exploded and it's in the process of shooting straight up into the sky?
It's actually a volcano. Yeah, a lot of people have no idea.
Volcano pyramids.
A lot of people have never noticed there are numbers on money too. And no, I'm not talking about the serial numbers. We all have seen those.
Oh, yeah.
We all know those because every dollar we get, we're checking to make sure is not on the FBI counterfeit list.
Right. And as soon as you get any cash, you have to put it in order of serial number in your wallet.
Of course.
Everybody does that.
Everyone does that. And then wash your hands 5 times, turn around as many times as there are cracks on the sidewalk. Of course. We all know that.
But you were saying if you notice with money,
there are numbers on this money. They're in the corners.
Yeah.
And they're the numbers that correspond to how many monies is.
Yeah, it denotes the value of said currency note.
So take the $1 bill, for instance. We all know it. Bill. We all have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Look in those corners, or corns, to bring it back to the farmer's daughter. There are ones in the corners of this money. Incredible.
Big old Unos right in the old corn.
And this all has to do with Freemason shit. And, we all know our forefathers, we're all Freemasons and all, had secret societies.
Because Al Qaeda was running the economy of, and it's a guy named Al.
Yeah.
Qaeda. It's not Al Qaeda.
It's a guy named Owl Qaeda, actually.
Owl.
It was a living, breathing. I know what you're saying. Most owls are living and breathing, unless they're in an owl cemetery.
Right. But this one wasn't. This was an owl that ran this sort of underground society of blindfolded salesmen.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Interesting.
All right, here we are back in doing a wonderful episode of I Love Films.
That's right. Second episode this week.
Yeah, they're busy over there.
They're really busy. Anyway, thanks for listening to I Love Films. We love you. We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Love you so much. Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we are talking about films today, not movies.
Films.
Films like The Dukes of what? Of William Shakespeare? No, Hazard. That's right.
Is it called The Duke of Hazzard? I don't think so.
No, we're talking about more than one Duke, my friend. And these Dukes live in Hazard County.
Oh, do they ever? Those guys. You want to look up the word mischief in the dictionary? Guess what 2 pictures you see?
You probably see pictures of us pointing at our DVDs of the Dukes of Hazzard and
100%.
Pointing with one hand and then thumbs up with the other hand. I guess pointing with a thumbs up on the right hand as well.
Well, you have to hold the DVDs with one of the hands. So
yeah, that's true. Although I might get someone to hold it for me.
You might give one of these, which is sort of a point and a thumbs up at the same time.
You're holding. Well, see, it's hard to hold something. I will tell you, with opposable thumbs, it is really hard to hold something unless you're a close-up magician without using that thumb. So it's hard to hold and give a thumbs up at the same time. But
it sure is.
You could slip it in between the middle finger, which is of course the fuck finger, and what do you call the one in between the middle and the pinky? What would you call that finger? I know they all have names.
The booger shooter.
The booger shooter. So between the fuck finger and the booger shooter, you could slip a DVD in there. Hold up your thumb with your thumb, and then point at it with your pointy.
So you can give one of these?
And what we want for all you I Love Film aficionados is for you to take your pictures of you holding your Dukes of Hazzard paraphernalia exactly the way we've described. Hashtag them I Love Films and send them to us on Twitter, and we will retweet any that we receive.
Also, there's also just the plain truth of it that you look up mischief in the dictionary, you're going to see a picture of the two of us holding Dukes of Hazzard Blu-rays, because this is I Love Films.
True, but I just have the DVD, so I might just end up holding up that. And it doesn't have the case anymore, so I might just hold up the DVD itself.
Oh, that's fine.
Which I know scratches the back, but I mean, to be honest, it's not that great of a movie, so...
With the Dukes? The Duke Boys?
Dem Duke Boys? I think
it's not a great movie?
Yeah, it's not. You got to admit that. It's not all that good. I mean, it's not like a film.
I never saw it.
All right, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about, look, you can't mention films without talking about aspect ratios.
Oh, yeah.
We love them.
Down with pan and scan. You know, you say the words pan and scan, it makes me want to run to the bathroom and throw up in the toilet.
It makes me want to throw up in a pan and then scan
it. What a scam.
What's
pan
your favorite?
And scan scam. That's what I say.
What's your favorite aspect ratio? If you had to pick, and I'm not going to make you pick, but if you had to.
235.
I'm a 16:9, baby.
Oh, 16:9. Woo.
Oh, I need that extra space.
The thing about the Timothée Chalamet shot with the thing, like you could paint that out with iMovie. Like that is...
Totally. If anyone ever noticed it.
Think about how many times they watched this movie or watched this scene.
The movie I directed, I watched so many times that I don't think you could have slipped anything. But again, it wasn't a period piece, so we weren't trying to do anything like that. But I will say, what I was trying to say was, if you got the VHS of Pee-wee's Big Adventure, or if you maybe even taped it off of cable when it first came out, they would do, instead of letterboxing home video, they would do pan and scan, which is they would make it square, and then if something happened to the right or to the left of where that square was, they would move the scan over slightly. But occasionally what they would do, and they did this on Pee-wee's Big Adventure, is when you film a movie, you're cutting off the top and the bottom of what you shoot, what you actually shoot. And sometimes you put tape on the bottom of the monitor and the top of the monitor, and you're shooting more than what the audience gets to see.
That's right.
And for TVs, they would just open it up and you would see everything. So on Pee-wee's Big Adventure, the original home video, you would see how they achieved all these camera tricks, like him pulling out the endless chain on his bicycle.
Right. You could see, I remember.
You could see all that.
It's so crazy.
And when you would watch it at home, you'd be like, wait, I don't remember this. It tricked me in the theater. How come but that's what they used to do for home video. So I started to wonder for Little Women, is this what it is? Did they adapt the aspect ratio?
No, because that's right in the middle of the frame. No matter what aspect ratio you're using, that's right there.
I mean, it's there. It's just right there. It's crazy.
Do you remember too when they would put movies on? Did you see they're bringing back the CBS Sunday night movie with the graphic and everything?
Indiana Jones and all that kind of stuff, yeah.
They played Raiders or something? Yeah, I saw they were playing Back to the Future.
That's why I mentioned Indiana Jones.
Well, no, I didn't know they had played that movie. But
well, you seem to know every other fucking little bit of trivia about the Sunday night movie.
Listen, Scott, listen. All I was trying to say was in the CBS or ABC or NBC Sunday night, Monday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday, Saturday
Happy days.
Night.
The weekend comes. The cycle hums.
Sitting all week with you. What did I say?
Sitting all week. So you thought Happy Days...
Sitting all week with you.
You thought Happy Days was about Fonzie sitting with people?
Yes, I did.
I mean, they did talk about sit on it. Maybe it makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Potsy said sit on it, and I was like,
Potsy never said sit on it. Potsy was told to sit on it. God damn it!
No, Potsy didn't. Oh, right.
Ralph Mouth told him to sit on it,
but it's written on the wall too, isn't it? Sit on it, and he's like, God damn it!
So tired of this. What were you going to say about?
I was going to say sometimes you would watch the version on network TV, and there would be an extra, they would put in deleted scenes so they could fill out the You're like,
well, they would
I don't
do that.
remember this, and
they did that for The Godfather. That's what The Godfather saga was they had like 40 extra minutes between the two movies, and so then they released it in chronological order. And thank God we're talking about The Godfather finally on this show, a real film. But
watching it in order like that,
Superman the movie, yeah, it is boring. Superman the movie, they did the same thing where they took an extra 40 minutes, and that's how it was advertised. Of like, hey, we got I know all you dumb fucks saw this in the theater when it came out, and you're probably doing something on Saturday night that's way more important, like going out and doing drugs and partying and shit. But we got this extra 40 minutes of Superman. So if you want to see Superman like fly around and take like one extra bullet in his chest, and it bounces off and he goes, oh, ha, 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 it tickles. I'm Superman. You're so fucking stupid for trying to shoot me.
Yeah.
Then stay home on Saturday night. We got this extra 40 minutes and it fucking worked.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Listen, it worked. It was a master. Fucking bullseye.
Fucking boing. That's the sound of a arrow going into a bullseye.
Boing. Boing.
Are there any film flubs? If one were to look at your filmography on the Internet Movie Database, would you see any continuity errors, any film flubs, anything like that in your filmography?
No, I never make mistakes. When I'm on set, I'm there to work. I am there to
because you take no pleasure in it. It's work for you.
It's work. Like a plumber has his tool bag. I have my emotions. I bring them to the set.
I've always considered your emotions to be a tool bag.
That's right. You've always referred to me as a big tool bag, which I've always taken as a compliment. I really appreciate that.
Did I tell you I once worked with an actor? I don't want to blow up their spot, even though he was absolutely the worst person I've ever worked with.
Let me see if I can guess who it is.
I don't think you're going to be able to guess, but you know what I will say? Oh man, should I even tell any part of this story? Someone did guess who it was after I talked about him to her.
Publicly?
What?
Like you were telling it publicly, and someone was like,
"Oh no, I told my friend about this story." I thought you said Hal Buckley.
was like, it Hal Buckley, famous actor?
I don't even know who that is. But I told my friend this story about this terrible actor who was on Bang Bang, who terrorized the PAs and okay, I'll tell you a little bit of the story. But the minute this person got onto set, they got out of their car, and a PA, traditionally when you get onto a set, like a guest actor comes, there's a PA waiting there for the person. And the PA is always like 18 to 20 to 22 or something. Yeah. Their first job, frightened, meek, cowardly, spineless.
Total pieces of shit.
A toady, essentially.
They're so nice and getting paid shit, but getting to be on a set and
learning how to do it, and they're all like great people.
Yeah.
And so you always want to treat them really nicely because it's but so this person parks, jumps out of their car, and the PA is there saying hello to this person, welcome to the show, and is going to take them back to their set, and the person goes like, "Get me a chicken Caesar salad now."
No.
First thing, get me a chicken Caesar salad now. It's not lunchtime. It's like the person is going to have to basically either go to catering and see if they can, figure something out about it. I can't remember whether lunch was coming 3 hours, away, or we had already eaten. I don't, but it was going to be a hassle. Like, maybe they could have ordered it from a restaurant next door or something like that. So the person's like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll get on the PA. We'll get on that, sir. Or, I don't want to say so. Okay, it is a man.
Okay.
Takes him up to his dressing room. 10 minutes later, where is that chicken Caesar salad? And they finally are able to scrounge one up, like 40 minutes later. And
everyone takes a piss into it.
I wish. So and
gross,
and
by the way. I just pictured that, and it's so disgusting.
What, taking a piss into a salad?
Piss onto a salad.
Piss in general is disgusting. But so a lot happens with this person I don't even want to go into, but
they sound cool.
They sound really cool, but the one part that the reason why I was reminded of it is because at a certain point we're just at our wits' end with this person, and they're staring into space during a break while we're waiting to set up for another shot, and I have to be there next to him, and I'm just like, so why'd you start acting? And it was kind of me like trying to figure this guy out, because the guy was obviously not having a good time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out whether it was my show or every show or whatever. And the guy goes, well, I looked at a list of high paying jobs because I wanted to make a lot of money. And actor was pretty high on the list. And so I said, all right, I'll do that.
Yeah, right. That's such a lame answer. It's so
but then the person said, what are you, like a college boy? Are you like a college grad or something like that? So then after just a terrorizing day with this person, and it's not, and that's not even the worst of it, I told my friend this story, and I don't like to publicly talk about anyone who's been nice enough to be on the show. Because, we didn't pay a ton of money there. We paid everyone a one particular rate that was negotiated early on in the first season, because it was, I think we called it the John Hamm rate, because John accepted a really low rate.
So you could tell everyone, hey, John Hamm
took it, yeah. But you could never pay anyone more than that.
Plus, you're doing Comedy Bang Bang. It's not like you're expecting to get like a bunch of money. You're like,
yeah. So I never would go out there and talk about anyone who was, bad on the show or whatever. But in this one particular instance, I was just telling my friend, and that person didn't know this actor, who this actor was, and was like, oh my God, he sounds like a nightmare. And then 3 months later, I get a call from my friend who's like, is this actor that you're talking about? And then named the name. And I said, yeah, why? Because he got on the set, parked his car, and immediately shouted for a chicken Caesar salad.
Oh my God.
And I said,
I feel like you did tell me who this was at one point, and I'm just forgetting. I can't wait to find out.
Yeah. In any case, I'll off air, I'll tell you even more horror stories about what this person did. But I guess my point is when you act, you hate it, much like this guy.
Yeah, and it's when I was a kid, I was just like, what's a high paying job? And that's how I got here. So yeah, I hate it.
And you are paid so much money for what you do,
just
right?
Exorbitant amounts, and boy, is it a lot of fun.
It really is. All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking today about film.
We love films. We love them.
We love them.
Films.
I would, in the fuck, marry, kill of television, songs, and films.
No question.
No question. I'm just going to fuck, marry, and kill films.
100%. The film you were talking about, Wild Things, is a wonderful film. And
directed by, I don't even know, Marty Scorsese?
Sure. I mean, let's just say it was.
Who knows?
No, the man that directed Wild Things, he directed Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. I'm not sure if you saw that film. Or Miami Blues, another wonderful film.
Also too scary.
And I think neo-noir, you're really onto something there. It's something you mentioned on a different episode of a different podcast. But I really think you're edging in on where Wild Things falls as far as genre and categorically.
I think another great neo-noir, The Matrix, that whole trilogy.
Yeah, Neo is all over that.
Neo and his buddies, Tank. Remember Tank from the first one? Then he doesn't show up again.
Best character.
Hey, Tank.
Wasn't there a whole controversy? Like Tank was like, "Hey, man, why am I not in the part 2?"
Watching it. I watched 1 and 2 right next to each other the other day, and I'm like, you get us invested in these great characters like Tank, and then suddenly number 2 starts, and it's just fucking nuts. There's like people all under the ground, and essentially like Neo has ghosted Tank. Like Neo touches down
like
the
buddies.
Nebuchadnezzar under the ground, all these he wakes up all these humans, and then he's like, Tank like starts calling him, going like, "Hey Neo, buddy, you want to hang out? You want to go do some kung fu in the Matrix or something?" And he's like, I would, but I'm just so busy with the revolution.
Did you really just watch Matrix 1 and 2?
I did.
And how does number 2? Is it your favorite number 2?
I have a new number 2. Number 2, the freeway chase is pretty good, and everything else is just not great.
Yeah, and then I remember 3 being even worse.
Yeah, all I remember of number 3 is being incredibly bored, and then one of the characters getting into a giant, like, well, speaking of tanks, it almost seemed like an armored tank or something, and like shooting a gun at people or something. And I was just like, this is not what I go see The Matrix for. Like, none of it was spent in The Matrix, as I recall.
I don't remember it, but I remember 2 being pretty disappointing and confusing.
And corny. No, that number 2 had some corn in it.
It did. It had whole pieces of corn.
All right, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, this is I Love Films. Welcome to it, and this is Scott.
And this is Scott. Welcome to it, everyone.
New intro for this episode. Welcome to it. And we're talking about great films here. We're talking about...
Sorry, Scott. I'm sorry to jump in. We're talking about great films. We are not talking about... No, I'm just joining in your reverie of what we do here, which is we talk about great films.
That's right. So if you want to come to us and say like, hey, why don't you cover Transformers Rise of the Stupid Bumblebee?
Yeah.
Look.
Wrong show. Okay.
Wrong show. Yeah, we've seen it. Yes, we love it. Is it my favorite film of that year?
Absolutely.
Probably. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's great. Was I able to stay awake during it, unlike most of the shit that we cover on this show? Yeah. This is fucking explosions, dude.
Yeah, I did as like an amphetamine.
Yeah, I dare you to try to sleep through Transformers Rise of the Bumblebee.
Love it.
But instead, we're covering shit like Apocalypse Now. Too long, as far as I'm concerned. Godfather, 3 hours. Godfather 2, 3.5 hours.
Yeah. They could easily cut those down to like 10, 15 minutes.
Totally. Nothing happens in them.
No.
It's a bunch of people glaring at each other.
No.
Shut the door, Kay. Shut the door.
Grab the cannoli and shove it up my butt, like stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't care.
God, can you please? Can an alien robot please come and decimate every single one of these characters? But
just scorch everything. Turn
scorch earth,
ashes.
Kill me while you're at it, please, because I don't want to spend another fucking second watching this terrible film.
I can't take it.
Film.
You know what? Just let it all burn.
Let all of society burn, as far as I'm concerned. You know, burn it all down at this point.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Why not? Right?
Why not? What good is it? You know, fall of the Roman Empire.
It's pointless.
It's all fucking pointless.
It's over.
All right, next week we're talking about Raging Bull. We'll see you then. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everybody, this is I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And usually I say welcome to I Love Films, so let me welcome you now. But we're back for another episode. Can you believe it?
Oh, man. Yeah. I you know what? I can.
You thought we were done? You thought we were done?
How many times have people counted us out? How many times have they said those guys are done? And we keep coming back.
Dunzo? Unzo.
I don't think so.
I don't
think so.
In any case, we're talking about movies set in New York, and
oh man,
I gotta confess, I'm coming up short. I'm drawing a blank here.
You know what? I was thinking about the fact that in great films, New York City, just the city, just New York. Yeah, just the hustle, the bustle, the walking, the stoops, the bagels, the pizza, the nightlife.
But what about the day life?
Oh, the day life. I mean, going to the park and sitting back and reading the New York Times.
Tossing a little frisbee.
New York Post. Tossing what?
Tossing a frisbee.
Oh, man, just getting the frisbee out there and just chucking it.
Just blading through Central Park, catching frisbees.
Blade it up. Just cruise right into a new zip right in the middle of the park. But all of that in one city, one little island. From space, you can't even tell that this is just a little island
incredible.
Teeming with life.
And films reflect that. Films reflect that reality.
In so many films, it's a character in the film just as important as the leads, if you ask me.
Certainly. So I'm trying to think of one. It is
yeah, I can't think of any.
Is Batman?
Well, Batman famously, takes place in Gotham.
Oh.
But, I think that there's a lot of people who just assume that Gotham is sort of a fictionalized version of New York.
No, it's Gotham. It's Gotham. What about Chinatown?
Chinatown, great. Well, that's also pretty famously Los Angeles.
Huh.
Now, I'm going to throw one out there.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the originals. I'm talking about the prequels.
Okay.
So of the Star Wars movies.
Oh, so episode 1, episode 2.
Yeah, like the Phantom
episode
Menace
3.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any of that?
Yeah.
Any of those kind of touch down into New York?
I think those are set in New York, aren't they?
Okay.
Yeah.
From what I see, that's why it came to mind, is because I just thought, well, wait a second. I think that was New York.
Anakin,
hey, you get some sausage and peppers, Anakin. Come on.
Hey, I'm Skywalking here.
This Skywalker.
Yeah, those are set in New York, definitely. Yeah. All right, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films today. We're talking about...
What else would we be talking about? That is what we talk about.
That is true. We're talking about... I got 3 little words for you that are going to excite the film lover in all of us. Se, ne, ma.
Love it.
Love it. And when I'm talking ma, I'm talking, of course...
Ma and Pa Kettle?
No. I'm talking about the recent film Ma. The recent horror film.
Oh, yeah. Ma.
Ma.
Good.
Ma.
Watch out where you're going. Ma's coming.
Strangely, Ma was not as good of a horror villain as Freddy Krueger or Jason. Hey, Ma.
Yeah.
Come on in here.
Doesn't have the ring to it.
Hey, Ma. But of course, we're talking about films. I mean, the whole breadth of films from from that train coming right at the screen to...
Which freaked the fucking shit out of people.
Yeah, it freaked the fucking shit out of me. Are you kidding me?
I was there for the very first screening of it.
Really? It was like an industry screening?
It was an industry screening on the Paramount lot. Got an invite through SAG.
SAG Awards Committee.
Yeah.
This is very inside baseball talk, but that is, we're not talking about baseball. That's a different podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Go.
Wait a second. Is this an episode of I Love Baseball?
It might be.
Addiction blacked out, friction flies me back to Baltimore to wait for you. But I'm stuck here too.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Baseball. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And, of course, this is the podcast. It's a subsidiary of Barstool Sports. Where
What's up, guys?
What's up, fuckers? Fuck you. Where we talk about baseball, the crack of the bat.
Nothing else. And cracking beers and high-fiving.
That's right.
Fuck.
That's us high-fiving. That's us cracking beers. Hey, how's baseball played?
Take a ball. Take a bat. And you just start fucking around.
Yeah, it'll work itself out. You know what I mean? It's like having sex. Take your ball, take your bat. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
If you have any sense at all,
That's
will
the birds
figure
and
out
the
how
bees
to
talk that we all deserve.
Birds do it. Bees do it. Even chipmunks in the trees do it. You know what I mean?
They?
Don't they? Hey, I like baseball, but the World Series, huh?
Oh.
I'm running out of things to talk about when it comes to baseball, especially when we're not playing baseball right now.
No, it's not. It's not appropriate right now because of the World Series this year was exciting.
Was it?
Yeah, it had a lot of ups and downs. The Los Angeles Dodgers.
Home team.
They played in the World Series.
They played in the World Series?
Played.
That's
they were
crazy. There. Why didn't I watch that? I'm the host of this podcast. I love baseball.
Oh, did you miss it this year?
I missed it. I think I was watching The Circle on Netflix instead.
Yeah, I was watching Emily in Paris, so I missed it.
Emily in Paris?
That's right.
That's how it's pronounced, by the way, so it rhymes. Emily in Paris?
Oh.
Emily in Paris?
Okay. I'm writing that down.
Yeah, write it down, please. Anyway, baseball. I don't know. There's not a lot to talk about.
No. Neither of us are particularly interested. We don't follow baseball, nor are we interested in it.
So why are we doing this?
I don't know, but this podcast is so popular.
Yeah, we hate to give it up. I know that we have no interest in it, but
it's beyond me that it's what is it in the top 2 or 3 on iTunes?
Yeah, top 2 or 3. That's a great. They have this category on iTunes, top 2 or 3, and sometimes it'll be 2, sometimes it's 3, and you just never know.
And you would think that chart would be super long, but it's only like 2 or 3.
It's 2 or 3 things every time you look at it. All right, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Addiction blacked out, friction flies me back to Baltimore to wait for you. But I'm stuck here too.
Oh,
wow.
boy. Wow. But speaking of baseball, great baseball films, The Natural.
Oh, God.
A League of Their Own.
A League of Their Own.
A League of Their Own?
A League of Their Own.
That's, by the way I said it is the way, I guess. I've never seen it, but John Lovitz, I would imagine, plays a manager or the owner of the team or something, I would think. From context clues, from me seeing clips or whatever. Am I right or am I wrong?
Tom Hanks.
No. Like John Lovitz, isn't he in it?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, I think he's in it, and I think he must, just from the types of characters John Lovitz plays, he probably is either
has a cigar.
He's a reporter. Yeah, he's a reporter who's reporting on, wait, what are all these women doing playing baseball? Or he's the owner of the team who's going like, you can't hire women or whatever. But I was saying it in his character of like, A League of Their Own?
Ah, yes.
I'm going to look up, by the way, is John Lovitz, what do you want me to say to Google? Is John Lovitz in A League of Their Own?
Sure, that'll do the trick, I think. I love that scene in Three Amigos with John Lovitz, Phil Hartman.
It just comes back, Google just comes back, yes.
Take the Amigos' clothes.
Yes.
That's Phil Hartman that says that. Take the Amigo's clothes. Oh, and Joe Mantegna.
That's such a good film. He is in A League of Their Own, and wait. No, he's not. Oh, no, he is. He plays Ernie Capadino, AAG PBL Scout. Great film, great actor. This is what we talk about on I Love Films.
You know what? I don't think that film has gotten its due. But as far as I'm concerned, there's one line in that movie that deserves to be one of the all-time
enshrined
classics.
In the Film Hall of Fame, in the Film Dialogue Hall of Fame, which, by the way, I believe is in Cooperstown, right next to the Baseball Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Isn't it? They're next door neighbors, aren't they?
Yeah.
And the Film Dialogue, the Cooperstown Baseball Hall of Fame is always like, hey, stop being so loud, because it's always like, I'm walking here. And they're noisy neighbors.
We need a bigger boat.
Hey, look at the super big guy.
And,
he's eating our boat.
Where's the bathroom from Sex, Lies, and Videotape?
And Sex in the City. That is
Sex in the City.
The one line of dialogue that Sex, Lies, and Videotape and Sex in the City share is where's the bathroom?
Iconic, famous line from both pieces of entertainment.
And it's interesting because once you notice it, I can't tell you how many times I saw all the Star Wars films and I never really noticed the fact that they say I got a bad feeling about this in every film.
Yeah.
But once you notice it, it's hard not to notice it.
Sure.
And the same thing with Sex and the City. Like every episode you watch now, it's like when someone goes, I've got to go to the bathroom. It's like, they said it again.
And you can tell in Sex, Lies, and Videotape, at least since it was a theatrical release, you can tell right after the line is said, they edited in a bit of a pause because they knew there would be a reaction.
Yeah, there'd definitely be applause break.
That's right.
People assuming it's intermission. And going to refill their popcorn. So they took like a 10-minute pause.
10-minute pause, and the actors just sit there in the scene.
Listening to someone going to the bathroom.
No, well, they sit there before James Spader actually goes to find the bathroom. They just stand there.
Which, by the way, Sex and the City 2, they're having more sex in a different city.
In the Middle East.
They don't say it, which is why it flopped.
Yeah, they needed to, at least on the flight over there, someone needed to say, where's the shitter?
Which would then lead into the iconic line of dialogue, I have to go to the bathroom.
That was one of my favorite scenes from Sex and the City 2, is when they're on the flight.
Sex and the City
going
as well.
to the Sex and the City also. They're going to the Middle East on a flight in first class, sitting at a bar on the 747, raising their glasses to their nannies.
To their nannies?
It was the most relatable scene.
I mean, honestly, I've done almost all of that. So,
yeah.
Other than the nannies part, I think I've done all of it. I tell you, it feels like it should be illegal when you're on a plane with a bar. Ooh. But but they let you do
don't
it.
Want the pilot to be you.
It's like
the pilot sitting next to you.
Suddenly you're watching the movie Flight here, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Jodie Foster.
Yeah, of course. Flight.
Wait, Flight Plan.
Flight Plan. Yeah, you didn't let me finish. I was taking a long
sorry.
pause.
I interrupted you.
Plan. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
We're talking about great films this episode. Let me hype what we're talking about on this episode. We're talking about one film in particular. We're talking about 1986's True Stories.
Oh, yeah.
True Stories.
Classic.
Directed by Mr. Burns himself. And coming up a little later, we will have we'll be talking to one of the co-writers of the film, a great actor, Stephen Tobolowsky, will be joining us. So, and
this is exciting.
Now this is podcasting.
This is podcasting. Like everything we've been doing, it's been on the periphery.
The whole 14 years of the medium, throw it away. This
is the first day.
That's right.
This is podcasting.
You know, Old Testament, New Testament, you can delineate like which part of the Bible it is by if Jesus shows up. This is the Jesus of podcasting.
This, right? Not even when Stephen Tobolowsky comes on. This, right now. This is Jesus. This is Well, Jesus and podcasting are the same thing.
We hope that we don't get crucified for this, if you know what I mean. That's a little play on words.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus got crucified. I don't know if you remember that.
I think I understand.
It's
Hold on,
Are you looking it up?
What? I'm looking it up.
Siri, did Jesus get crucified?
Siri, what does Scott mean by crucified? I don't get it. I don't understand. But
it's the greatest story ever told, but it has a real sad ending, doesn't it? I mean, dude up there, two common thieves next to him, to the right and to the left of him.
Yeah,
bugging him while he's just trying to die.
How important this is.
Yeah, it's like, come on, guys. Like, what did you steal? A Hyundai? I'm Jesus here. I ain't done nothing wrong.
Hotwire a Ford Mustang?
Come on,
they never
guys.
would have been able to because it was so long ago.
Yeah, they didn't know how. No one knew how to hotwire Mustangs for thousands of years.
Yeah, people were just driving them all over the place, but only people who had keys. Only people who had keys.
There were some people who tried to hotwire the Mustangs. They would fiddle around down there and be like, "Here, what if I took this thing?"
And then they would just get like a gallon of sperm.
This is I Love Films, of course. Great film, Passion of the Christ. Passion of the Christ.
Oh yeah, did that happen in Passion of the Christ?
I think it did. I think that's and then they ripped it off in Kingpin, I believe.
That's right. That's where that came from.
Yep. But we're talking about great films. We're talking about films like Raging Bull and
Love Raging Bull.
Raging Bull, where I don't know if you remember, but Roberto De Niro gained approximately 40 pounds in order to look more like me right now. I think.
Was he
in
playing
quarantine?
You
Yeah,
in
I
that
think he was.
movie?
I don't know. I was confused the entire time that I watched it, but I assumed he was playing me because suddenly he ballooned up after he stopped working. Very relatable to me. There wasn't a quarantine involved, but
it's a really cool story.
Of a guy who balloons up.
Yeah,
after his job ends.
And also that story it's about not only ballooning up, but it is about balloons. There's a lot of
balloons. Yeah, it is in black and white, but much like Schindler's List, there are pink and orange and yellow balloons. Sometimes baby blue too.
Floating throughout scenes.
Just floating throughout scenes. I do. When I first got a DVD, when DVDs first came around, I got a DVD of Raging Bull, and of course it was like, the crown jewel of my collection. Like, oh man, this is going to be awesome. And then I put it in. I was watching it alone at one point, and I had only seen it once or twice before then. This is the 90s. And suddenly, like, there were little glimpses of color in it. Like like certain things in the background would be yellow a lot. And I'd be like, oh, wow, I'd never noticed it before. But Raging Bull did what Spielberg did in Schindler's List, where there are pops of color everywhere.
Yeah.
And I kept watching it and going like, this is so crazy because it's like every scene this is happening. Yeah. And then I realized my DVD player was broken, and it just was like something weird in it was making the image yellow, like it had.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes.
Oh.
And so I watched the entire thing, like going like, this is a really interesting cinematography style that I'd never noticed in the times I've watched Raging Bull in the theater.
Watched it on VHS like 40 times and never noticed this.
But on DVD, it's so crystal clear.
I remember right when I got my first DVD player, Naomi gave me a DVD player for Christmas the first year we were going out, I guess. And
wow.
It was
so she knew you loved films.
Oh, listen, it's the first thing she knew because it's the first. After I say cut the bullshit, I say I love films.
Well, first you said I have a new number 2. You went in the bathroom,
came back,
said
later,
cut the shit.
Cut the shit.
Right, cut the shit. I love films.
Would you like to spend the rest of your life with me?
Would you like to grab this bat and ball and figure it out?
Yeah, getting that DVD player, and like Goodfellas was one of the first ones I bought, and like having friends over and being like, look at this picture.
Yeah.
And everyone kind of pretending to be impressed, but it couldn't have been that impressive, because now looking at DVDs, they look like shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, now compare them to like 4K Blu-rays and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was considerably better than VHS's.
Yeah, you're right.
I remember the one in for LA Confidential. One thing about DVDs is occasionally they had to be dual-sided because you couldn't fit enough information on the top end, so they had to,
or a double disc.
Yeah, so instead of doing double discs, LA Confidential was so long that it had to like stop relaying the information from the top and then go to the bottom.
Yeah, you had to flip it.
Sometimes you had to flip it, but LA Confidential, it would just like I think the LA Confidential one was they put a bunch of information in one way, and then they like clockwise, and then they did a bunch of information counterclockwise. But there was a tiny, almost imperceptible pause in the movie when Kevin Spacey, disgraced former actor Kevin Spacey, got shot. Spoilers. Obviously, you're listening to I Love Films. You've watched every film, so you know exactly what happens. But he gets shot and dies at the kitchen table. And right as he's dying, there was just like a little pause while it then switched and started to reverse.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like looking at it going, what the fuck? Because this has never happened on a DVD player before. I was just like, did he freeze? Is that his acting?
Right.
And I like went back and watched it several times going like, he's like frozen for a second. And then I figured out it was the DVD player. A lot of stuff happening with DVD players where I can't figure it out.
A lot of action with the early DVD experience. You know, I remember those early DVD days, just spending so much money on these fucking things, and like the more deluxe.
Well, I mean, Naomi spent the money. Oh, you're not talking about the players.
No, the DVDs themselves.
Well, every time you buy a DVD, you would buy a player for it as well.
Yeah, well, with my collection of DVDs, I had hundreds of players.
Because every DVD deserves its own player.
That was one piece of information back in those early days that people just didn't quite sink in, was that you only needed one player. But we eventually figured it out.
Sure, yeah. Hundreds of DVD players later. And then you have to buy, of course, a DVD player storage.
All of the wires necessary for hundreds of players in your apartment.
But
I had quite the collection, and now it's all just either in storage or at Amoeba.
Well, I think I told you maybe on this very show that I walked into my condo one day, and hundreds of DVDs were suddenly just gone. Someone had walked in and taken them all.
Right.
And we think it was my neighbor. But because when Kulop went up to tell her and to warn her, hey, someone ripped us off, she was like, they're not in here. Do you want to check my place?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the reaction you're looking for.
By the way, the film we're talking about, True Stories, did you didn't watch a Blu-ray of it, did you? Did you watch it? You rented it, is that right, on iTunes or something?
Of what?
True Stories, the film we're talking about.
On iTunes.
The Criterion Blu-ray is exceptional. Looks amazing. I don't know how your transfer was, but
the iTunes one looks really good. But I was because I knew there was a Criterion. I wish it was on the Criterion channel, but it is not.
It's not. That's the thing. That's the thing. But we are talking about
that Criterion channel, though.
Yeah,
pretty outstanding.
I don't have it because I have so many. I buy the actual Blu-rays.
Why do you buy Blu-rays still?
Because they're not available on the channel, and this is the exact conversation we have on our sister show about buying music. So you can have it because things go away on channels.
Not really.
Like you wanted to watch True Stories, and it's not on the Criterion channel, and instead I got the nice little package that has not only the movie in very sharp, beautiful Blu-ray, but it also has the soundtrack, and it has the complete soundtrack for the first time ever released, and it has
you can get on iTunes.
Sure. But it also has this wonderful booklet that is in the style of a World Weekly News that has a lot of essays from different people, and it has all the bonus features that are not, I'm sure, not on the Criterion channel.
All the bonus features are on YouTube, and I could get a PDF of that newspaper in 44 seconds.
For me? I'm not.
Yeah, will you make a PDF of that and send it to me?
All right, let me get my scanner out. Hold on, I'm scanning it. How
Thank
many? You want every page as a new page?
Yeah.
Look, I got to do this after the show.
Okay.
Because we have a big show coming up. By the way, what's any feature film you've seen recently that you want to talk about with our listeners here of I Love Films?
Ooh, yes. I watched a film night before last that I found very interesting, very intriguing, and very good.
Okay. This is everything that I Love Films likes to cover. Films that are interesting, films that are good, films that are, what'd you say, very good?
Intriguing.
Did
I say that? I love that word.
It's spelled like it would be intriguing.
Yeah, it's a strange, that's part of the, wait, is this an episode of I Love Words?
It might be.
What are words for? When no one listens anymore. Words for? When no one listens, there's no use talking at all.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Words. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And words.
Words. You know what? Can I just point something out? Not only am I saying words right now, but your introduction to this podcast wouldn't be possible without words.
They were words. Their podcasting would probably not exist without words. If they were just random grunting sounds.
No, there's no question. I mean, someone would listen to grunting and farting and shitting. Not everyone.
We talk about the cavemen and how they invented the wheel. Oh, so boring, darling. Words are the first.
A wheel without the word wheel.
Yes.
That's what I always say.
When they invented the wheel, you know what they did? They pointed at it and said wheel. Words were the first inventions.
There you go. That's the point. That's what I love about you, Scott, is that you're always trying to drive home the point.
I love you. Those are some words that I've wanted to say for a while. I love you.
And I appreciate that. And those words carry weight because they are words.
3 little words that have a little more weight than other words. Like if you were to take 3 other random words like,
fish,
frame,
bozos.
Fish Frame Bozos. Is this an episode of Fish Frame Bozos?
Yeah.
Hey everyone, welcome to Fish Frame Bozos. I don't know what we talk about, but this is Scott.
Oh, and this is Scott.
And I don't know what we talk about on this show. I really don't.
Oh, well, we talk about fish, we talk about frames, and I'll tell you, I'll never get tired of talking about
bozos. No. So 3 separate things. We're not talking about Fish Frame Bozos.
No.
Are we the Fish Frame Bozos?
Huh.
Or are our fans Fish Frame Bozos?
See, that's the eternal question.
I don't know. Anyway, we'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Anyway, words. We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
What are words for? When no one listens anymore. Words for? When no one listens, there's no use talking at all.
Good eps. 2 great eps.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Well, what was the film that you saw, by the way?
Oh, it's called The Nest, the Jude Law, Carrie Coon movie. It's so good.
The Nest?
The Nest.
Is that what you said? Or The Nest?
The Nest.
It's like short for nasty.
It's about doing the nasty.
Did you say nest?
The Nest.
Oh, okay.
It's about the temperature gauge in your home.
Okay, great. Cannot wait. I have a lot of trouble with that whenever it's offline, so I hope that this is very instructive. Are you sure you didn't just watch a YouTube video, a how-to video about how to turn on your Nest?
It may be. It may be a YouTube video, except Carrie Coon and Jude Law are doing the instructional.
Jude Law, the guy I stood next to at a Vampire Weekend show in New York?
Yeah, that one. That exact guy.
Interesting. Well, great to hear your recs and effects. And we need to take a break here on I Love Film.
Oh, okay.
And when we come back, we are going to be talking about the film, and it is a film, True Stories, 1986. Mr. Burns co-wrote and singularly directed it, and very exciting to talk about this. And we will have a wonderful guest. We'll have Stephen Tobolowsky will be here with us. We need to take a break. When we come back, we will have more from I Love Films.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
I just have a quick question. Is this the first guest we've ever had on I Love Films?
On I Love Films? Hell to the it is.
It is?
Yeah, this is exciting.
Okay,
so,
great.
Yeah, we're going to be talking with him when we come back. So we'll be right back with more I Love Films after this. Come on back. Welcome back to I Love Films. This is I Love Films, isn't it? Not I Love Film. I think we have two different shows, Adam, don't we? I Love Films and I Love Film.
That's right. This is I Love Films.
This is I Love Films. What is the difference between these two shows? Why do we do two different shows?
Well, the guys that do the show I Love Film, they're specifically talking about physical film that you work with.
They're like film processing and Kodak.
Sure.
I'm sure comes up a lot. Yeah.
There's a real
color
love
separation
for that stuff, and these guys like to express
Nitrates. I mean, that's a different show, so we don't want to include
literally explosive.
Literally, yes. This is I Love Films, though, where the podcast where we talk about the medium of film. We talk about aspect ratios. We talk about how many images per second, and I believe it's something around 29.33 or something per second, or maybe that's TV. As the host or co-host rather of I Love Films, I should really figure this out. Maybe it's 24.
Absolutely. That stuff doesn't really matter, Scott. I think in the realm of this particular podcast, we just like talking about films and what they mean to us.
That's right. Sometimes, you put all these multiple images into 1 second, and that makes up 1 second of film. But
that's right.
It's more. Films are more than that. Films. I don't know if you've ever thought about this, Adam, but films are a bunch of images strung together in rapid succession that tell a story.
You're right.
That story transcends the medium of a bunch of different pictures. Like you could take a bunch of pictures randomly, have them strewn around your apartment, and that's not a film, is it?
I'm so glad someone's finally saying this, and I'm so glad that you agree with me. It is you, but I'm backing you up, so it's also me.
Well, it's kind of my idea.
Stories,
but go ahead. I'll give you part
I
of
had
it.
thought it before you said it. These stories mean something to people. The communal experience of going to the cinema, watching a film. These are things, it's a valuable experience. This is what I'm saying. And not you. These are things that will
I kind of said it. I said you basically just rephrased everything I said in a more pretentious way.
Poignant. I love it.
I don't think so necessarily. I think it's actually a little more reductive than what I was saying.
I
but
don't think so. I think what I'm saying is more important. Thank you.
You're right. I'm going to give you this one. All right.
Thank you.
But anyway, we are talking about films, and we're talking about films.
Filmmaking
as well. We definitely cover that. And we're talking about one film in particular on this episode, and it's 1986 is the year that it was. I consider films to be born.
Oh yeah,
it's a film's birthday.
A human being.
They are a lot like human beings in a sense of they have a life of their own, And sometimes you put it out there in the world and it grows up and it isn't exactly what you thought it or hoped or dreamed it was going to be. And, sometimes your film only lasts 3 days, and then it's gone forever, much like human beings.
Jesus.
Which isn't probably what we want to talk about
goodness gracious.
on this show. I don't know that that's a subject that we need to get into, but we are talking about a film whose birthday was October 10th, 1986. True Stories, a film directed by David Byrne. I won't say a film by David Byrne because a film is a collaborative medium, certainly.
Absolutely.
And one of those collaborators, and I think he'd appreciate being called a collaborator.
Yeah.
That's not something you probably want to call someone as well. Is you're a collaborator, but he did collaborate on this film. He is the co-writer of the film, and he is a wonderful actor in other films. So he definitely, he's ripe to be a guest on this podcast. You know him as, maybe most famously to me as Ned Ryerson in Groundhog Day. But he has a wonderful filmography. Look, do yourself a favor. Go to imdb.com and just look this guy's name up and spend the day there.
It's crazy.
Don't watch any of the things that it lists. Just click on different films and go, oh, he was in that. Just spend 24 hours straight there.
Yeah, just stay on that IMDb page. That's what you're suggesting.
Click around on the links and go, oh wow, he was in this. He was in Don't Look Under the Bed
don't watch
in 1999. Don't watch any of the movies. No, heavens no. But he is a first-time guest. First time we've ever had a guest on this show. Please welcome to the show, Stephen Tobolowsky. Hello.
Hi. How are you doing? One of the things when you go to my IMDb, I've had a little problem with my IMDb in that some of the movies there are actually things I've never been in.
Oh, no.
And I've written to IMDb and said, well, maybe could you take these off of my IMDb because I have no idea what this movie is or what I did in this movie. And they said, no, because we don't know you're really Stephen Tobolowsky. You have to prove to us that you are. And so I've been unable until recently, I think, to get some of these credits taken off. But you could still spend some time there clicking on.
Spend the day, of course, pack yourself a picnic lunch and, do it outside to be safe during these COVID times, and just spend the day on the computer, just flipping around IMDb.
So can I ask you, Stephen, if it's correct that you're in Freddy Got Fingered?
I was in Freddy Got Fingered, but Tom cut me out of every frame of it.
Oh my goodness!
They didn't even put one little frame of you in those 29.
I'm not sure
per second.
I didn't watch it, but I wanted to do the movie because my son Robert loved Tom more than anything. Tom had that show on TV, and my son was a nihilist, much like Tom. And so I was very eager to shoot. And Tom and I had a great time shooting in Canada. One of the main reasons I wanted to do Freddy Got Fingered is that Julie Haggerty was in that film.
The great Julie Haggerty from Airplane
so
and the recent Marriage Story.
Yeah, and I wanted to meet her and spend time with her. And so, unfortunately, every time I went up to Canada to shoot Freddy Got Fingered, Julie was going back to Los Angeles to work on something else. So I never got to meet her on the 10 weeks. 10 weeks.
10 weeks? You never got to meet Julie Haggerty?
And not only that, but 10 weeks of footage of Stephen and Tom Green that will never be seen by the world. One of which is Tom Green and I dancing in a vat of Bavarian cream. This is a scene that
we got to get the Criterion collection of Freddy Got Fingered out there.
How in the world could you shoot for 10 weeks and all of it gets cut? That seems insane.
Well, as an actor, the first option you go to is, I must have really sucked.
Yeah.
No.
But then you think structurally, what they did is they basically cut out Act 1 of the movie and they begin the movie kind of with Act 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So maybe they felt like they had too much a preamble.
Got it.
That happened to me on the Between Two Ferns movie. I had to cut an entire subplot out of the movie with actors that we had on the movie for weeks. And I had, I wrote to them all because what you say, Stephen, is like, I want them to know that they were really, really good in the film. It just like for whatever reason that subplot wasn't testing well. And I just don't think there's any. And Adam just left, weirdly enough.
Sorry, I'm back.
He's so bored by me talking about the one film I've directed. Sorry, this is I love.
No, I know
films.
this story though, but keep going.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. You have to like tell everyone. Oh no, you were really, really good. It's just like for some reason that subplot the audience is not interested in, and it's easily excisable, so it just gets cut.
Yeah, you never know what's gonna work, right?
Well, you never know. And sometimes you get the bear and sometimes the bear gets you, which is a very important maxim to know in this business, that sometimes the opposite happens and you come into a situation that you're supposed to, like, in terms of like Californication. So I came on, I was supposed to do...
Wait, is this an episode of Are You Talking RHCP Re-Me? Wait, no, it's not. It's not. No, okay, continue.
Wait, I was, you go on, you're supposed to do 3 shows and you end up on the show for 4 years.
Oh, wow.
So, that's like the Urkel effect.
The Urkel effect. So it goes...
Or the Fonzie, as the people of an older generation call
sometimes it works out in your favor, and sometimes you just get cut out of the film. But the happy epilogue to the Freddie got thing, I always have to try to end with a happy epilogue if you're going to continue in this life.
That's great storytelling.
Yeah. Yes. And that is that after Freddie got fingered, the very next year, Julie and I got cast together on Broadway in Mornings at 7. She played my girlfriend, and Julie Haggerty was my girlfriend on Broadway in a highly successful Broadway show, Mornings at 7, nominated for more Tony Awards than any other straight play in history. And I got to be with Julie for a year.
Oh,
so
wow.
that was fabulous.
It would be interesting if you never met her during that. Like she did her scenes on Broadway, and then she took a plane, right? Like immediately off getting on stage, and suddenly you walk on stage.
Yeah, that would have hurt. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Well, she is a delight, and she would be a wonderful guest on this show, talking about Lost in America and her filmography. But, of course... we have you, Stephen, and we talked before you came on the show about your last name, how it can be pronounced a bunch of different ways. So the fact that you said it a different way than me is okay.
I was just showing you up.
Yes, thank you. Okay, you didn't do that just to make me look like an asshole.
No, but I'm used to saying it my way, and you could say it your way. But just so the audience knows, any way you say it is fine.
Is correct.
Correct.
You have such an amazing filmography. I mentioned Groundhog Day. Before we get into the film that we're here to talk about, let's talk Groundhog Day just for a second. Could we? I mean,
Absolutely.
Is it the one you're asked about the most, probably, would you say?
Well, probably. Groundhog Day is such a fantastic... it's difficult in movies. I think it was Harold Ramis said the formula of a film is you have to be good in a good movie that people see. If any part of that equation is off, it's a disaster. If you're bad in a good movie that everybody sees, it's the end of your career. And if you're good in a terrible movie that nobody sees, it's just a trivia question. So, and everybody loves Ned.
Why was Harold Ramis saying this, by the way? Was this during a break, or was he... Does he call you at home and just leave that on your answering machine?
During our scenes, I would sit next to him and he would, and I was a little panicked as we were shooting because I was feeling my performance was a little large, that it could like play in the Roman Colosseum. And so I would sit next and I said, is this okay? You want me to tone it down? And he would explain to me all sorts of things about filmdom. And since you are lovers of, was it film or films?
We're lovers of films. The other guys are lovers of film.
Okay. You're lovers of films. Here's something very fascinating he told me about Groundhog Day that I've kept with me for my entire life. And he said, Stephen, comedy lives in the two-shot. He said, you always have to have the world, and you have to have in that shot the force that's wacky in the world. So you get the reaction to it. That's why Bill and I are always shot in 2 shots. And as the movie continues, only near the end of the film do we start to get Bill in a lot of singles with Andie MacDowell. And I see this all the time with people shooting comedies now, that a lot of times directors don't realize that it's highly effective if you shoot comedy scenes in a 2-shot, because and what's really particularly special about Groundhog Day is that Bill in the film is able to do both. So in the earlier scenes in Groundhog Day, Bill is the aberrant force of the world, and Andie MacDowell is the world. And we get that in a 2-shot. So we get Bill's arrogance and everything. He's the aberrant force. And in the movie, Bill is the antagonist. He's the jerk. He's the guy we don't want to be until he meets me on the street. And then when he meets me on the street, I am such a jerk. I am the aberrant force. And in that scene, Bill Murray changes from being, he becomes the protagonist because of that. And he becomes the world. And
so it flops because of your introduction into the world.
And then we see the world through Bill's eyes. And now we have empathy for him whenever he steps in that puddle. So that was an interesting...
And was that something that Harold Ramis was planning, or is it
Yes.
It was. Wow. Smart guy.
Smart guy. And I look at comedies now. When I shoot comedies now, when I am shot in comedies now, I'm always thinking like, is the director going to be able to get a good 2-shot of this particular scene?
Interesting. Well, it's in comedy, especially the one that I made, not to bring it up again, Adam, are you going to leave again? Or
no, of course not.
In modern comedies, there's so much improv, and we were making oh God, he's gone again.
I'm back.
We were making an improv film that was shot like a documentary where we didn't know what was going to happen in any scene. It's kind of hard to shoot that in just 2 shots. You can do it in basically 2 different ways. You can do it in like group scenes, and then the person that they're reacting off of is in a single, or you can do it when 2 people are talking. You have to do it in 2 singles because otherwise you can't edit it together, like improv different takes and stuff like that. So it's very interesting to hear that comedy is done in 2 shots. I wonder if there was a script, if to shoot it more in 2 shots would be more interesting.
And also Groundhog Day is a particularly strange film because of the format in that the day is repeated. So a lot of people have asked me, how much improv did you and Bill do? And on that film, we did almost no improv because the day has to be the same. Even the weather, there's only one scene in Groundhog Day with Bill and I that really is completely improv, and that's when Bill meets me on the street and he hugs me, and it's, hey, Ned, it's been so long since, what are you doing later? That was not in the script. Bill completely made that up. We shot that in one take, and Harold Ramis had it in 2 shots, both a wide 2 and a close 2. And when we finished, I had I just tried to run off camera because I didn't know what to do after he hugged me. So I just vanished. And Harold said like, well, we got that, so that was like 1 shot, 1 print. He got a 2 takes.
Amazing. Did you do all of those scenes one after the other? And how did and look, this is the show I Love Films, so we're getting into the weeds on this, but how did they make sure that the lighting, now that you mention it, it's the exact same day each time, but as you are shooting it, the sun would move. How are they tracking that?
Now, see, we have not really met except under that tent at Sarah Silverman's show.
Right.
So you didn't know you were tossing me a softball.
Okay.
So this is what's really fascinating about Groundhog Day, because the day is repeated. The day has to also be the same meteorologically. So Harold Ramis, when we started shooting, didn't know what the day of the film would be. Sunny, rainy, snowy, because we're shooting outside of Chicago. So Bill and I were always on a will notify, which for the people who don't love films.
This is all about call sheets. Which,
it's all about call sheets.
Yeah, we love to talk about.
we had no set. We were always on call. So if it began to snow, we would get the call in our rooms, Stephen, Bill, go down to Main Street. Let's shoot the scene in the snow. Let's shoot the scene in the rain. So we shot our street scenes, and there were originally about 9 of them, and I think it got cut down to about 4. We originally, yeah. Do you have that mute button for coughs?
We do. Unfortunately, I wasn't pushing it,
but during your coughs.
Yeah,
we love coughs.
Next time you cough, hold up your hand and kind of wave it like this, and I'll press it. I mean, it's a giant red button right here.
Ready? Here, let's practice. Here it goes.
Okay, here we go.
Ready? Waving the hand. Here comes the cough.
Okay, here we go. I missed it again. Maybe I need more of a.
We need like a 10-minute. If you have 10 minutes,
yeah.
That wasn't really a frog in my throat. That was like a salamander. It was long. The thing about the day of Groundhog Day, somewhere there is a vault with Bill and I doing those street scenes in every weather condition imaginable.
Really?
And
in case.
Just in case. And in the end, Harold decided that the day that would be repeated, as you mentioned, the sun is always in the same place. The day would be the gloomy day. And near the end of the film, when snow begins to fall, is when time begins again. But he had all that footage to play with to decide how he wanted to do that.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, normally you would think that kind of stuff would be planned out ahead of time of like, okay, we're repeating the same day all the time, so it's got to look like this, and every single day has to look like this. But he did options. Incredible.
Well, of course, but you're outside of Chicago, and you cannot, the sunshine is not guaranteed, especially when you're shooting in January and February.
So when you look at a film like Palm Springs, which obviously was influenced by Groundhog Day, they're doing it in the sun out in California where you can replicate the same day over and over. Like, do you look at them and go, what a bunch of pussies?
I'm thinking they're taking the easy way out.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them that.
So were you guys all, in Groundhog Day, were you guys all staying close enough that you could just run down and out to the street to shoot? Or did you have to like get in a van and drive 20 minutes and...
I was staying in a room on the square.
Wow. That's
so
amazing.
They could just, and Bill is in every scene of the film. And so he's always with the crew.
Yeah, he's always there.
And so it's like, go down to the street scene. They're basically just calling me to get out of bed and come down there and get ready to go.
So did you ever accidentally shoot in your pajamas because you were just getting out of bed and forgot to get dressed or anything?
It was too cold. No, it was like an army experiment.
Thank God for that cold.
Oh,
right?
yeah, thank God, or I would have done it.
There, a lot has been reported on Groundhog Day. I think there were like a bunch of newspaper articles about kind of the tension between Bill Murray and Harold Ramis. Was that evident when you were working on it, or was that sort of kept away from you? Or
it was kept away from me. It was not evident. I didn't get a glimpse of it from Harold Ramis. I certainly got not a glimpse of it from Bill's performance. I thought he was amazing. And people think like, well, was Bill really funny? Was he really grumpy? What was he like? And I'm saying like, he's like one of the best actors I've ever worked with in my life. Every take was in the moment. Every take was just as kind of spontaneous, but within the realm of the movie as possible. It was amazing to be a part of it.
Do you think that his improv background there at the Second City in Chicago, does that have a lot to do with it?
Yeah, that had a lot to do with it, but it also takes a certain amount of discipline. The improv has to be tamed a little bit with the discipline of the tone of the film and the story you're telling, and you have to be able to do that in the moment. So that's a great skill set to have.
Well, amazing. Groundhog Day, one of my favorite films. For a while, I was saying it was my favorite film, and maybe it is. I don't know. I saw it up in Sacramento and would imitate you all the time, Phil, which is just such a wonderful thing to be repeated. And so thank you for indulging us here at I Love Films, because Groundhog Day is a film that we love here on I Love Films.
Well, I'm glad you love it. There's one other, just just as an happy epilogue.
Oh, good.
There is one other improv scene in there for sure, and that is at the end of the movie when Bill came down. They rehearsed he and Andy in the bedroom going out into the world, and it was snowing. And so they rehearsed the scene, but there are a lot of people on a crew and there's footprints. And so you have to get rid of all the footprints and all the stuff before you shoot again. So when they came to do the take, Bill came down with Andy and the snow was such that it blocked the gate and he could not open the gate to get her out of there. So rather than wait for calling a cut, having them shovel snow or whatever, Bill lifts Andy up in his arms, lifts her over the threshold, over the gate, and it became this kind of beautiful, through the threshold into the world. That was Bill in the spur of the moment, and it's one of the beautiful scenes in the movie.
That's amazing. I mean, as someone who, I don't know that I'd call myself an actor, but someone who has definitely been in front of the camera, usually I'm the kind of guy who would be like, oh, should we cut? And it's always, I can't get through. Can we cut? It's always the temptation to do that if something isn't the way that you planned it in your head. But those happy accidents, that's what David Lynch would do on, all of his films. He'd used those accidents as integral to the filmmaking process. Sometimes it can really work out.
And in terms of the I Love films, the idea of what the hit is, the difference between a play and a film. The hit of a play is that you are creating reality on stage. You are creating a world on stage. The audience knows they're seeing a play. They paid for the ticket.
Yeah, usually I can see a person's head in front of you too.
In front of you.
You know what I mean? And there aren't people's heads in front of me during life.
And there are lights up, there's lights down, they're wearing costumes, they get laughs, they hold for laughs, yet at the same time.
And I'm eating a sandwich usually, a really stinky sandwich, And
why do you always bring a stinky sandwich to the theater?
That is the theater to me. I don't have a lot of time, and so when I go see a play, I like to just sit there, have a 3-course meal, a stinky egg sandwich, and just relax.
Egg sandwich.
So the hit of theater is reality, but the hit of a movie is different because there are edits, there is music, there's all sorts of stuff, and it doesn't matter what you watch on film, no matter how much you love film, there is a distance between you and what you're seeing on that film. You could watch horrific murders, you could watch love scenes, whatever, and you're only kind of partly involved. So the thing the really great directors try to do is create surprise. Create moments of surprise where the actors are surprised in the scene, where they're thrown by something and they're able to capture that moment on film. And that moment has terrific effect on an audience because it doesn't look so canned. So the hit of film is surprise, whereas the hit of theater is the simulation of reality.
Speaking of horrible murders, you ever see that movie Ma?
No, too many horrible murders.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
She's very scary in it, though.
I imagine she's scary. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Ma, you killed me.
But I'm becoming such a softie,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What types of films do you like to watch these days?
I watch Michael Clayton. I've seen Michael Clayton
I just saw
about
it recently.
That's terrific.
12 times.
It's very relaxing. He's almost, his car almost gets blown up, but instead he's just gazing at a horse. So there's not a lot of drama in it of it's not pulse pounding. It's just a very kind of pleasant look into a guy's life who is in a terribly stressful situation, but nothing really bad ever happens to him.
Do you know, as someone who's gone into the weeds on Michael Clayton, the scene where he sees the horses right on the hill, and that is what makes him get out of it. Spoiler alert.
Well, look, this is I Love Films. People have watched every film before they listen to this podcast.
So he goes up to see the horses, right? But we also have in that book, of course, Tom Wilkinson, the
great film actor,
great actor, and his horrible murder in that film. And one of the reasons he has this book that a child has recommended to him, Summons to whatever call to Summons to Conquest, or whatever that book with the red cover
book,
is.
yeah.
So George Clooney, in the scene where he comes into Tom Wilkinson's apartment to see if there are any clues as to why or how he was killed, sees the red book that we hear about, and he opens the book to the page and is thumbing through various pages, and we see Tom Wilkinson's notes in the corner. Then George Clooney turns the page, and there at the top of the page are the horses, is the horse and the trees. It's the same shot that we see earlier and later of the horse and the trees. And
I've always sort of wondered why he gets out of the car to go pet a horse.
And that,
I mean, I would, if I saw a horse, I'd go pet it. And
so
we were talking about it earlier on the show about petting horses and trying to hotwire a Mustang.
So they're saying that he stops the car to go look at the horses because it's an image he had seen previously in the book?
In the book. But because of the way the movie is shot, in that you see the car exploding and the horses before he sees the book and afterwards. So it's kind of... And the image of the horses in the book, it's an ink drawing at the top of a chapter page with the trees, exactly as we see it in the shot, with one horse as opposed to three horses. One horse instead of three. It's exactly so. It was added in post. That picture was added in post by artists on the top of the page to emulate the frame of film before.
That they actually had shot previously.
So it is an Easter egg in Michael Clayton.
Interesting. Do you think they should have lingered on that shot of the book more so that you could put it together a little easier? Because that is one of the questions I always had coming out of that film is like, is it a little convenient he goes out to pet a horse? Something I would do. Again, something that were I to see a horse as I was driving by.
Hotwire a Mustang.
I definitely would. But do you think they should have lingered on it, or does it make it more artistic and beautiful, the fact that they don't, and it's something you can put together later in your mind?
I have gone over that myself because I've seen the movie several times before I found out about that little secret of the film. And I wondered, should they have lingered longer on that? Well, then
that's
maybe
exactly what I just asked, but you're just kind of rephrasing
I'm
the
just
same thing.
rephrasing it.
I don't know. It seems like everyone's taking credit for all of my ideas on this. Well, we could talk about Michael Clayton and other films for hours, but we are here to talk about one film in particular. Yes. And that is the film True Stories, which was born, its birthday was October 10th, 1986. It's having its it just had its 34th birthday, I believe. So
I am so old.
Hey,
I am.
We all
so
are these
old.
days, if you know what I mean. I don't even know if I know what I mean. But we want to talk to you because you are the co-writer of the film, and you have such an incredible career. You're an actor, you're a writer, you're a director. If you take a look at your IMDb page, it's just you'll be scrolling forever if you go from top to bottom. And all of these things combined. When did you first hear of Talking Heads?
I had heard of Talking Heads, I guess, Life in Wartime, Psycho Killer. Mm-hmm. I wasn't a fan of Talking Heads. I wasn't not a fan. I was just listening to a lot of Bonnie Raitt at the time and a lot of Louis Armstrong. You only have so much time in your life.
Sure.
And then there, of course, was Once in a Lifetime, which I think had just come out a little bit before I met David. So I knew who the Talking Heads were, and I knew sort of what some of their hit songs were, but I didn't know a lot about them. And I guess my girlfriend at the time, Beth Henley, Beth was always an actress who never could get an audition, who never did anything. And so we were in graduate school together, and she said, well, maybe I should be a writer instead of an actor. And I go, sure, or think of dentistry. Think of something that people will pay you to do, something, sure, be a writer too.
Good choice that she ended up making.
Yes. So we were in graduate Beth and I fell in love in college. We were in graduate school together, and she
At
saw
SMU is where you went. Is that correct?
Right. And
where
then
Janie Haddad Tompkins graduated from.
Oh my God!
I know.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
It's
But
shocking.
yeah, that is true.
We went to graduate school at the University of Illinois, and Beth saw a play written by Claudia Riley, who was the only student in the playwriting program at the University of Illinois. And on the walk home from seeing Claudia's play, Beth is like, we're walking across campus, and she says, you know, that's so brave what she did to write a play. And I go, well, I don't know if you call it brave. It's not like Davy Crockett at the Alamo. I mean, she's in graduate school in playwriting. You know, she paid
That's
the
what
people.
she's supposed to do.
Look, I love the way that you're talking to your ex-girlfriend, by the way. Like,
Well,
she
maybe
brings up
that's-
anything, you're like, honey, just please.
She's in school. You know, it isn't like a real act of courage. And she said, well, I want to be a writer. So Beth, the first thing she wrote was a screenplay. She wrote a screenplay, a couple one acts, but the first full-length play she wrote won the Pulitzer Prize for drama.
Incredible. I mean, she's an incredible playwright.
Crimes of the Heart.
Crimes of the Heart.
You know,
which also-
I directed and acted in Crimes of the Heart in high school.
I thought you were going to say the movie.
Oh my God.
You're lying right now. But yeah, it's an incredible piece. And of course, you know, we don't talk about stage productions necessarily on this show because we talk about films, but we can do a little sidebar here for a moment. And you were with her while she was writing that. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's like when she was walking around our little house together in LA with tons of little notebooks with pieces of paper all over the place, writing, typing. So I start reading her play, which at the time was called something like either Three Mississippi Sisters or Old Granddaddy's Dying. So that was the name of the. So I'm reading this play, and I'm going like, damn, who am I living with?
Yeah,
this is like
Pulitzer worthy.
This is brilliant. And it was, Beth is typing, and I'm getting to the end of the play, and she's typing near the end of the play, and she pulls out the last page of the play and gives it to me, and I'm reading it there, and I start crying in the living room. I'm going like,
God.
This is the most beautiful play. This is so brilliant, and you cannot call it Granddaddy's Dying or Three Mississippi Sisters. This play needs a title. This play is going to be on Broadway. Beth, this is one of the best plays written in our lifetime. This is phenomenal. So anyway, we were going to do an equity waiver production of Crimes of the Heart in LA for free, you know, with all of our friends in this play. And then the girl who was going to play Meg, Sharon Ulrich, gave the play to her agent who never read it, and her agent gave it to his boyfriend who never really read it, and brought it back to New York and handed it off to Gilbert Parker, who happened to be an agent of Lillian Hellman, Tennessee Williams, Mark Medoff, some of the great writers in America. And he read the play on the stack of plays and go, oh my. And he called Beth up on the phone, and I pick up the phone. This is Gilbert Parker. I'm calling Beth Henley. And I said, yeah, Beth's here. And I go, Beth, the phone for you, Gilbert Parker? And he said, I'd like to help you with this play. And she's looking at me like shrugging, like, yeah, I don't know who this, I don't know what's going on. And she said, sure, not knowing he was probably one of the most powerful literary agents in the country.
Oh, my
So
gosh.
after that, Beth won the Great American Play Festival in Louisville. She ended up winning the Pulitzer Prize for Drama for Crimes of the Heart. And this is our entree into true stories.
Mm-hmm.
So Jonathan Demme's former wife and producer, Evelyn Purcell, was looking for projects she could work with and wanted to work particularly with female writers. And so she read Beth's screenplay, The Moonwatcher, and she read Crimes of the Heart, and she wanted to do Crimes of the Heart. And she introduced Beth to Jonathan Demme, and Jonathan was thinking, well, maybe we could do a movie of Crimes of the Heart. So
Right.
both Jonathan Demme and Evelyn Purcell were glomming onto Beth, thinking like, here is a real writing talent, and we may be able to work with her and use some of her work. So Beth and I are doing Pilates way before Pilates was cool. You know how we know that you've already said True Stories is like 112 years old. What was it? You said like 30, 35?
36 or so.
Oh,
yes.
God. So anyway, this was before. Then we were doing Pilates. So we were doing Pilates when no one knew about it. And Beth and I are walking from Pilates class, and a car stops on the street in a very threatening way, and it was Jonathan Demme. And he yells out the window, "Hey, kids, I'm going over the Academy to see my latest film that I did. It's a rough cut of Stop Making Sense. Have you guys heard of the Talking Heads?" And I go, "Well, yeah, sure. We Life During Wartime. Yeah, sure. We know who they are.
Psycho Killer.
Says, well, come on, jump in the car. Follow me over there. We're gonna,
jump in the car and follow you over there?
Well, we had our little Volkswagen Rabbit. We jumped in our car, and we were going to follow him over to the Academy.
So did you know him? Had you already done Swing Shift at this point?
No, no,
Jonathan?
No. He just was interested in doing. He didn't end up directing Crimes of the Heart. But
but he was
Bruce
interested in working with Beth.
Right.
And he was interested in developing that relationship, and so was his wife, Evelyn.
So he just sees you on the street. I don't know if I produce things like Auntie Donna, now on Netflix. Please watch it. But if I were to see those guys on the street, I don't know that I'd be pulling over going like, hey, come follow me to whatever I'm doing. What an amazing thing for Jonathan Demme to do, just to see you on the street and say like, hey, come on by.
Well, that's the kind of guy Jonathan was. That's the kind of guy he was. He was very open, very friendly guy. Used to invite me over to his office to play Fireball because I loved that game and he loved that game.
What is Fireball? Is that a video game or what is it?
It is. It was a great pinball game.
Oh.
At the time, bing, ding, bing, ding, ding.
I know
ding,
what
ding.
pinball sounds like. Yeah.
Oh, the vertical one that goes down?
It has a spinning disc in the middle. And so as the silver ball is going up, it gets caught on that ball and gets thrown off in all sorts of crazy directions. But he loved Fireball, and I love Fireball.
Do you think that spinning disc in the middle is what gave Jonathan Demme the idea to put his movies on DVD?
Boy, I never made that connection before.
I mean, crazier things have happened.
Now, we knew who Jonathan was because of Melvin and Howard, right? So we knew Jonathan from Melvin and Howard.
Film lovers, of course, know this is a film and not just guys he knows.
Right. Yes. And it's a good movie. It's a super good movie. Yeah. And so we follow Jonathan over to the Academy. And for the people who are lovers of film but don't know the inside of the Academy,
not everyone is invited into the Academy.
No, that is a big, big theater. It's like 1,900 seats. So that's where Jonathan is going to screen his rough cut. So Beth and I walk in, and the theater, the 1,900 seats are empty, except for David Byrne, Tina, Chris, the Talking Heads, Jonathan and Evelyn, and me and Beth. So
so this wasn't something that he was inviting a bunch of people to. He just was like, you were tagging along and it was just you guys.
It's just us guys. So Beth and I sit in the middle of the theater. Behind us is sitting David Byrne. And so I'm going, I recognize this guy from MTV. Oh, God. And then Jonathan and Evelyn were sitting there. And I think Tina and Chris Franz, I think they were up front of the theater. And so what was unique about this experience for Beth and for myself was not only were we watching a great concert film, not only were we watching a great concert film with the director and the artists who were in the concert film, but this was the first time we really heard the Talking Heads music. And we're hearing it in the massive stereo of that theater on the big screen. And it was an overwhelming experience.
Wow.
Take Me to the River, Slippery People, all these amazing Talking Head songs in the brilliant
Amazing
way.
Grace.
Speaking
of songs, I'm just speaking of great songs. I just wanted to segue for a second.
Yes.
That's a great song. I just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah,
just to make sure you were paying attention as well, because they don't play that in Stop Making Sense.
They don't play that in Stop Making Sense, but it is a great song.
It is a great song. You have to agree.
And it's good, country, and it's good any way you cut it. Like John Lennon said, any way you do a great song, it's great.
Exactly, any style. And so when Demi brings you in, he introduces you to the band and says, "These are my pals," or are they looking at you like, who are these guys? What happens?
I think he generally introduced us, but it wasn't like a major deal that we just sat down. And as I mentioned, the bigger deal was David was sitting in the row behind me, kind of where he could kind of see me. So when the movie was finished, the movie is done, and Beth and I are completely overwhelmed. Jonathan and David saying, well, we're thinking about going out to eat. Do you guys want to come eat with us? So, of course, we're going to say yes to that. So we go up somewhere snazzy above the Sunset Strip, some Chinese place, I think, and we're all sitting together, and I end up at the end of the table where David Byrne is. And so Beth is next to me. She's more talking to Jonathan, and I'm face to face with David across the table. And so David said, like, all right, I want you to know everything you did not like about the movie. I go, well, David, I loved it. No. Everyone always says, I love the movie. Everyone always says they love I don't want to hear what you loved. I want you to tell me everything that didn't work for you. And that is the essence of David.
Interesting.
So
he's not satisfied.
So he really does want to know the negative.
He wants to know the negative because he is always working. Always working. He doesn't want the pat on the back. He doesn't want, oh, well, this is just brilliant. He doesn't want yes men. He wants. So David and I.
So what did you tell him about what you didn't like? Did you? Were you like sort of trying to come up with things just to?
The only thing I could do was I talked to him in very specific frame by frame, song by song of how I experienced the movie. And it all turned out to be sort of positive. And he said, well, did you feel this part was too? I said, not for me. And you have to understand, I don't know your music. So this was my introduction to you. I wasn't a fan coming in.
So that's a good
here.
perspective, yeah. So he probably wasn't getting from a lot of people.
Yes, as someone who's not a fan, this is what I felt.
And who is still not a fan. What if you threw that in? By the way, I still don't like your music.
Boy, I'm a huge fan now. I'm a huge fan of David's and all of his new stuff.
Well, you should
and
come on
everything.
our sister show, You Talking Talking Heads to My Talking Head. But of course, that is not this show. This is I Love Films.
Yeah.
Did you go see American Utopia on Broadway? Did you get a chance?
No, I've seen it on cable, though, a few times.
Sure.
Yeah.
When I'm not watching Michael Clayton.
That's right. You do.
Those are the only two movies.
Ping-ponging back and forth between those two things. So you have this dinner with David, and then how does the relationship continue? He invites you over to his house? Is that what happens?
No, it was more bizarre even than that. So he said, so where do you live? And I said, well, we live up in the Hollywood Hills. He says, oh, so do I. Do you have a swimming pool? and I go, well, yeah, David, we have a swimming pool. He said, well, I'm shooting a video for MTV for a song we did, Road to Nowhere. Can we use your swimming pool for that? And I go, well, sure, David. Now I am so green, I don't know about the litigious age of people getting hurt or drowning in swimming pools, and you getting.
If someone were to drown, you an immediate you're liable for
getting.
And this was someone you had just met.
So I said, sure, come on over. So David and the people who were working on that came over. They set up camp in our backyard, and when you see the video of Road to Nowhere, the scenes shot underwater in that song were shot in our backyard in our swimming pool.
Do you think that David Byrne was talking to Jonathan Demme one day and was like, okay, hey, if you have any friends with swimming pools and you see them on the street, would you invite them to my movie?
I am not.
Is he playing 3D chess here?
It could have been.
And why didn't he just use his own swimming pool? He lives in the Hollywood Hills.
David Well, I'll get to David's place in a second.
But it's poolless, we can assume.
It's poolless, that was for sure.
That's one thing you can say about his house, is it's poolless.
It was poolless. And so they're shooting, and so I said, well, do you guys want to have dinner? I could barbecue. So I barbecued some salmon or something, was barbecuing salmon, opened up a bottle of wine.
Good.
Yeah,
Do you mind doing that for us right now?
Oh, I'm gearing up for Thanksgiving, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
It's a little too much prep time.
A little too much prep time. And so I'm cooking, and David stays for dinner. And while we're at dinner, Beth asks him, so what are you working on now? What are you doing now? He says, well, I'm working on this idea I'm calling True Stories. Whenever the Talking Heads, whenever we go on the road, we always stop at 7-Elevens or whatever to get coffee, and they always have these amazing magazines in the rack there about these stories that are absolutely impossible, but they have to be true. The gardener who, an alien, he sees an alien having sex with his weed whacker. Now, I'm not making that up because it uses the word weed whacker and alien and sex in the same thing. There was actually a story in World Weekly News at a 7-Eleven, alien, gardeners.
How does the physiology work with that?
That's totally true, though.
That's totally true. Well, it can happen.
So aliens' sexual organs, I'm assuming the alien is female and the weed whacker is going inside? Is that?
No, I don't even know if you want to go there.
I can't even speculate on how that would be possible.
Maybe the alien just got to second base with the weed whacker.
Okay, that's possibly true.
And he just.
And by the way, Alien Baseball. This is our sister show. I love baseball as well. Alien Baseball. There are 34 bases, so second base is really like nothing is going on.
It's like nothing, especially with a weed whacker. Sure. Maybe he just turned it on and it started spinning. He thought like, she's there. So anyway. David saying, I just wanted to put together a movie with all these absolutely incredible stories where all these different characters have these stories that are unbelievable, but are true stories. And then Beth says to David very fortuitously, well, you ought to talk to my sweetie. That was me. You ought to talk to my sweetie about what happened to him in college, because that's like completely unbelievable. And David said, oh, well, what happened to you in college? And so I told David the story of what happened to me in movement class. We had a movement retreat in my sophomore year where we decided to do exactly the same things we do in movement class, but 2 hours outside of the city of Dallas by a lake where we're closer to mosquitoes. So we're like, breathing in and out around the fire and all this.
If people haven't been to acting school, movement class is essentially, they call movement, it's not dance, it's just like getting in touch with your body and learning how to move your body around so that...
But it's essentially in a way dance class.
Although when I took it, we never, dance class was separate. It was mainly just like, hey, here's how to move your body on stage to communicate ideas. Is that pretty much what it is, Stephen?
That's what it was, but this was more like breathing.
Right, yeah, a lot of breathing exercises, a lot like how to prepare your body to be an actor.
This was like in the like 1970, I'm thinking. So breathing was considered an exercise back then.
Right.
Like that's how lame.
I shed a few lbs just by breathing.
Yeah, it's like, and you had to breathe correctly. You couldn't breathe too shallow. Had to use your diaphragm, all this. So we're around the fire, and our movement teacher says, okay, we're going to go around the fire, and I want you to say the first thing that comes into your mind, which was also big in 1970. And so Lord of the Rings, people were reading that book now. And so they're going around the circle. They're going Frodo, Hobbit, Gandalf.
Wait, people, this is the first thing that's coming to people's mind?
Yes.
Is Frodo?
Yeah, and then they're going weed, beer, everybody's kind of laughing.
Right.
And then they get to me, and I feel this kind of sound is all I could describe it in my head. I hear the sound in my head, and I look across the fire, and I say to our movement teacher, I get that you're not who you say you are. Pause.
You said this to your movement teacher.
Yes, across the fire.
Popped in your head.
Yes. I hear the sound in my head, popped in my. I said, I get that you're not who you say you are. And he says, well, what do you mean, Stephen? I said, well, you say your name is this, but that isn't. You're living under an assumed name, and your real initials are JK or JL. And then
was it J.K. Rowling?
No.
Oh, that was.
I didn't go to that good of a school.
Okay, you didn't go to Hogwarts.
No. I didn't go to Hogwarts. So then they keep going. Go, all right, let's continue on. And then the next person goes Gandalf.
They're still thinking about the Lord of the Rings.
Frodo,
Can't
Hobbit.
shake them from
Can't
this
shake
Lord of the
Guys,
Rings.
we're here in nature. Stop thinking about this dumb book you just read.
So we finish, and I decide I'm going to drive back to Dallas. Instead of spending the night.
Did it come back around to you, and did something else pop in your head, or was that the only time during? That was it.
That was it. So I'm walking to my car, and on my way to the car, my movement teacher stops me. He comes out of the shadows and said, Stephen.
Scary.
Why did you say that around the fire? And I explained what I explained to everybody here. I said, I hear this noise in my head, and that's just what came to me. He said, because it's true. And I said, what? He says, I do have an assumed name, and my real initials are JK. So I ask you again, how did you know this? And I go, I have no idea. So later I tell my girlfriend, Beth, who's a freshman at this time, about what happened. And she goes, we're going to make a fortune. And so she started bringing people from the theater department to me, and I would sit down, I would look at them, I would hold their hands, I'd hear a sound in my head, and I would say things to them.
So were you hearing these sounds before the fire, or was this the first time was the fire, and suddenly
the fire
you figured
was
out
the
a way
first time I could
and
say
you figured out a way to tap into it somehow when you would see these other people?
That's just what happened. And I was in college, and I just assumed it was all made up and not anything real anyway. And I started telling people in my drama class what they were seeing, what I was saying, and with a terrible high rate of accuracy. And a lot of these things weren't happy things, weren't good things.
Wow.
I would say, there's a problem, with you and your father at home. There was some sort of abuse, and they would start crying and they'd run out of the room. It was not good. So anyway, I'm telling David Byrne this ridiculous, and Beth and I did.
But before you tell David Byrne, did you make a lot of money? Are you rich now from this?
Oh man. How
many bozos did you make?
We charged like, I think something like 25 cents to sit down and have me do this. And as it got more popular, $1. So I think Beth and I made somewhere in the realm of like, $20.
Wow. But this is 1970s money. That's like $5 million.
Yeah, it's $5 million in post, inflation money. And so I told this story to David Byrne, and he's like, oh, interesting. So anyway,
that's about as effusive as he gets. Oh, interesting.
A few days later, I'm in my car driving in the Hollywood Hills, and there's a knock on the window of my car, and I look up, it's David Byrne on a bicycle. And he's got a helmet on. He says, Are you going back home soon? I go, yeah.
That place with the pool?
There's something I want you to hear. And I go, oh, okay. So I go back to the house. David comes over about 30 minutes later, and he with his guitar, and he said, I just wrote this song, and it's based on your story. I want you to hear it. And there in my living room, he played Radiohead.
Wow.
And I'm going like, oh, wow. I go, he says, so is this okay? Tell me what you don't like about it. Always with David,
right,
tell me
yeah,
what,
yeah.
I said, David, it's amazing. It's an amazing, amazing song. And it thrills and moves me thank you. It's just beautiful.
Right.
Thank you. And so anyway, he called Beth in to talk to him about being the writer of this movie, True Stories. Beth goes over and meets with David, comes back over to the house a couple hours later and said, I have no idea what he was talking about. I have no idea. David lives in the strangest place, and I can't, there are pictures all over the place. I don't know. But anyway, I told him that maybe he should call you. Because you're
I love she's pawning him off on you all the time.
So you're good with structure, and you're good with those kind of ideas. And I thought maybe, you could work with David, because I had no idea what he wanted. So David calls me on the phone almost at that moment and says, are you doing anything? Beth said, maybe you should come over. So I said, sure, David. Yeah, I'll come over. So I went in, and David had, it's slightly an overstatement, but not an overstatement. He had this house in the Hollywood Hills that he was renting that had no furniture in it. I mean, you walk in and it's like a house hunter's house before they work on it. It was empty
it's a
house.
Flip, essentially.
He had one of those tables that you eat at in a cafeteria where the legs were pulled out, and he had a couple folding chairs by the table. But there was, and I figured David lives in New York, so probably he has all this stuff in New York. But on the wall of his living room, on the wall were about, again, I don't know the exact number, I didn't count them, but it seemed like 200 drawings on pieces of paper that were probably, 8 inches by 8 inches. And these squares were taped all over the wall, and David is an amazing graphic artist. He went to the Rhode Island School of Design. The guy can draw. So he has all these pictures taped onto his wall, and like some sort of serial killer. And he said, Psycho killer.
There.
Can you make a movie out of these pictures? And I said, well, let me look at them. And for the next couple of hours, not a word was exchanged between David and I, but I went to picture to picture to picture, writing notes down as to what each picture was, every damn picture on the wall. And David was silent. He didn't interrupt me. That's another thing about David.
Because usually when you are presenting something, you get nervous about it, and you're like, you're trying to guess what the people are thinking, and you'll interject and be like, well, what did you wait? This thing is a picture of, you like start to talk a little like what I'm doing right now, probably.
No, but it was like not at all. It was, David,
totally
we were silent. We were silent for a long period of time. And then I finished.
God, and this is like the dream between me and my wife. Like how I wish our relationship was.
And then I said, I looked at it. And again, David didn't say like, what's up? He was waiting for me to talk first. And I said, I think maybe I could do something. This is what I'm going to do, David. Let me go home and work on this, and I'll bring you something tomorrow, and we'll see if it makes any sense. He says, oh, all right. So I went home, and that night I wrote an outline out for the movie True Stories, and I wrote 35 pages. That night. 35 pages of partial scenes, character description, potential scenes, whatever. And I brought it over to David, and my presentation to him was this. I said, any movie you're going to do, the main event of the movie is going to be the songs. So what you need, rather than a plot, is you need a structure that songs can exist in, a reality that the songs can exist in. And in Texas, at this time, they were celebrating the sesquicentennial of various cities like San Antonio. Sesquicentennial.
Which is 150? Is that what it is?
Yeah, 150, right?
Something like that. So like 125, 150 or so. It's an odd number. And I said, so this would be this small town in Texas with all these different characters in it, celebrating one event that could bring them all together, that you can do music to, that you have the freedom to go to these different places. And then we outlined, and I had different scenes written down for a computer guy and et cetera, et cetera. And they're all characters that David created. The lying woman,
right.
and the part John Goodman ended up playing. And David said, I like this. So he hired me to be the screenwriter, and then he called Beth up on the phone and said, would you work with Steven as a screenwriter on True Stories? And she said yes. And so the catch was...
Even though she didn't really understand it, she was like, hey, 2 paychecks?
Yeah.
Great.
Right. And so the catch was, well, I think they wanted the kind of prize of having the Pulitzer Prize winner working on the script.
Yeah.
She carried all the kind of
weight of the creative partnership. Yeah. Little did David know he was talking to a future Ned Ryerson.
No, nobody knew they were talking to a future Ned Ryerson or future Don't Look Under the Bed. And so what Beth and I did is we had it. There was a catch. We had to deliver a first draft, drum roll, in 19 days.
Why?
Oof.
Why so fast?
I don't know. The producer said that there was a window open that they were going to try to get this thing rolling to shoot before the next Talking Heads tour. So it had to do, I think, with David's schedule.
Right.
But we were at the stage in our pathetic careers that when somebody says yes, you don't question it. You say, we'll do it in 19 days.
Well, hey, I wrote a draft of Scary Movie 3 in 7 days, so I know it can be done.
It can be done. It can be done. And we did it. We turned in a draft to David in 19 days. We finished the entire film, and then we did not hear from David for 1 calendar year.
Oh,
so
God.
not a fiscal year, but a calendar year.
Heard nothing. Like, good job, guys. Thank you, guys.
So you turned in a script. You must have like dropped the pages off at his house or something.
Yeah.
Did you have a copy of them?
He was right around the corner. Well, this was when the Mac 512 was just being invented. So we wrote this script in longhand, and then we transferred it to the computer. And
was this like the computer that I started writing on that would only like save up to 20 pages at a time, and then you have to erase it and then write the next 20 on it?
We had to get a separate hard drive that back then the hard drive that had 500 megabytes cost $2,500.
Jeez.
It was a whole different world back then. Yeah. We give David the script. We hear nothing for a year. And then I run into David.
Were you trying to call him or say like, hey, were you leaving messages, or were you just like, hey, if he liked, maybe he didn't like it?
Yeah,
what was your
maybe he didn't
mentality?
like it or whatever. I mean, he knew where we were, whatever. And how
close was this script to what ended up being the movie?
Oh, well, the next time we saw David, like a year later, David goes, oh, hi, guys. We went on the road. We were on tour. And I want you to know I rewrote the script, and it's all pretty much different from what you did. But David completely changed the script. The form is still the same. He changed all the dialogue. He changed a lot of the scenes. And a lot of the scenes are kind of changed to go with the songs that they ended up writing for the movie. I think Beth and I got to the point where we counted the lines that we wrote that remained in the film. I think we each have about a dozen in the film that are still there, or little scenes that we wrote that are still
not
there.
Horrible. Not like a total page 1 rewrite, but
David asked me to be in the movie to play the computer guy. I was busy at that point doing something else, so I said I couldn't do it. He ends up shooting the movie, and then I get a call from David one night, again, after months of not talking. He says, I need to ask you a favor. And I go, sure, David, what is it? He says, well, I don't want the film to go out and say, this is a movie directed by David Byrne, starring David Byrne, written by David Byrne. He says, I don't want to do that with songs written by David Byrne. Can you or Beth be listed as the head screenwriter of the movie? And I kind of looking at Beth like, sure, I go, Beth, you want to? And she goes, no, because we really didn't have much to do with it. I said, well, if it helps you, you could say I'm the head screenwriter. So that's how I got head screenwriting credit. Sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you.
But what's interesting is this all has to do with residuals too. Like the reason people fight over credit on films is because the residuals play into that and whether you get paid or not, So like David is basically giving up a I don't know, how much the residuals ended up being on, it's out of life for the last 34 years, but this is like a nice financial gift to you guys as well, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't a big financial gift because we were both very low on the financial gift totem pole. However, I still get a few residual. Just recently I got residuals for True Stories. I still get residuals for Freddie Got Fingered. Even though I'm cut out of every damn frame, because I am, as you say, my agent fought for me still to be in the credits.
Oh, wow.
You get so anyway.
My dad, who flew helicopters in King Kong in the 70s, still gets residuals.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah.
But later, I ended up, right after we wrote True Stories, I ended up directing Beth's play in New York, the Miss Firecracker contest. And
which Holly Hunter starred in the film.
That is correct.
Is that right?
And she starred in our production.
Oh, wow.
She starred in our play. And that she was who we wanted, for years.
Yeah.
We
one of the best actresses to ever do it.
Yeah. Ulu Grossbard, great director, was a friend of Beth's at the time too. And he said, I have read your Miss Firecracker contest and I know who needs to play Carnell Scott. And that is this actress, Holly Hunter. And so during the Crimes of the Heart in New York thing, we had met Holly just before that all broke. And Holly was very excited about Beth doing Crimes of the Heart. And we said, well, her second place Miss Firecracker contest, we think you're the perfect person to be in this. So then it was a matter of keeping Holly busy to where she could be in the Miss Firecracker contest. So Holly ended up going in as for Mary Beth Hurt. She became the replacement cast in Crimes of the Heart, replacing Mary Beth Hurt on Broadway. And then we kept moving Holly to whatever thing Beth was working on to keep her busy until finally Miss Firecracker got a New York production. And David Byrne said that I could stay at his apartment in New York because he was going to go on the road if I wanted to. So I stayed at David's place it wasn't even Tribeca, but it was in south part of Manhattan. And he had no furniture.
What is up with
New York?
In New York. So I stayed at his place in New York, and he had a metal table, and he had these metal chairs with holes in the back and holes in the seat. So if you sat in those chairs naked, which I'm not saying I did or I didn't, but if you sat in the chairs naked, it would make red donut holes on your back and on your buttock, made it look like you had smallpox. And then I opened his closet, and he had no clothes in the closet, but this white suit that he always wears, like even in,
What if he just had like 40 identical big suits from stuff?
I think he does. I think he does, but
I could have taken one and he wouldn't even know.
But it was great, I was so glad that David let me stay there. That was awfully sweet, and the Firecracker turned out to be a big success. That was great. It got a film deal.
If he had said, by the way, I don't have any furniture, would you have stayed there? Or would you have found other arrangements?
It never even crossed my mind that he would have no furniture in either place.
All right.
But that was kind of David.
You would think he would have artistic furniture.
But it just leads you to believe that he is like the alien having sex with the weed whacker. Like he might be a being from another...
he might be,
a galaxy or something that has no need for furniture because of the contortions his body turns into when no eyes are upon him. He just like melts into a puddle or something like that.
Yeah. You would think. Beth and I used to talk about that, going like, "Do you think David is from another planet?" Because he was, again, the work ethic in him was so powerful more powerful than almost anyone I ever met. Always working, always writing, always coming up with ideas for projects.
This sounds like me. Wow.
So all you have to do now is write a really good song. A really good song.
Yeah, I wrote one and then I realized it was just Happy Birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, I should have known from the lyrics, which were basically Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday to you. Yeah,
I went to Beth Henley's Christmas party one year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I wonder if you were there, Stephen. It was the Christmas 2001.
Are you still friendly with
No.
Beth?
Sorry.
It isn't that we're enemies. We're not.
Right.
It's just we really
parted company, and
we parted company, and I ended up I've been married now to someone completely different than Beth Henley for 31 years, and I have 2 children to prove it. So,
right.
Beth.
Well, I'm gonna need that proof. So if you don't mind bringing your children into the frame,
and
DNA tests and stuff like that.
all that.
No
yeah.
biggie.
Well, I have a friend Maury Povich who can administer the DNA test if you like.
Oh, right. Thank you. And we could do it live.
Sure. Yeah. Reveal the results on air.
In some of my stories, I kind of what I do is write true stories of the weird things that happen. Like the story I just told you with David Byrne and Radiohead, and how that was my way in.
Very
sideways.
interesting, by the way, that the band Radiohead is based on your experience in college in the 70s.
Crazy.
Yeah, because they were like, On a Friday? That was their original
On a Friday,
name?
yeah, exactly.
But they loved David
Which
Byrne.
is a lot like when we're taping this.
Right. They loved David, and they loved the song Radiohead. So they had a band meeting, and they changed their name. So that was...
Band meeting, guys. We love David Byrne.
My sideways entrance into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
That's incredible. Another follow-up to this story, do you still hear the transmissions that the song Radiohead was inspired by?
Yeah, this is what I want to know as well.
I keep getting these things, but what happened was, what I tried to explain to Beth and to people, Beth wanted me to keep doing this because she thought it was really cool, was that the more that happened to me, the more I heard. And it wasn't that I had to sit next to somebody. It was like in one of those movies where you go into a restaurant and then you start hearing the sounds from all the tables and all the people sitting at the tables. And it was nightmarish. And so I tried everything I could to stop it, to stop
block it out.
To block it out.
This is a lot like the superhero Daredevil. When his heightened senses come around, he has to train himself. Of course, the ninja that trained him, Stick, has to train him to block everything out. Otherwise, it would drive him crazy. Do you relate to Daredevil?
I related to it in that Ben Affleck, played Daredevil, and I did a series before Ben Affleck was Ben Affleck. We did Against the Grain, and He was a kid when we did that together.
So a lot of similarities with Daredevil here.
A lot of similarities with Daredevil. My wife, Anne, she always is like, when things get desperate, she says, use it now. You have to do it now.
Right.
So
you can access it occasionally?
I had a situation in which I had just finished doing a few TV shows together, and I felt enormously successful. I had amassed $17,000, and I decided I would take this money to the bank.
17 bozos.
And so I got the check, and I got the deposit slip, and I'm going to be really healthy, and I'm going to ride the bike to the bank. And so I ride to the Bank of America, and I stand in line, get up, pull out the deposit slip, reach in my pocket, the checks are gone. Now, they've all been signed. They've all been endorsed. 17 bozos gone. So I come home and I tell my dear bride, Anne, I said, Anne, this thing happened. And she looked at me very seriously. She pulled out the chair. She says, sit down and do the thing you do with your head. Do it now. Now is when you need to do it. So I said, okay, don't get mad. I just need quiet. I sat down. And I saw the 3 checks They were in midair on a fence. And I thought, okay, I rode my bike to the bank. Where is there a chain link fence between here and the 2 miles to the bank? And I thought, wait a minute, I did ride under the freeway, and the freeway is right by the Los Angeles River, and the Los Angeles River is surrounded by a chain link fence. So I rode my bike back a mile trek toward the Bank of America. I got off under the freeway. I ran down the hill to where the Los Angeles River was going. There is a fence, and there are the 3 checks being held up in the wind up against the fence.
Come on.
No.
What?
So I got the checks. The other horrible thing was Anne was doing a birthday for me, a birthday party for me, and I play the piano, right? And mainly classical music, and I'm not very good. But as a birthday gift, Anne did a little surprise, she did a little surprise, but she wasn't going to tell me what was going to happen. So she said, well, we're going to go out to lunch and we're going to have a birthday gift, your birthday gift. And I said, okay, Anne, all the time you keep talking about the ESP thing. And I'm telling you, I don't have it. I think the whole thing of the checks is that some part of my brain saw those checks leave my pocket when I was riding my bike. And my brain stored that image and brought it back later. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take out a pen right now, and I'm going to take out a piece of paper, and I see what my birthday gift is, and I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper. I'm going to seal it, which I did. I'm putting it on your computer, and we'll all come back home, and we'll have a big laugh about it. And what I wrote down on the piece of paper was, I am going to drive to Disney Hall. You've arranged for me to play the grand piano on stage at Disney Hall. And so that's what I wrote down. Right. It's laughable.
Right.
It's laughable.
You saw that image in your head, though, and you wrote it down.
I wrote it all down. So Anne says, okay, well, we're going to have lunch first. So, we're going to be meeting someone. So maybe if you dressed up like you're seeing an important person. So maybe if you wore a suit and a tie or something. I said, okay. And I said, so where do I go? She says, well, why, there's a nice little restaurant I know downtown. It's across from Disney Hall. And suddenly the blood runs out of my head. I go, okay. She said, it's so expensive to do the parking here at the restaurant. Why don't you just do the parking under Disney Hall? And I'm going, motherfucker! And so I park the car down there. We go up the elevator, and there is the plant director of Disney Hall waiting for me at the elevator. My friend Robert Brinkman, cinematographer, is there with his camera and my piano music. And he said, we have it arranged for you to play the grand piano in Disney Hall. And I am about to drop dead now because I'm thinking I am going to be so killed when I go home.
Right.
So I go in and I play, and Robert filmed it. I go and I play for about an hour the piano on the stage of Disney Hall. It was an unforgettable experience. It was absolutely magnificent. We go home. Anne opens the envelope and is absolutely furious that I must have been on her computer looking at her emails.
To be like a snoop.
That I had somehow ruined the whole birthday, that it was, and...
Wow, but this is incredible, but
she
true.
believes you that you didn't do that, and...
I think,
maybe
any
not.
married...
What a weird cover story this would be, though.
We've been married for 31 years, and, at that point, you believe your partner certainly more than 50%, but less than 100. You go yeah, okay. I think there's 3% of her that believes maybe I still looked at her emails.
Right. Can I ask, are you getting anything from Adam about when he went to a drive-in movie theater and he found an envelope on the ground what was in the envelope originally, Adam? It was...
Yeah,
don't tell the whole story, but originally
nothing.
Nothing was in the envelope. He went to the drive-in movie theater. They said, "Hey, we need $19 or $9 or something for you guys to come to see the movie." He went back to the envelope, and $9 was in the envelope.
You're absolutely kidding.
No, this is the most incredible story that
11
Adam,
years old.
He's never been able to figure out why. Are you getting anything from that?
Well, just my logic would tell me that the standard entrance price was $9, and so some mother gave
for three people.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
that
so
somebody gave they had their money to go to that event that cost that amount, and that fell out of their pocket.
Okay, but why? So it was a different envelope, is what you're saying. That's the image that you're getting. Is that it was?
I'm getting no image at all.
You're getting no.
I'm just using logic here.
What about who stole all my DVDs in my old condo? Are you getting any of that?
Adam. That was probably
Adam. Oh, you motherfucker,
Steven! How dare you?
Yeah. That was
well.
clear.
This is incredible, Steven. I can't thank you enough for being on the show. These are incredible stories. I mean, wow. So much background on this that you wouldn't even know from watching the film. Just incredible stuff, and your connections to Radiohead and just amazing stuff.
It's amazing. Truly.
We can't thank you enough. I mean, you are truly a film lover, and this is the show where we love films. So, this is going together like peanut butter and jelly, which is a reference from our other show, I Love Sandwiches, which also ties into my Broadway experiences. I Love Eating Sandwiches at Broadway is a different show that we do, but
Stinky Eggs.
Stinky Eggs is that's totally different, by the way. That's a totally different show. But Steven, thank you so much. Appreciate you being on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thanks, man.
We need to take a break. When we come back, Adam and I will just wrap up and talk about our thoughts about true stories. But we're going to take a break. Thank you so much, Steven. We will be right back with more I Love Films after this. Welcome back. I Love Films. This is Cocktail Desperado, which is a song that plays in the film I Love. No, this is I Love Films. And we're talking about the film True Stories. But I love true stories. Welcome back. Steven, an incredible guest, right, Adam?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the guy is, he has stories.
And they're all true stories, much like this. I mean, and strangely enough, that's what this film sort of covers is these kind of made up stories about people with larger than life things that happen to them in this tiny town in Texas, Virgil, Texas. So he almost could be a character in the film.
Celebrating, was it Specialness Day? What was the big celebration there? They're leading up to
the celebration of specialness to mark the
celebration
150th anniversary of Texas's independence. All right, let's talk about the film. Came out in 1986, and did you watch it when it came out, Adam?
Yeah, I did, but I can't remember if I went to the theater to see it. I can't remember because it was a big deal. I know. Particularly through my brother, which is where I kind of figured out what was cool and not, especially with music. And through him,
we're not talking about music; we're talking about film,
right? But my reason for going to see True Stories would have been through Talking Heads fandom, which was through my brother. And so I know he was super excited and definitely went to see it. I don't remember if I went to see it or if I eventually saw it on VHS. I can't.
Weirdly enough, when it came out, I was hyped for it, and I got that Time magazine, where he was Rock's Renaissance Man, and I loved Stop Making Sense, and I think Something Wild came out the same year, and I love that film, and so I was like prime person. I was in the demographic of people that they were trying to market this to. And something happened where it came out and maybe it got a bad review that I read or something like that. And so I just was like, I'll just skip it. And I didn't watch it until It was on, I think, first on VHS down the line, and this is the third time that I saw it when I watched it yesterday. So I watched it on VHS, and then I watched it in a theater, and then I watched it yesterday here at home. But yeah, weird that I'm a huge Talking Heads fan, but also the record came out and wasn't that big of a hit, and so I think I just kind of skipped it. Plus, look, I'm in high school, and the hormones are raging, and I'm just like far more interested in, I was going to say girls and cars, but really it's just drama and comic books.
But the weird thing is, I remember really being into the album and the movie in the summer of '87. So that must mean that
you
I
saw it on VHS.
VHS. And it seemed like it was really absorbing into culture that summer as well. Like the songs were still on MTV. The movie was kind of affecting culture a little bit. It must have been like a VHS thing. It took a while to marinate.
Well, the videos that they made, I think 3 videos out of it, which were all, and they're all kind of in the movie too, like, or at least portions of them are in the movie. So I've seen it 3 times at this point and had probably 3 different experiences with it each time, because each of them were maybe a decade apart. I saw it in probably the early 90s on VHS, and
for the first time, and I think I was
relatively underwhelmed by it.
Yeah,
the first time I watched it. The second time I watched it was in a theater. I hosted probably 10 years ago, 11, 12 years ago. I hosted a series of film screenings at a local theater, Cinefamily, where I would have comedians pick their favorite films and would interview them about them, usually before the film, before people watched it. And Tim Heidecker and Eric Wareheim picked True Stories. And it's their favorite film. And what I didn't know and was that it has totally influenced their work and their aesthetic. So I watched it then, this is a decade ago, and again was relatively underwhelmed by it for whatever reason. And then this time when I watched it yesterday, maybe my expectations were different or something, but I had a much more, also it was during the day when, I'm not sitting there in a theater wanting to be entertained or something. I was just kind of like watching it. It was a much more pleasant experience for me.
In what do you mean? Like you thought it was better or funnier or more interesting?
I thought it was way more interesting this time than before, when I was maybe a little more impatient for it. Like this time it's languid pace. Essentially, the film doesn't have much in terms of narrative structure.
No, it's it's a bunch
of vignettes strung together. And I was watching the best of, and I guess Mr. Burns, before he approached Beth Henley and Steven, he tried to get the writer of Nashville, Robert Altman's Nashville, to write it. And she took a look at all of his pictures similarly to what Steven and Beth did. And instead, she said, you don't need someone to write it. You should just write it yourself. But she did give him a little piece of advice, which was, he said, well, how did you get all these stories in Nashville? They're all separate stories. How did you get them to work together?
Yeah.
And she said, well, in Nashville, we found that emotion would connect the scenes. So not necessarily storytelling where in one scene something happens and then you continue to tell the story in the next scene with a bunch of different characters, but the emotions were the same, and so it made it all make sense somehow. And that's what he was trying to do here in True Stories, which I thought was interesting. I don't know what it was about it yesterday, but I was far more receptive to it and far more in the mood for it, and the whole aesthetic I found now a little more charming. Maybe I've been too cynical in the past for it, but it definitely doesn't feel like a film where Mr. Burns is making fun of small town Texas people. It seems a little more like a gentle,
like
affectionate, yes. Whereas I think even with like Tim and Eric's stuff, it straddles the line of like because the things that are similar with Tim and Eric's work in the aesthetic are using real people as actors, and using eccentric weirdos as actors.
Yeah.
And I think their work always straddles the line of like making fun of the people and being a celebration of the people, but which I'm always a little like, I don't know. But for True Stories, I definitely felt like it was on the side of affectionate this time. That's it, huh?
No, I mean that's interesting because I thought it was certainly on the side of
making fun.
Yeah, but not in a totally sort of derogatory way. I feel like it's particularly for the time. It was. I think it ended up being really influential as far as look at how ridiculous this is and the celebration of Americanness, and
it definitely does feel like a New York artist examining Americana in a way, but
I think a lot of it at the time is a little dated too, just sort of these observations that now feel well worn, like especially at the time. I remember at the time being sick of everyone.
The hot dogs.
What?
The hot dogs and the hot dog buns? That's like a standard comedian's riff.
Yeah.
They talk about why are hot dogs sold in packs of 10 and hot dog buns are sold in packs of 12. You know, that's like a standard
like losing
stand-up
the socks
comedian
in the dryer. But I was thinking that at the time even I was sick of everyone having to comment on televangelists.
Yes, televangelists. I remember that being so old hat.
Yeah.
But in the late 80s, that I remember when one of my favorite bands, Crowded House, came out with their single Chocolate Cake in 1991. I thought it was the worst Crowded House song I'd ever heard because it talked about Tammy Faye Baker and I was like, people in other countries, I remember being on a Crowded House message board, and much like you on your REM message boards, and someone in Australia was like, this song is so funny. What are you talking about? I'm like, you don't understand. In America, we've had 8 to 10 years already of this shit. Like, it's not funny anymore to us. And the person in Australia going, yeah, I guess some people just don't get it. And it's like, no, no, we get it. We've gotten it too much. So I understand what you mean about
the God I know isn't short of cash, mister.
Yeah, exactly. So I get it. But you know what's interesting, though? I did watch the deleted scenes in the making of on the really exceptional Criterion box set of the film.
Do you work for Criterion?
I do. I'd love to. Actually, I'm angling to get into that closet. I think if we mention them enough, maybe some of our listeners might start tagging them so that you and I can go in the closet. Look, I realize you could go in the closet by yourself. They'll invite you there. I just want some of that runoff, some of those runoff Blu-rays that I can get as being your side piece.
That would be incredible.
But watching the making of, there were certain things that they filmed that they cut out because Mr. Burns thought it was too cynical or too mean, and he didn't want to. There's a really, in the talent show portion, which is sort of the climax of the film, if you can really call something a climax in this film. But there's the thing they cut out was a local person who would put on a presentation of how not to get abducted if you're a kid.
Yeah.
And so he does a whole like theatrical thing involving like actors of how, if you're ever in a situation, what you're supposed to do. And it's really dry and very Southern. And Mr. Burns cut it out because it was too dark and he wanted everything to be more affectionate, if that makes sense. So I for some reason, the affection really shone through
it's sweet.
On this viewing for me.
It's sweet. I think my main issue with it is that there's nothing in it that grounds it for me. Like, it's all like Swoosie Kurtz
weirdness.
Swoosie Kurtz not leaving the bed is a cool idea, but there was nothing kind of grounding it for me. So the whole
there's nothing really interesting about her scenes necessarily.
No.
She's
no
just
conflict.
sitting there.
It's just
her. Conflict is the essence of drama, as we've always said on this show.
Absolutely. If you see a gun in the first act, I mean,
And Chekhov, paging Mr. Chekhov. We found your gun.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Speaking of actors, though, John Goodman, I think gives a really terrific performance.
Spalding Gray too. I love Spalding Gray.
Spalding Gray. I loved what he was doing with his hands, and in the making of, they talk about how Mr. Burns talks about how politicians sprinkle that stuff in moderation throughout their speeches, like almost like Bill Clinton with the thumb and all this kind of stuff, all these weird hand gestures. But if someone were to really focus on them and do them continually throughout a speech, how weird it would be. And that's what Spalding Gray is doing in this.
Interesting.
Which is interesting. But John Goodman essentially had done practically nothing at this point. But the casting director loved him. John Goodman. He was she was saying he was on Broadway, maybe in Big River at the time. And the casting director loved him and was like, you got to see John Goodman. He is the lead of this. And he auditioned once, and they said that both he and Mr. Burns are both awkward, kind of like personally. And so they didn't hit it off. And Mr. Burns was like, I don't know. And she said, well, I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to come back. He's going to re-audition for you, and he's going to blow you away, and you're going to end up casting him in this.
Right.
And Mr. Burns was like, okay. And then he came back and blew everyone away. And it really is interesting to see a film where he's just like really going for it.
Yeah.
You know, like he's giving 110%, especially in the lip sync scene.
Yeah. He's happy to have a big role in a movie,
high profile gig. It's really funny. This is before Raising Arizona, obviously, and he got in with the Coen brothers
before Roseanne, too, right?
Yeah, so that's really good. But the other actor that I thought was really funny is the person who plays the lying woman, Jo Harvey Allen. So essentially, her story is that she's from Texas, and the casting director knew of her because she did a one-woman show down in Long Beach about Texas, where she just played like crazy caricatures of Texas people. And the casting director said to Mr. Burns, you got to go down and see her. So Mr. Burns went down to Long Beach, drove down, saw her play, and was like, hey, I think you'd be really good for the part in this movie, and wrote down his number on a McDonald's bag, gave it to her. She lost it. And then, but finally somehow, like through the casting director, got back to him and said, yes, I will do your movie, and I want to do every female part in it. And Mr. Burns is like, no, I think you'll just do the one part in it. And she's like, all right. And just did the one. But she like improv'd a lot of her lines and just threw in a bunch of crazy stuff to the point where she would bring in pages every single day that she had written, which can sound obnoxious, but they were so funny and so good, they ended up shooting them all.
Wait, which actor is this?
This is the lying woman who's always lying about her experiences.
Is that Annie McEnroe, or is it...
No, that's Jo Harvey Allen.
Oh, okay, Jo Harvey Allen.
So she would just be in the background of certain scenes, like the scene in the church, but she would bring in pages and go, hey, I decided I should talk in this scene and do this monologue. And they would read the monologues and they'd go, yep, these are good. Okay, let's set up a camera and shoot you. And which is just such a funny collaborative way to do a movie, which and the fact that they loved it and weren't annoyed by it is...
No, that's cool. She must be like a local Texas actress, because she's in all these movies that look like they probably shot in...
Yeah, she's in a bunch like Fried Green Tomatoes and All the Pretty Horses and stuff. But I think she moved to LA and was just like a weird performance artist who was doing stuff with slideshows and stuff like that David Byrne really felt like a kindred spirit in a way. And just like an eccentric, almost like Marilyn Rice Cub. When I first saw her, she was doing like a bunch of transparency one-woman shows and stuff, which was really interesting. There's also Tito Luriva is in it, who started out in The Plugs, which was the band that did all the music for Repo Man.
Oh yeah.
And he went on to score a lot of Robert Rodriguez's movies with Tito and the Tarantulas. And he sort of plays Steven's part in a way. He's the guy who hears transmissions from people's heads.
Okay.
So and Swoosie Kurtz we mentioned, and then Pop Staples from the Staples Singers. Mr. Burns lured him into it because he didn't want to do anything that was satanic, because he's playing a voodoo priest almost. And Mr. Burns was like, "Oh no! This is it's more of a gentle, like, he's a good guy who just wants to help his friend." And so Pop Staples is like, "Okay, I get it." So he's great at it. Spalding Gray, of course, the late great Spalding Gray, is really funny, and so a really good cast. I think if you go into it with your expectations of being like, "Hey, nothing's going to happen in the movie," it's just almost like an art piece of vignettes that are interestingly shot, then I had a pleasant experience this time.
Yeah, I guess so. I agree. It's a cool, like, artifact. But as far as like a movie, it was great for the time, and I love the music and stuff, but
right.
Not incredible for me.
Not gripping.
No, but that's fine.
Not like a film like The Godfather.
Oh my God, no. The Godfather, or even, and this is controversial, but Godfather Part 2, that's a great film.
But surely not better than Godfather 1.
I don't know. See, that's the thing.
What? A sequel being better than the original?
People usually think of sequels as being inferior, but I'll put it out there that Godfather 2 might even be better than the first one.
Well, that is a controversial hot take. I don't know that I agree, but you're getting me to think about it in a totally different way.
I appreciate it. I know that it's a crazy thing to say. And Part 3, too. Maybe even better than the first two.
Better than both of them combined, I think.
Absolutely. And Godfather 4, even though it's never been made, maybe that would be better.
Well, some films could be considered Godfather 4.
Sure.
You know what I mean? If you really look at it, in a certain way, like The Adventures of Lava Girl and Shark Boy in 3D.
I was going to say the Jason Segel Muppets.
Yeah. The Jonathan Livingston Segel.
Absolutely. The Seagull, the Chekhov play.
Yeah, Chekhov. Speaking of, hey, Chekhov, we're talking about your seagull.
Calling Chekhov's gun.
Yeah, so, Mr. Burns got, as they say on the show that I mentioned when we were talking to Demi at Dijuibe, we were both on our friend's show called Blank Check. Griffin and David have a show called Blank Check where they talk about the blank check that certain directors get to make whatever they want at a certain point. Mr. Burns, after the success of Stop Making Sense, I think they mentioned that he got his blank check of where, all right, here's $3 million, just go make what you want.
Yeah.
And he cashed that check, and I don't know that he never got another chance to make another film, or if he just decided to pass on making further films, but I think this one wasn't necessarily incredibly successful at the box office, or the BO as we call it.
Yeah, the Boffo BO. Yeah, I don't know either, although American Utopia, quite successful, quite good.
Quite good, but he did not direct that, obviously, but and he's never directed another film. Who knows why? Maybe he doesn't want to.
It's entirely possible.
He did. I read that he considered himself to be more of a filmmaker than a musician after this. Which,
for how long?
Yeah, he never made another one. I don't know how long that ended up happening, but an interesting. This film is the reason why they didn't play Live Aid Talking Heads, because he thought this film was going to be way more important than Live Aid and was going to make the band Talking Heads like even more famous, and it did not. It kind of like almost put the nail in the coffin for them, which is what you want to do with coffins. Certainly, you want to put those nails in them so the bodies don't get out.
Did they really? You think it really like almost broke up the band? I don't know about the personal element of it, but I certainly think Talking Heads were no longer considered to be worthy of the attention they were getting, like the Time magazine cover and all that. Because
you know what I mean?
Album wasn't a huge hit.
because the album wasn't a hit and the film wasn't a hit, so it was kind of like, oh, all right, well, that was a whiff.
Yeah.
So I think like this is the right before True Stories came out was the peak of how much attention the mainstream media or the lamestream media, let's be honest, was paying to Talking Heads. And after this, it was kind of like, oh, okay, we don't need to do these major covers with them anymore, or all these like incredible pieces on them anymore, because it wasn't a hit.
Yeah.
Anything else we want to say about True Stories here, Adam?
I don't think so. I think that might be it for this episode of I Love Films.
All right. Well, until next time, I hope you see a film. We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And on I Love Films, we like to ask questions that have never been asked before in the history of discussion of cinema. And today we got a hot one for you. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
See, it's crazy. People don't think of it as a Christmas movie. They think of it as like a big action extravaganza.
And it came out in the summer, didn't it?
It came out in the summer, but you know what? It's a Christmas movie.
What's weird is it's set during Christmas, and Die Hard 2 is set during Christmas too, and people don't know that.
And Die Hard 2 is a Christmas movie. Face it, folks. They're both Christmas movies.
So is Batman Returns. That's a Christmas movie as well.
Christmas movie. So is Christmas Story.
Christmas Story. It's a Wonderful Life. You wouldn't notice it.
It's a Christmas movie.
It's a Christmas movie. How the Grinch Stole Christmas? Guess what? It's a fucking Christmas movie.
Hello, Lethal Weapon. Hello,
Godfather 2. Christmas.
Godfather 2 is a Christmas movie. And Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, Christmas movie.
All Christmas movies. Santa Claus the movie, Christmas movie.
That's a Christmas movie.
The Santa Claus.
Fat Man is a Christmas movie.
Fat Man is obviously a Christmas movie. So I can't think of a movie that's not a Christmas movie at this point.
There are no movies that aren't Christmas movies.
We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about great films here on I Love Films, including, and not necessarily limited to, Bird on a Wire.
What a great film. I remember when Bird on a Wire came out summer of '89. It was such a big deal, and it was like the blockbuster of the year. It was huge.
Oh, people are still talking about Bird on a Wire.
Bird on a Wire. John Badham, great director.
More like John Goodham.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, great films.
Great
Nick
films.
of Time, another great John Badham.
So good. Everyone loves Nick of Time. On I Love Films, we like to talk about subject matter that has never been discussed before.
Yeah.
And I have a question for you, Adam, and no one has ever thought of this question. Can you name any movie adaptation of a book that's better than the book? Has anyone ever posed that question before?
No, I no one ever has, because people just don't think of it that way.
They don't even think of it that way.
The book is always better than the movie.
But I was watching Jaws the other day, the super big guy.
Example. Yeah.
That's better than the book.
I'm so glad that you said it, because I feel like if I said it, I would just get murdered. But it is better than the book.
You know what else? The Godfather. Better than the book.
You're right. You're right. It's better.
There is this weird part have you ever read The Godfather?
No.
There's a weird whole chapter.
You read
I think
The Godfather?
With one of the wife of one of the gangsters. I can't remember who it is. Has an extra large vagina.
Really?
It's very strange. It's a very weird book.
Now that book was huge, but it was like an airport novel.
Yeah, exactly. And so is Chaws the super big guy.
Yeah. Is Godfather like a good book, or is it just sort of
It's terrible.
Yeah.
That's
the super big guy.
A super big guy, again, a terrible piece of kind of genre fiction that is structured very weird. And reading both of those by the fire the other night, that's what led me to realize that sometimes a movie is better than a book, but we wouldn't even think that because movies are based on books, and these books are classic pieces of literature. So how could the movie ever compare? But sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it's really, really crazy, but it happened. Look, it happened twice. And then other than that, did it happen? Has it ever happened?
I think Pulp Fiction's probably better than the book.
Yeah, Star Wars.
Star Wars is probably better than the book. I think The Great Dictator is probably better than the book. Mein Kampf is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I think Borat's, it's kind of up in the air to me. I think because that book is really good. Because it delves into the whole socio-political climate of Kazakhstan. And it gives you a lot of background that the movie doesn't really give you, you know, but it's really
but they don't have time. They can't like go into every single.
Well, that's the thing. When you read a great book, oh my God, you can get lost in it and just spend days, if not weeks, if not months, if not years, if not decades, if not centuries reading a book.
Sometimes I like to take a month and just read the same sentence over and over. A particularly well-constructed sentence from a
my
great
favorite
writer.
sentence in any book by a great writer: the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
See, I could read that sentence for 2 months.
Over and over.
Also, another great sentence: it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. I read that sentence for 3 months.
3 months, just
because it's so good.
Read it for an hour straight, going back.
That's right.
Whenever you see usually there's a little dot at the end of the sentence, and that's the period, and that tells you the sentence is over.
Right.
Once you see that period, that's a good time to go back to the first capital letter, which is usually where the start of the sentence is, unless you're reading E.E. Cummings. Am I right?
Yeah, there's not much punctuation there, but that was part of his style.
He also did lowercase. I think was mainly what I was talking about. But
I see.
In any case, just read it over and over for an hour, take an hour break, and then read it over and over for the next 22 hours. And that's a day.
Yeah, and then do that like 60 more times, and then you've read it for 2 months, and you can move on to the next sentence.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine? What a life of... I can't wait to retire so I can do that.
Anyway, the E.E. Cummings, that movie, I forget which book of his it was. It was way better than the book.
It was way better. Anyway, this is I Love Film. See you next time. Bye.
Goodbye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And this is the show where we talk about great film.
Listen. Not that I don't appreciate a good popcorn flick.
More than that, I appreciate just popcorn.
Oh, I love popcorn.
Oh my God. There's nothing better than when you put a sack of that microwave popcorn in that little box called the microwave.
Oh, baby.
And you just smell that buttery salt flavor.
You know what? Sorry to interrupt, but for me, it's the sound.
Oh, yeah.
You hear the corn starting to pop. It's like, baby, here it comes.
It's like a popping sound, sort of,
in
a way.
It's as if something were popping.
Yeah, a lot like that. And it's just like pop, 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 pop.
And then it gets faster and faster.
Faster.
You're like, faster. Here it comes.
And we're like, and then suddenly you hear that ding.
Which means it's the microwave making a sound.
The microwave is making a sound at you. And you're like, how do I interpret this sound? You get out the owner's manual.
That's right.
And
which is in the garage, so you have to go outside.
Unfortunately, you have to, there's no easy access to the garage, so you have to go around your front yard.
And there's a combination lock.
Combination lock on it. You have to remember the combination, which is not easy. 69.
Oh my God.
And then you get inside that garage and you pull out that owner's manual.
Which is just beautiful.
Put your feet up and relax. Put on the reading glasses because you have an afternoon's worth of entertainment for you.
Because to find out what that sound means, you have to read the whole thing.
Cover to cover.
Which, listen, I'm not complaining. This is a beautifully written manual.
It's so gorgeous. And you know what's funny is it's
always the last thing you read in that, because
it's like Murphy's Law.
It's the first thing actually in the manual, but you put it down right after you read it.
That's right.
Because there is a little thing. It's page 1. It's like, hey, by the way, dumb shit.
Yeah.
If you don't know what the ding is, it means your food is done.
Yeah.
So you put it down immediately because it's the last thing you read.
That's actually the title of the owner's manual.
Yeah. And then you go, by then you've forgotten, of course, what you're doing. And so you take the kids out for a swim.
Mm-hmm.
And then
at the public pool.
And then you pull the Studebaker back in the garage.
That's right.
Padlock it all up.
That's right.
Go back upstairs. Of course, go back upstairs, and you know what's waiting for you?
Oh, baby.
A big old bowl of popped corn.
It's cold now.
It's ice cold.
Because we put it in the freezer before we left for the pool.
That's right. We remembered to do that at least.
Oh, yeah.
And there is nothing better than frozen popcorn. Frozen popcorn. Even hard. And I love the little unpopped ones down at the bottom, because now they're even harder and they break your teeth when even harder.
Cold. And the kind of film of frozen butter and oil on all of the popcorn.
Yum, yum. Get in my tum-tum.
Delicious.
All right. Well, that's been all for I Love Films. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're a couple of guys. Look, if you haven't heard this show, if this is your first episode, and every episode is someone's first episode.
I guess it is. But if you haven't heard this show, I feel sorry for you. That means you don't love films.
I pity you. You don't love films like we do, because we're just two guys who love films.
Love films.
Films like... Give us an example of a film that you love.
A little movie I like to call Citizen Kane. Heard of it?
AKA the guy who missed his sled.
Rosebud, of course.
Of course. Was Rosebud?
That wasn't.
That was the
sled. I don't think.
Rosebud was his wife, wasn't it?
I've never seen it. What about The Godfather?
Ah,
how about
yes.
that? That's a film.
That is a film, a.k.a. the guy who missed his mob.
That's very funny.
He goes off to the army.
Yeah, no.
He's like, I miss my mob.
I want to come back to Mobby.
I miss my mobby. Anyway, we're talking about The Evil Dead.
Yeah.
And I
saw Evil Dead 2. Now, usually I'm not much for sequels.
Let me say that I think sequels are trash usually.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like Rocky 2.
Please. Rocky 1.
Sure. I'll give you that. Like in a pinch, I'll give you Rocky 1.
Yeah. In a squeeze, I'll give you Rocky 3.
Sure.
But neither a pinch nor squeeze, I'll just take Rocky. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But having a pinch and a squeeze and you still ask for Rocky 2? Come on. What is going on? Get out of here with this. Anyway, so sequels, usually we hate them.
Yeah, but
then I saw a little movie called The Meg 2.
Oh, yeah. See, that's a film.
That's a film. And I was like, wait, sequels can be good?
Yeah. Meg 2 kind of redefined. So some people say Godfather 2 is better than the first one. I think that's crazy.
That's crazy because the first one is so good.
Yeah.
And the second one is like, it's all about Cuba and all this boring shit.
I know. But in a pinch and a squeeze, I'll take Godfather 2.
Sure. Give me one pinch, even half a squeeze. I'll take Godfather 2.
Give me 2 pinches
and no squeezes
and no squeezes, and I'll take Godfather 2. But Meg,
give me 4 squeezes.
Okay, 4 squeezes
and a half a pinch. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
You got it.
No, listen, that's fine.
You got a deal. But the Meg 2 led me to realize that sequels can be good. And so then I went back and I watched Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
And I was like, what have I been missing?
Yeah.
Now I only watch sequels.
Yeah.
I never if there's not a 2 or a 3 or a 4 in this movie,
forget it.
That's why I watched District 9. And then I fucking leave I leave that movie going like,
Okay, Districts 1 through 8 are probably pretty cool.
Where are those movies?
It wasn't a sequel. I felt hoodwinked.
Oh, that's fucking bullshit, bro.
Yeah. And then I watched the Hive.
Yeah.
And I thought it was the IV was a 4.
Oh, jeez.
And they constantly trick you this way.
I got to tell you, I went to see the movie 7. No, there's no 1 through 6.
You mean says 7N?
Says 7. Says 7.
Says 7N. Yeah, there's no 1 through 6.
No.
And movies are constantly trying to trick you with this, and it's like
they're just trying to get butts in the seats. That's all that matters.
Yeah, because you know what? If a seat doesn't have a butt in it, what's it made for?
Hey, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no butt in the seat, do you hear the farts?
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And talking about film.
Not movies, not
although we
flicks.
love movies.
Sure,
we love
no,
flicks.
listen, there's a time and a place for movies.
And you know what that time is? Anytime you go out to a theater.
Oh, sure.
I love it.
The
popcorn. Just turning your brain off and just like enjoying some dumb commercial piece of shit.
Just like the Dolby sound.
Oh my God. Like
just
an overwhelming sensory experience that who cares if the movie is even good?
The explosions, the chase scenes, the MTV style cutting.
Hasta la
Love it all.
vista.
Yeah,
Love
Arnold
all of that.
Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like every movie that I've ever seen has Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Every single
movie I've ever seen has Arnold
I've
Schwarzenegger.
only seen movies that he's even. There's a couple where he makes quick, like 2-second cameos.
Like,
I've seen those.
Hey,
too.
if Arnie ain't in it, I ain't going. Fuck it. All right, bye. Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films here. Some of the greats.
You know, you just say the word film. And for me, anyway, it evokes imagery.
It does. It to me, it's like you go into the shower.
Yeah.
You wash yourself off, and then it leaves that little bit of residue.
A film.
And that's what we talk about on this show.
Just that shower film.
That's right.
I love films.
I love it. Wait, this is our 38th episode or something? I don't think we've ever explained to the audience that that's what we're talking about when we talk about this.
Has that not been clear?
I don't think so. I think because we talk about
movies
which we hate.
Yeah, not a fan.
Not a fan of those. They've assumed that we're talking about those.
Oh,
because those are also known as films.
If that's the case, it's a wild misunderstanding.
Sorry, no, we're here talking about the residue you leave.
Shower film,
bathtub film.
I love film.
Yeah, come on, guys,
catch up.
It's not that fucking hard.
Yeah, I mean. What, you don't love films? I guess it depends which body wash you're using, but
I guess. But come on, you don't like.
Let's go.
You don't love it the minute you step out of a shower and you're like, look at all that shit I left behind.
Get with the program. Anyway, I love films.
Yeah,
and
I love leaving them in other people's houses too.
Oh yeah, taking a shower and leaving that film behind.
Yep. There's not a single house I've ever been in where I haven't said, mind if I take a little show?
Mind if I leave a film or two? Ooh.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about the art of celluloid. Filmmaking, the aperture,
not
the aspect ratio.
Not movies, not flicks.
Although, every once in a while.
Listen, I like to kick my shoes off.
Sure.
And enjoy a good Hollywood blockbuster every once in a while.
What kind of shoes are you wearing these days, by the way?
They kick off super fast.
Those are kickoffs?
You've never seen a kickoff?
I've never seen a kickoff shoe.
Okay, check this out. It's off.
Ow!
Are you okay?
Why do that right in my face?
That was timed really well. Are you all right? Oh my God, you already have a black eye.
I have a black eye. I have the imprint of a shoe on my face forever. I hope not.
No, these kickoffs, they leave permanent marks.
No.
The soles are covered in Sharpie ink.
Oh no, why would you do that to me?
I'm so sorry.
How am I going to ever pick up my acting career after the strike?
Well, we can cover it with makeup.
Okay. All right.
No,
Let's
I'm
try
just
it.
Kidding. Makeup does not work for Sharpie ink.
Well, I guess I could find my niche as like the guy who is always kicked in the face with a shoe in every role.
Or punched. You can be the guy that gets punched. There are tons of punched roles.
So wait, so how does this work? Like I have my back to the camera and then someone punches
That's right.
me?
In your first scene, so you have it for the
I
whole
always have
film.
my back to the camera. Someone punches me and then people are like, you have the imprint of a shoe on your face.
You're like,
you were just punched.
Did you? But well, that's the thing is you have to adjust it so the guy that punches you
is wearing a shoe on his hand?
Well, his hand looks like a shoe.
His hand looks like. So now I need to find another actor who had a similar accident where his hand looks like a shoe.
It's not impossible, and it might be a bit rare, but they're out there.
Okay, if you're an actor out there and you have a hand that looks like a shoe, please contact me because I think our paths are inexorably linked at this point.
Listen, I've been in show business a while, and I'm going to be honest with you. You have a big problem.
My career's over.
But
again.
no, it's not over. It's never over, Scott. It's never over. It's going to be tough. I'm just playing it straight.
Because this is your fault, would you do me a favor and would you surgically alter your hand to look like a foot?
Absolutely. I will do that for you. Let's do it.
And not just a foot. Oh, wait, let's do it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just have a general anesthesia. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But the thing is...
Okay, well, just fix away at his hand here. Oh, I think he's out. Okay, do you feel this? I wonder if he feels this. I think he's okay. All right, a little snip here. Little tie this off. And smell results. Wake up.
Anyway, what happened?
Notice anything different?
Whoa.
Yeah. Looks.
Why does my hand look like a left-footed Converse?
You don't remember what we discussed, what we agreed upon before?
Who are you?
Oh, shit. You see my face?
Yeah, I see your face.
Who
are you?
We're an acting team now. My name's Scott Aukerman. We're a team. I'm going to be in Severance.
Oh, and we act together.
We act together. You're the guy who punches me in the face.
Okay.
Every episode.
Okay, so you're going to be alongside me for everything I do.
Every scene, yeah.
What about when I go home at night?
Oh, I'll be there.
Okay. Great.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And okay, so your hand looks like a sneaker.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm learning to live with it. For one thing.
So, I mean, can you call your agent and get me represented? And we're going to be a duo act now.
Absolutely. We're going to make this work.
Okay, call your agent right now.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, it's ringing.
Hello?
Yeah, is Debbie there?
Who may I ask is talking?
This is your client, Adam Scott.
Adam Scott?
Yeah. From Boy Meets World.
Boy Meets World. Oh, were you the boy in Boy Meets World?
No, I played a character named Griff Hawkins.
Griff Hawkins. He sounds really cool and handsome.
He was super cool. Girls really you'd be followed around by.
Oh,
never mind.
My panties are dropping. Just
Jesus
thinking about this.
Christ. Okay, Debbie, we're getting off track.
Wait, I'm not Debbie. I'm Debbie's assistant.
Oh, what's your name again?
My name is Marlifula.
I'm sorry, Marlifula?
Marlifula. You gotta say it like that. Marlifula, like you're singing.
Marlifula.
Yeah, you got it, honey. Oh, my pants are just dropping.
Oh, God.
Listening to you sing my name.
Can I please speak to Debbie?
No.
Really?
Yeah, sorry, no.
What?
I'm not wearing any pants or panties now.
Okay.
I can go into the other room and talk to her.
Marlifula, I'm hanging up.
You don't have to tell me.
I feel like I'm going to be liable for something if I
would hear
stay.
the click. You don't need to tell me. Are you hanging
Okay,
up?
click.
What happened? I couldn't hear.
You know what? I feel like it's going to happen. It's not going to be a problem.
Okay.
I just have to find another way to get to my agent.
Okay.
I don't think
you don't
over
need
the
to
phone
call like a
works.
PR crisis person. You're not going to be Me Too'd from that phone
If
call.
that phone call was recorded, there's going to be an issue.
Okay. It won't be released, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely not.
Okay. Anyway, hopefully you get a hold of her and we can, get back to work.
I feel like we will. I feel like it's going to work out.
Okay. Well, we'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
We're talking about trimming movies, editing, as they call it.
Yeah.
Snips.
Snip.
Little snippers. It's really one of the most underappreciated parts of movie making.
It's a tool.
Much like the cavemen fashioned wheels out of rocks.
That's right.
With tiny, sharper rocks.
That's right. Editors get in there and craft the movie.
That's right. Because a lot of movies are they don't have editing.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Editing, the old snip, can be the director's best friend or worst enemy.
Worst enemy. And an editor, when they finish a film, much like I finished the Between Two Ferns, the movie starring Adam Scott.
That's right.
You turn it over to an editor and you say,
Have a little go at cutties.
Yeah. And then
that's the traditional thing.
Hold on to
it's
your
a lot
pants.
like saying martini.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
You have to say, have a little go at the cutties.
That's
And the
it.
editor goes, ha ha.
And if you don't say that,
it's bad luck.
And who knows what they'll do with it.
Yeah. They could throw it in the trash.
That's right.
What do they cut out, though, of Heat?
It just after he says, she's got a great ass. He says, there's something about me. When you're talking about a woman's ass, I can't contain myself, or something like that. And that is now gone. It's either that and you got your head all the way up it. Either one or both of those
I feel
things
like
are
I
gone.
don't need to see.
They reduced that scene. It's really weird that
having seen it so many times, it's weird for you. It's a lot like this Talking Heads. Stop Making Sense. The differences between the second edition and the third edition.
Yes, it is. It's similar to that.
See, what Adam does with all of his media is he watches and listens to things over
and over
again. And then on his 25th time goes, wait, is this different?
There's also one line in a scene between Al Pacino and Diane Venora that's been trimmed out. One little, half a sentence.
To be honest, I do not believe you.
I went on YouTube and there's one other person that has a video with 4 views that's this line was reduced. So
Pardon
I know
me
it's real.
for saying I am not going to take your word for it, but I just listened to Life During Wartime approximately 12 different times.
So wait, are you denying that the new mix is different than the old mix? It's a completely different mix.
Between second and third?
Yes. It's a new...
I don't know. I haven't listened to it. And the one example you gave me...
they were exactly the same.
Exactly the same. So pardon me for not doing more of a deep dive on this, but I feel like I'm wasting my life talking to you.
You should dive in because it's super interesting.
I don't want to.
It's very different.
I have things to do.
It's very different.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're here talking about films.
Not flicks.
Not flicks.
You know what? That even that expression bugs me because it devalues.
It's I can flick away a get out of here. Get out of here.
Just go see it. Just disposable entertainment.
No, we're here talking about content.
Content.
Yeah.
Yeah. Things to fill algorithms.
Exactly. We're not talking about we're talking about things like Citizen Kane.
Yeah. Heard of it?
Yeah. Wait, Citizen Kane? Or no, Michael Caine in Goldmember.
Michael Caine's performance in Goldmember.
That's the kind of thing
Seen
we
it?
like here.
Yeah.
Raging Bull. No, wait. No, Bull from Night Court.
Bull from Night Court.
And the Raging Cajun himself.
James Carville's performance
in the War Room.
In the War Room. Seen it?
Seen it?
I'm sure he's also had cameos as himself in many comedies. Oh, James Carville's performance in Old School. Seen
it? Come on, guys. That's what we're here to talk about.
So James Carville's performance in Old School.
I just saw Old School. I don't remember it.
Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was something else.
Let me look it up.
I feel like
What
it
do
was
you
a Todd Phillips movie and James Carville.
I'm going to look up James Carville.
Because for a while it was
filmography. Boy, nothing is coming up.
Really?
Not on the little peed. Filmography. That's a hard word to just like up and spell. Okay.
Not for me.
Old School. You're right.
He's in Old School.
He's in. What does he do in it?
I just feel like he's like, he ends up at a party, or it's, I don't know.
Is it the Snoop Dogg party? And he's there?
I don't know. You just saw it.
I literally just saw it.
Maybe he was cut out of the version on TBS. Is that where
That's
you
how I
watched
watch
it?
all my movies.
TBS.
As the filmmaker intended.
Give me the TBS cut, which is what we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
I will not watch any movie unless it's been trimmed down by TBS.
Please trim it down. Movies are too long.
Yeah.
Trim it by 25 minutes and then replace that 25 minutes with 25 minutes of commercials.
Oh, I want those commercials.
Oh my God. I want to see what the Atlanta Braves are up to.
And I want anything, any curse words, anything
No.
oddly offensive. I want it bleeped
out of here. I don't want it bleeped out. I want the actors to come back months later and substitute words that don't make any sense.
That's right. Like instead of fuck, I want them to say diamonds or something.
Yes, exactly. Instead of shit for brains.
Yeah.
I want them to say, hey, fellas, what's going on over here?
Yeah. That's what I want.
That's what I want as a connoisseur of film.
Of films.
By. Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about a certain style of movie on this week's show. We're talking about Femme Fatales.
You know, what's really interesting about this particular genre of Femme Fatales is that also I think it fits cozily right up next to film noir.
I think sometimes you'll see a film noir and there will be nary a femme fatale inside.
Yeah, that's true. That's completely
you'll
true,
be searching,
Scott.
You'll be looking at the edges, the margins of the frame.
Because the frame is everything.
It is. And a lot of times, if you moved even just an inch to the right or to the left, something that wouldn't belong there would be in the frame. And you don't want that.
You might see a person holding a light or a microphone.
Or, and we're talking, of course, this is like a biblical set piece, a period piece set in biblical times. You don't want to see microphones.
No, they weren't invented yet.
And look, Jesus, Sermon on the Mount, would he have liked a microphone or two?
Yeah. I think it would have come in handy.
It's like, hey, Jesus, you don't need to shout anymore.
Right.
But unfortunately, they weren't invented for another 2 years after his death. And they were invented by... who were they invented by again?
Benjamin Franklin.
That's right. In 2 BC. Yeah. Or 2 AD, sorry. What happened in 2 BC? I get those two dates mixed up.
It wasn't a microphone. I mean, there was a microphone embedded in the device, but it was one of these jobbers, one of these guys.
You're miming something.
Is it a
gun? Are you talking into a gun?
It's a musket.
Musket.
All muskets had
mini microphones. Just hidden microphones so that...
People don't know this.
People don't know this, but there were microphones embedded in muskets because they were working on sound effects records. They did not have. This is before they got sound effects of guns.
Yeah,
and so any movie, back to I Love Films, from the invention of the first one with Lumiere or whoever the fuck invented the first movie.
Yes,
all the way up to I think Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Yeah, it was part 2.
Part 2 used the same musket sound. That they
and
recorded.
Also they liked, there's a little speaker, they liked, warfare was much different back then. They liked being able to speak into it to say, I'm about to fire when they're firing at each
Give someone
other.
fair warning. You know what I mean?
Well,
give them a fighting chance.
It was fair.
It was fair. And that's warfare these days. Oh, this is a dicey topic.
Yeah.
All right, let's close up I Love Films. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Film. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And do we even need to say it?
Oh,
We love film!
Films.
Oh.
What?
Sorry, I thought we were both saying fuck you to each other.
Why would we say fuck you to each other?
You said for a really long time.
Let's try that again.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
We love fuck you.
Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And today we're zeroing in on one particular actor.
That's right. Phil Garrison. You know what's cool about the
Jeremy?
Matador? Jeremy?
Name that movie. Jeremy. No last name, apparently.
Oh, was that Party of Five?
It was not. That's Our Idiot Brother, starring our good friend
Jeremy.
Paul Rudd.
God.
Jeremy. Can you imagine playing someone named Jeremy?
I do not
When
remember
you're doing something
that.
short like that, like Our Idiot Brother,
Yeah.
and you're just playing a character with no last name, you're just Jeremy.
Yeah.
Do you do any work at all, or do you show up and learn your lines that day?
Well, clearly, I didn't even know the character's name.
Oh my God. News anchor.
Oh, that was for Nick Swartzen's thing, right?
Pretend time. What about Eastbound and Down? Do you remember your
Pat Anderson.
Pat Anderson. Yeah. How do you remember that?
Because it's such a well constructed name for the guy, for what a douchebag.
I see. Yeah. What about Children's Hospital? Do you remember your?
I do not.
Lieutenant Degore Koru.
Oh, I think, was that a Star Trek?
I think
thing?
so. Yeah. What about Piranha 3D? Apparently, you only
Novak. That's Novak.
Novak. Yeah, you only had one name in that. Just Novak.
I guess.
Oh, this is so fun. God, your IMDb is long.
Yeah.
Long as my fucking dick.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay, bye. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about the career of a man. He's an actor. He's a director.
Mm-hmm.
He's 85 years old. He's married to Paula Prentice.
And listen, he's a Golden Globe winner.
And I'll tell you what else.
He was nominated for an Emmy.
He was born in New York City, the son of Samuel Roger Benjamin, a garment industry worker. Forgot how to pronounce industry.
It's a tough one.
Industry. Well, it's weird because when you say industrial, you don't say industrial.
No.
So when I read words off a computer screen, I do it a letter at a time. So I'm here thinking I'm going to say industrial.
Yeah.
And I get to the end and it's a Y. And
so you're like industry.
But
at that point,
and I got to stop short.
At that point, you've pretty much married yourself to this particular pronunciation. Right now, I'm looking at a photo of him from 1972.
Wow.
And he looks great.
Would you turn that around for me so
right
I can
here.
see it even though I'm looking at it?
It's right there.
Of course, we're talking about Richard Benjamin.
Mermaids. Cher, Winona Ryder, Christina Ricci.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Hey, Children's Hospital.
Did he do a Children's Hospital?
He was in a role in Children's Hospital. It may be his final film or his final credit. Yeah,
not final, but his
His most recent, yes. Well, I mean, it was 8 years ago, but then COVID and a strike.
Yeah. Yeah, Richard Benjamin's a legendary actor-director. Fantastic.
Of course he played Caspar Weinberger in the Pentagon Wars. We all know that.
Yep.
Dr. Vishniak in Ink.
He was in Catch-22, which is a huge, incredible movie.
Mike...
he was in Westworld.
He's in fucking Westworld, the original Westworld.
Yes, not the...
He's not...
TV show.
He's not James Marsden. We should just make that very clear.
That's actually a really great kind of flag to throw up.
Yeah.
He is not James Marsden.
He's not James Marsden. A lot of times you'll be watching a show and you'll be like, is that James Marsden? Guess what? It is.
Yeah.
But
in this
case, not James Marsden. If you happen to see Portnoy's Complaint,
yeah,
and you're like, is the guy playing Alexander Portnoy, is that James Marsden?
No. If you go and rent or download the movie Milk Money starring Ed Harris and Melanie
Griffith, of course.
And you're watching that and you're like, I wonder if James Marsden directed this.
He might have. I mean, it's the kind of thing he would do.
It's not out of the question.
Jimmy Mars.
Yeah. But in this case, it's not. It was Richard Benjamin. He directed it.
No. If you're watching How to Beat the High $1 of Living.
Yeah.
And you're like, I love How to Beat the High $1 of Living.
Mm-hmm.
But who's that playing Albert? Is that
James Marsden?
Is that James Marsden?
No. It was.
It was.
It was.
It was James Marsden, yeah. He time traveled.
If you watch Disturbing Behavior, the movie Disturbing Behavior from 1997,
sure,
I think, and you think, is that James Marsden playing one of the leads with Katie Holmes? You'd be correct because it was.
It was James Marsden. Yeah. If you're watching, I'm trying to think of anything else. James Marsden, Sonic the Hedgehog. No, that was Richard Benjamin. Jury Duty. No, that was Richard Benjamin.
That was Richard. Oh, guest spot on the first episode of the Party Down reboot. That was Richard Benjamin.
Yeah, I think James Marsden, honestly, he hasn't done a lot of stuff.
Not since Disturbing Behavior, which was actually Richard Benjamin. I was lying.
Right. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And a little thing that we did right before...
Oh, baby.
Right
did
before
we ever.
Thanksgiving break, we went to go see a movie called Faraway.
Speaking of, how did I get there? How did you get there? Drove a car.
Yep. We drove separate cars,
Separate cars. Two cars.
It was a two-car system that we used.
That's right.
One car driving you, one car driving me.
Yep. It was like, are we going to go to this movie? Yes, we are. Meet you there. I'm going to drive a car. How you getting there?
I'm also going to drive a car.
Yeah, two cars.
Our cars, we didn't meet at the same time, just bumping into each other.
No.
That would be great. Anytime you met someone, you were just like,
bump.
Just had to ram into each other.
And then before you go have lunch or go to a movie or whatever you're meeting up for, you have to go to the auto shop and get it fixed.
And exchange insurance information and everything. But anyway, it was good, right?
Ferrari, I liked it.
Yeah. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
It was sort of the unofficial sequel to House of Gucci in a way.
I feel like it was the sequel to Ford versus Ferrari.
Isn't it weird? There's a movie one year called Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah.
Then the next year they're like, hey, Ford,
get the fuck out of here.
Move to the left.
Go.
Just out of frame.
Go home.
And they're like, okay, Ferrari, what's next? A movie called Ford?
Listen, it would blow my mind, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised.
Wouldn't surprise me at all because I was really interested in that guy.
Gerald Ford.
What
if the whole movie is him slow motion falling downstairs
into a Ferrari and going beep beep and driving away?
The end.
Yeah. This is a 2-minute movie.
The Oscars.
Yeah, and that's what he says as he's driving away. See you at the Oscars. This is a 2-minute movie. I paid $23 to go see this.
Yeah, but if you put it in slow motion, it's 2.5 hours.
That's a good point.
That's Oscars.
The slowest of motions.
But I did like Ferrari very much. It was a good movie. Michael Mann.
Good movie.
Good movie.
Good movie.
And then afterwards, there was a Q&A.
Yeah. We saw David O. Russell interviewing the man himself. Michael Mann. Superhero.
Michael Mann.
Michael Mann. Yeah.
Michael Mann.
And
he's great. Heat is a movie he's made.
You got to get in Heat too.
Man, I read that book.
I know you did. We already talked about this.
Okay, all right.
I swear, but there's a part in there for you where just like someone's roommate who's just constantly jerking off.
Maybe I play William Fichtner's character's roommate.
Yes.
He died in the first one, his character, but
I think we've talked about this.
Part of Heat 2 is a prequel, so maybe I could be like his roommate who's constantly masturbating.
What if you played the Al Pacino in Heat?
Yeah.
What if you played the person that he was talking about? He's got a great ass. You just see you walking your little butt away from the camera.
Hi, everyone. And
check this out.
That's my cameo.
Cameo.
Yeah. Heat 2. Coming right up. Stay tuned. Heat 2.
Stay tuned for Heat 2.
Do you think they'll make it into a movie? I feel like we've already had this conversation.
I know we have. Adam Driver is the lead in it.
Oh, really? They are making it?
I think they've alluded to the fact that they are making it.
That would be awesome.
You got to get in it, bro. How do we get you in this?
I want to go see that movie.
First of all, I think you picketing it at the studios was a bad move.
Yeah.
Because now they're
saying, do not make this movie.
That's what you were picketing against?
Yeah. I was like, no. And then they said, no, we're going to make it. And I'm like, can I be in it?
Here's my problem with Heat 2.
Yeah.
That 2. It's like,
yeah.
You know, what's really hot is like 87, 92, 93, 94. Like, and if you're talking the human body temperature, 101. 451 if you want to burn paper.
Yeah.
But 2? It's not very hot. It's pretty cold.
Oh, you mean it's a low number?
Yeah. I would say it's cold 2. I get that.
They could call it heated.
Yes. Or like do it like Alien and Aliens. Heats.
That's cool.
That's fucking really
cool.
Should we have stood up during Michael Mann's Q&A and said, hey, shut up for a second.
Hey.
Shut the fuck up. Hey, shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Listen to us right now.
You know your dumbass book, Heat 2? Call it Heats. Bye.
And then we walk.
We storm out. People are like, the Q&A just started.
We did have to leave because
if anyone saw us there,
we were in but we stayed for like, I don't know, 45 minutes of the Q&A, but I had to go home. I had to get out of there.
It was a long movie and a long Q&A, and seemed a little like it wasn't a incredibly, I don't want to say well-prepared Q&A, but it was just a little all over the place.
Which is super fun, and
yes,
there are no two better directors in the world, but
yes.
I had to go.
But it was very funny. David O. Russell would just bring up something that he loved about the movie.
Yeah.
No question. And Michael Mann would go, is there a question there?
Yeah.
And he'd go, no.
Yeah.
And then he'd look down back at his notes.
Yeah.
And then just bring up something else he loved about the movie.
But I have to say, the things he was pointing out were incredible things.
Sure, they were great, but it's just very funny that he was
like a fan.
He was a fan, but he was also bringing him up, hoping Michael Mann would
expound
and go like, "Oh yeah, that scene. Oh yeah, we did it this way because." And instead, Michael Mann just goes like, "Get to your question."
Right. Yeah, it was funny.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, this is I Love Films. Welcome. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about Ford versus Ferrari again. It's weird that Pearl Jam, they make cameos in the movie singles.
Yeah.
Because they've made singles and they contractually were obliged because they had made singles.
Yeah.
Put out singles.
Everyone
like
who's ever made
Even
a single
Flow
had to make an appearance.
Contractually obliged. But then the movie Ford versus Ferrari comes out and they made the record Versus.
But they're not in that movie.
They're not in that. They're in, yes, Aliens versus Predator.
Yes. And
they're in Batman v Superman.
Yeah, they're in
which is a little bit of a cheat.
They're in those movies, prominently featured in both.
They're in the movie V.I. Wachowski.
Yeah.
Because they thought it was VSI, and then they got to set and were like, oh, well, we'll just be in it.
And the director, John Badham, I believe, was like, you may as well just have you guys in here, even though you're not famous yet.
Yeah, just come on in. But they're not in Ford versus Ferrari?
No.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's bullshit.
That's one of those weird parts of film history.
Oh, it's so weird.
Bye. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about films, and we are... Yeah. A lot of times we talk about great films in film history.
That's basically all we talk about.
I mean, it's hard not to, because every film that's ever come out is in film history.
And every film that comes out is great.
Yes.
Can I just say, I love films?
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
And just admit, I love films.
That makes me feel great, because we make a podcast called I Love Films. So the fact that we both feel that way is great.
It's really the best way to feel.
It makes sense.
Great.
It makes sense that this would be the podcast that we
would host together.
Just forge ahead with.
Together. We're not saying, by the way, we're experts on films.
No, not at all. We're
like, let me give you some film trivia.
Yep.
What is an Oscar?
An Oscar is a movie that Sylvester Stallone made, I believe, in 1989, 1990?
Correct.
Directed by John Landis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we are experts, is what I was saying.
Okay.
And so we're talking about recent films.
Yeah.
These are all film history because they came out in the past.
Yeah.
But they're recent past.
Mm-hmm.
And you were saying, what was that, Adam, that you were saying?
I was saying, did you see the movie called May December?
Now, is this about in Madam Web, the woman that you're in love with, your character, Uncle Ben Parker, is in love with Aunt May?
Oh, no. But I can tell you, I don't know. I haven't seen it either, so I don't know what it's about.
Madam Web? Tell me the truth. Did you read the script?
For May December?
No, Madam Web.
Of course.
You read your lines.
That's right. But what did you did not see this movie?
I haven't seen it yet. No, the screener just went live the other day.
Well, it's on Netflix, so you don't need a screener.
I need a screener. I want that. I want those numbers to pop up in the middle of the screen to let me know I'm important.
And every once in a while, get threatened with arrest.
Yes,
while you're watching.
That's what I love about films. If you're doing it right, people are going to arrest you during it.
Yeah. You're going to get taken down. I love that too.
But you know what I did see last night?
What's that?
The Holdovers.
Oh, I saw that. It's terrific.
Yeah, it's so good.
Loved it.
Maybe my favorite so far this year.
Yeah, it could be mine too. Oh, you know what I loved?
Killers.
That I think is I love The Killer, but
I meant Killers of the Flower Moon.
Oh, I loved that as well. But my favorite, I think, is Past Lives.
Have not seen it yet.
It's terrific.
Past lives. So these are lives that have been passed around.
That's right. Like a bottle of booze. Just kidding. It's great. It's very good.
Your just kidding tone, by the way, is the exact flat tone that you use for every other sentence you ever utter.
I'm offended by that. Just kidding.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're back.
And here we are.
Since we last talked to you,
took a hiatus.
We have become official Oscar prognosticators.
Can I step in here?
Yes,
Scott?
Sure.
We, Scott and Scott, are official Oscar prognosticators. And we're here to call them like we see them.
Yep, we're good. We're just calling balls and strikes here.
And so far, the one movie we've mentioned is called May December, and neither of us have seen it.
But we are talking about cannolis.
Okay.
That's from a famous movie.
Maybe I would say in the top 10 most famous movies.
Like, what are the most famous movies of all time? Like, probably Avengers Endgame.
Avengers Endgame.
Like, that's so famous that, like, even if I were to say to someone in the deepest, darkest reaches of Africa, for instance, I'd be like, Avengers Endgame, and they would like nod and go, yes, yes, yes.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
They'd say, yes, of course, I am Iron Man, snap,
Yeah.
the snap, Thanos.
Wouldn't just like Iron Man be more popular, just like as a recognizable
They'd be like,
title?
Yes, everyone gathers at the end, all the heroes, Tony Stark dies.
Yeah. What about Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome?
That's definitely in the top 2, if not 3.
Okay. What about let's see here. Oh, Ironweed, starring Meryl Streep and Jack Nicholson.
That's the prequel to Iron Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely famous.
Super famous movie.
Super famous. What about Barfly?
Yeah, Mickey Rourke.
Faye
Dunaway.
Yeah.
That's like in the top 2 most famous movies.
Probably, yeah. Top 2, if maybe top 3.
So the movie we're talking about, The Godfather, is in the top 10.
10, yeah. But under Avengers Endgame, under Ironweed.
You know, it's so weird. And I don't say this often, but in the case of The Godfather and The Godfather Part 2,
sure,
it's the one time I think maybe the sequel is even better than
Shut the front
original.
door, Adam.
I know.
That is heresy.
I know.
A sequel cannot be better than the original.
But, I mean, have you seen these movies?
No.
They're really good.
Really? Where could I see them? Do I just go down to the mall?
Yeah, you go to the mall, you say, where are the movies? And they say, right over there. And you go over and you watch the movies. They have a place.
I think that, see, this is the problem with films these days.
Yeah, I know.
You go to a place,
yeah,
like the mall.
Oh my God.
And they have a list. They have a list of like sometimes 4, sometimes 5, sometimes up to 10 movies that they're playing.
It's the first thing they do is hand you a list when you walk in.
It's like a menu.
Yeah.
You can liken it to a menu. You've been to a restaurant.
Yeah, like I'll get the chili cheese dog and
I'll get the cannoli.
Yeah, I'll get the cannoli, and then I'll also
leave the gun.
The the Captain Marvel.
Sure.
You know?
But why can't you go to a theater and say, like, they say, here's every movie. You tell us what we play.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to be involved in the choice, in the decision-making process.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then whoever gets there first gets to pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone who gets there after that goes, oh, it's playing this? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we have to see this.
So the public is choosing movies for each other.
Yes. Curation.
That's the thing, is we need to curate more.
We need
for
more
our fellow
choices.
citizens.
We need more choices these days. Life is so rigid and structured these days. We need to be able to take the power back and choose for ourselves.
Exactly. So like when a bunch of 13-year-olds are going out to see the new Aquaman movie.
Yes.
We can say,
great film, by the way.
Step on the brakes. We're watching Ironweed.
Yes. One of them, and they'll go, we all know what that is.
Yes. And they will be excited, and they'll have a great night out at the movies.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about great films like Strange Brew.
You know, the funny thing about Strange Brew is it's obviously a film.
Sure.
But they're taking the themes and characters and, dare I say, story from a theater piece.
That's right. And so much of film is based on the conventions of theater.
Yes.
And we owe theater such a debt when we watch films.
If there was no theater, there would be no film.
That's right. Now, of course, we all know theater is boring and terrible.
Yes.
And we hate watching it.
Yes.
But we owe it such a debt because without it, films wouldn't exist.
That's correct.
And to be honest, most films, not my cup of tea either.
No, I do not like films.
No. I mean, maybe every once in a while something will come out and I'll be like,
Should we get a babysitter for this?
Come to think of it, I'm not a fan of narrative storytelling.
Yeah.
I do not enjoy myself.
I don't enjoy storytelling in general. It's like, yeah. Save it for the fucking Newsweek.
Yeah, no thanks.
You know, like I'm over here reading facts.
I like the news, preferably NPR, of course.
Oh, of course, yes. I like the Associated Press.
Yeah, I actually don't like NPR or Associated Press.
No, fake news.
Yeah, I only like fake news that I make up.
Yes, you put out your own newspaper every single day.
That's correct.
And I subscribe.
Only I read it, and once in a while I let.
Oh no,
you
I'm a
read
subscriber.
It.
I love it.
Thank you.
It's so interesting the things you come up with.
That's right.
In fact, I would love to base my next project on your newspaper.
Fine.
Sort of a Citizen Kane about a lonely asshole who makes his own newspapers and dies.
Okay.
He doesn't even get to say any last words because his mouth is just full of like vomit.
Jesus.
So no rosebud or anything, and then he just dies. It's kind of a short film. It's like 2 minutes.
Sounds great.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And we're talking about The Abyss. James Cameron's The Abyss. His name may as well be right above the title, as far as I'm concerned.
His name may as well just be changed to Box Office Gold, as far as I'm concerned.
Excuse me, Mr. Box Office Gold.
Yeah.
Your table is ready.
Avatar 3, directed by Box Office Gold.
So The Abyss was released. I used to love The Abyss. I saw it many times when I was in the theaters.
I remember I was profoundly stoned when I first saw The Abyss with my friends.
It has and I don't want to spoil it, but it has the greatest person trying to revive a person who's about to die scene, I think, in film.
That's right.
And one that played upon a lot of films that had come before it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm hearing a lot of, and I'm not sure whether this applies to The Abyss, but I'm hearing a lot of negatives about the recent James Cameron 4K digital movies that have come out.
What do you mean?
That they look bad.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh.
That
you mean like this release, this 4K release?
These 4K digital releases that they've just put out, that a lot of the movies look bad, and all film buffs are all complaining that they hope the 4K discs aren't bad.
Like the Abyss, and what else did they release?
I think it was True Lies and Aliens. A lot of people complaining about Aliens.
No shit.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Motion smoothing, like Paul. This is truly an episode of I Love Films, by the way.
Really,
we're really drilling down. A lot of like removal of grain. I guess that James Cameron didn't like how much grain was in the film, and he would have used a different film stock, but that was all that was available. So they've like smoothed everything out, gotten rid of the grain. Like Paul Reiser's face, I guess, looks
weird,
just totally smooth.
Because I'm in the process of trying to convince my family to sit down and
watch The Abyss.
So I haven't seen. I bought it and I haven't seen. I'm so excited.
Are they? Do they say things to you like, "Dad, life is so short and precious"?
What they say is no.
What was the last movie that you? Okay, here's a question. What was the last movie that you were like, "We got to watch this," and they loved? And then flip side, what was the last movie you said, "We got to watch this," and you realized like, "Oh, this is not playing"?
There was something recently. The other night we watched Parasite, and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
That's a terrific movie.
Academy Award-winning film.
That's right.
Donald Trump doesn't think it should have been.
Really? I don't remember that. Did he have an opinion about Parasite?
Yeah, apparently something to do with them not speaking English, I think.
That's amazing. Yeah, there was something recently that kind of didn't quite land, and I'm not really remembering.
Was it The Aviator? Although they did a lot of landing in that.
No, it wasn't. God, I don't even.
There was something.
That was the best part of the Aviator for me. Is like when
scenes
when you'd see those planes just landing on the tarmac.
I love a good landing on a smooth, clean airstrip.
I would see a supercut of just like planes landing on tarmacs.
Me too. You know what? Don't you love kind of YouTube compilations where it's just different things just over and over again?
Over and over and over
like
again.
Like a plane landing over and over again. I love stuff. YouTube, it's...
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying.
I don't. I don't. Oh, you all right?
So anyway, the James Cameron re-releases people are complaining about.
They are. I don't know about The Abyss, but that was the one I was looking forward to because
where do you hear these grumbles?
I'm plugged in, man.
Unlike Letterboxd?
I got my ears to the streets, boy.
Which ones?
Maybe you've heard of Hollywood Boulevard.
No, which ears?
Oh, mainly my left and my right.
Okay. That's fun. And I'm excited to see The Abyss again because I love it so much. And it's last time it was released was like regular DVD, I think.
I think so.
Seen this.
I saw it when it came out in theaters a couple of times. And then I think they re-released a like extended cut, right?
And there's a different ending
in theaters, ending, which is probably a better ending. Look, let's talk about Chris Elliott. Chris Elliott's in The Abyss.
In The Abyss.
Now that means something to us, probably not to
in
your
1989
kids.
When that movie came out, and I first saw it. Like I said, profoundly stoned. I applauded when he appeared on screen. I didn't know he was
I
in
like
it.
to think you would do that stoned or not stoned.
Yes, no, I would have. But it was super exciting because I had met him a year earlier in New York with my brother. Which
why were you meeting your brother for the first time with Chris Elliott?
Chris Elliott and I were super tight when I was a teen, and my brother lived with him, grew up with him, never met him,
and so
Chris Elliott was like an
you one
emissary between us.
Right. Go between.
It was really nice. And then like a year later, The Abyss came out.
Wow. Crazy story.
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to your brother since?
No, we correspond.
Through
snail mail, which is actual mail carried by snails.
Like the snails in that movie Turbo?
Yes.
This is I Love Films.
Yes.
Are we still in I Love Films?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank God. Because we started talking about Turbo, and I was very worried.
Yeah. No. We are safely in I Love Films, and that is quite a film.
Well, I really want to know if you guys ever watch Abyss together. I'm at the edge of my seat about this. Will you give us an update on our next
my brother
episode?
and I watch The Abyss together?
I will.
No. Yeah, I will. Next episode. We will find out if my kids...
If they ever agreed.
To sit down.
Do you have to make bargains with them?
Because The Abyss is like, there's no me saying, I want to watch a almost 40-year-old movie with you that's awesome.
With nascent CGI effects.
That they've never heard of, ever once, of course. It's a tough... And it's only like 2 hours and 45 minutes.
It's a good film, though.
It is very good.
I would love to watch it again.
The scene where Ed Harris and Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio have to make that decision when they're trapped in the pod.
It's
incredible.
gripping. I think they would like it. I actually do think they would like it.
Is a terrific word for it.
Yeah, because you're gripping not only the edge of your seat,
not only your popcorn,
but your cock. Okay, bye. Hey everyone, welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
Great to be back. We had a serious misstep when we were talking about film left on like showers. That's not what this show was about. I don't know why we were thinking it was about that.
Well, it was an honest mistake. We thought that
honestly, we just came to the studio one day and that's what we thought the show was about. And so we decided to talk about it for a while.
We forgot what the show was actually about. We forgot ourselves.
And I know there's a competing podcast out there, I Like Film, that Edgar Wright, I guess, has something to do with. He's executive producing or something like that.
It's fine. It's fine.
Stay in your lane, bro.
But Edgar has his own thing going.
and we're going to leave it alone. How about we just move on from that subject?
He has his own thing going, which is writing and directing incredible major studio films. And so
everyone loves.
I don't know why he's horning in on our side of the street. You know what I mean?
Right. Like
stick to what you do best, which is creating these incredible films,
bro.
And then we'll stick to what we do best, which is loving those films.
And also just loving films
as a medium.
Yes. Please say that again.
As a medium, film as a way to express yourself through art.
Yeah.
It's a medium second only to probably painting. Maybe sculpture certainly is up there above film. What else? Poetry.
Oh yeah, poetry.
Yeah, plays. Oh my God, plays are so good.
Winking,
definitely. Like making funny noises with your tongue, like
la 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 la. That's above.
That's above
films.
film. Yeah,
yeah.
Doodling, squeaking one out,
squeaking one out while you're doodling absentmindedly.
Better than film.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah,
obviously, like films,
but films are the best.
Films are the best. To be honest, they're kind of a drag.
Yeah,
especially these days. Yeah.
But Willow, you watched the entire movie in preparation for the show. Okay.
Yeah.
And how does the movie hold up?
Well, I remember not liking it a lot when it came out, being a little disappointed, although I really liked Val Kilmer. I was like, who is this guy?
Was that like before Top Gun?
It was either the same year or, but it was the first thing I remember ever seeing.
Sure.
Plus, I never saw Top Gun when it was out. I had to catch up with it on my other show Scott hasn't seen. But I remember just being like, oh my God, that.
Wait, have you not seen Top Gun?
I saw it within the last year on my sister's.
You had not seen Top Gun?
No.
Jesus. What'd you think?
Didn't like it, but the new one kind of justifies its existence.
Yeah, the new one's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but the old one's
if you view it as like one movie, like Boyhood, where just suddenly there's an intermission and they age 30 years, then it's great.
That's an interesting way to think of all sequels and reboots as Boyhood. It actually kind of makes everything better.
Yes. But I really like Joanne Wally Kilmer and Val Kilmer. I thought they were great in it. And a little disappointed in the story. Watched it again. I thought it was about what I remembered. And the series was interesting.
What was the series?
It's Willow all grown up, or I guess older, because he was grown up in the first one. But the baby,
is that Warwick Davis?
Yes.
Okay.
But the baby is grown up. I
don't even remember.
There's like a whole storyline, but it was an interesting tone where like everyone spoke modern, like way more modern than even the film. They spoke like kind of in slang, like modern slang. It was interesting. I liked it. Good performances as well. All right, bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, we're back. Welcome to I Love Films. This is Scott.
And this is Scott.
And Adam here Scott is listing movies. Go.
And then there's one more, Rambo First Blood Part 2. Cliffhanger, I lost the auction.
How much?
They were asking quite a bit, and I wasn't willing to go there.
How much?
That's the cover of Rambo, though. That's awesome,
a good one. How much did you offer for Cliffhanger, and what
I have
beat
no
you?
idea. I really don't know. Anyway, this is probably too many.
Probably.
You think that's way too many?
I love that you collect these, though. I think it's a fascinating. I mean, it's better than collecting Arabian horses or whatever.
And there are no more like Blu-rays or albums. I mean, there are, but I don't collect them anymore.
Here's a challenge.
Yeah,
someone do a novelization of this show. I'm sorry, not this show, because this is I Love Films.
Yeah.
Of that other show.
Well, they could do I Love Films, the novelization.
Sure, yeah, why not?
But also You Springin Springsteen on My Bean, the novelization.
The novelization. And then Adam will buy it for any price.
Yeah. Oh, anything.
We should commission someone to do this. Because how much did these novelists make on these?
The novelists?
Yeah, sometimes these were like big science fiction writers and
yeah, Alan Dean Foster.
Alan Dean Foster, yeah, he did Splinter of the Mind's Eye.
But he did the Alien one.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I think that...
How much could they possibly be getting paid for these?
I mean, probably at least,
a hundo?
Yeah, $100.
I could spare 50 of that.
Sure, we can split it.
I can spare 40.
Okay, we'll go 40, and then we'll get 20.
Because it's weird to go to the ATM. They only give 20s.
You know what? We'll do crowdsourcing. Remember crowdsourcing?
Yes,
we'll
remember
do that.
to get
are people still doing crowdsourcing to like raise money? Well, yeah, of course
should.
they are. Yeah, they are.
Why not?
No, crowdsourcing. Yeah.
Bye.
Wow.